Dark Symphony. Dark Series, Book 10. By Feehan. Part 1. Chapter 1. Antonietta Scarletti stared blankly toward the elaborate stained glass window of the palazzo. Outside the walls of the villa, the wind shrieked and moaned. She touched the glass with her sensitive fingertips, tracing the lead and the familiar patterns. If she tried, she could remember them, the vivid colors and frightening images. She laughed aloud at the thought. As a child, she had certainly been frightened by the gargoyles and demons decorating the 15th century palazzo. Now she simply appreciated their beauty, although she could only see them through her fingertips. Her home had been modernized many times over the centuries, but the Gothic architecture had been preserved as closely as possible to the original. She loved every secret passageway with the Machiavellian traps and every carefully cut stone that made up her home. Strangely, she was sleepy. Most nights she wandered, wide awake, through the large hallways or played her piano, the music moving through her and onto the keys, to pour out the torrent of emotion that sometimes threatened to overwhelm her. Tonight, as the wind howled and the sea pounded on the cliffs, she plaited her hair into a thick rope and thought of a dark poet. Tasha, her cousin, had commented at dinner that threads of gray were already beginning to appear in her mass of long hair. Antonietta knew she was vain about her hair, but it was her only call to glory, and now with the gray beginning to appear, it was only a matter of time before that small vanity would vanish. Her self-mocking laughter was soft as she moved without hesitation across the room, unerringly to the piano. Her fingers slid across the keys, immediately responding to the laughter in her heart. She loved her life, blind or no. She lived it the way she wanted to live. Music flowed into the night. A summons. She knew the music called to him. Byron. Antonietta thought of him day and night. A secret obsession she could not get over. The sound of his voice touched her like she imagined his fingers on her skin would. A caressive sound. He was her only regret. Her money and fame allowed her to lead the life she wanted in spite of her loss of sight, but it also provided a barrier between her and every man. Even Byron. Especially Byron. His quiet acceptance, his continuing interest so completely focused on her threatened to involve her emotions as well as her body, and that she couldn't afford. Antonietta seated herself at the bench, her body leaden with unexpected fatigue. Her fingers raced over the ivory keys. The music flowed into space, unrequited love, boundless passion unanswered. Heat. Fire. A hunger that would never be sated. Byron, the dark poet. Brooding. Mysterious. A man for fantasies. She had no idea of his age. He often answered the summons of her music. Ever since the day 4 months earlier when he saved her beloved grandfather from a car accident, he would suddenly appear in the room with her, somehow getting past the security to sit quietly while she played. It was a degree of her obsession that she never questioned him, never asked him how he managed to get into her home, into her music room. Antonietta always knew the moment Byron entered the room, although he never made a sound. Her family had no idea how often he came, appearing in the great music room late at night and staying up till all hours with her. He rarely talked, just listened to the music, but sometimes they played chess or discussed books and world affairs. Those were the times she loved best, sitting and listening to the sound of his voice. He had courtly, old-world mannerisms and spoke with an accent she couldn't quite place. She imagined him a chivalrous prince coming to call whenever she allowed her girlish imagination to get the better of her. He rarely touched her, but he never objected when she touched him, reading his expressions. He took her bream away each time he came into the same room with her. The music swelled beneath her fingers, rose to a crescendo of rioting emotions. Byron. Her grandfather's friend. The rest of her family were wary and on edge around him. Most left the room soon after he entered. They thought him dangerous. Antonietta thought he might be, despite the fact that he was unfailingly gentle with her. She sensed behind Byron's calm exterior a predator hunting, watching, waiting, biding his time. It only added to his allure. The unattainable fantasy. The dangerous, dark prince lurking in the shadows watching her. Antonietta laughed again at her own fanciful nonsense. She presented a certain image to the world, a confident, renowned concert pianist and respected composer. She dreamed her passionate dreams and turned each of them into soaring notes of music to express the fires burning deep inside where no one could see. Her fingers raced across the keys, fluttered and coaxed, so that the music took on life. There was no warning whatsoever. One moment she was lost in her music, and the next a rough hand clapped over her mouth and dragged her backward off the piano bench. Antonietta bit down hard, reaching back to pound at the face of her assailant. It was then she really noticed how leaden her body felt, sluggish, almost unwilling to follow her orders. Rather than striking hard, she barely tapped the man. She had the impression of strength. He smelled of alcohol and mints. He thrust a cloth over her nose and mouth. Antonietta coughed, thrashed in an effort to be rid of the foul-smelling material. She felt dizzy and lost the ability to move, sliding down towards semi-consciousness. At once she stopped fighting, slumping like a rag doll, pretending she was already unconscious. The cloth disappeared, and her assailant lifted her. She was aware of being carried, of someone breathing hard, of her heart pounding. Then they were outside in the biting cold and piercing wind. The sea raged and thundered loudly, and sea spray reached her face. It took a few moments to realize that they were not alone. She heard a man's voice, slurred, incoherent, asking something. A chill went down her spine. Her grandfather, frail at 82, was being dragged up the path to the cliffs right along with her. Determined not to allow anything to happen to him, Antonietta fought her way back, breathing deeply to draw oxygen into her laboring lungs, gathering her strength, biding her time. In her mind she began to chant his name, using it as a prayer, a litany of strength. Byron. Byron. I need you now. Hurry, hurry. Byron. Where are you? Chapter 2. Byron Jago circled above the small city before winging his way toward the palazzo. As he moved across the sky, hunger crawled through his body, demanding he feed, but he ignored it, answering the sudden uneasy feeling churning in his gut. Something was wrong. Some intangible vibration in the air made him aware of the drama unfolding on the rocks below. A snarl exposed his fangs. Eyes glowed a frightening red in the dark of the night. A savage, bestial growl escaped his throat as he increased his speed, hurtling through the sky over the towering palazzo with its many stories and turrets and battlements. Above the many terraces and lofty stories loomed a high, rounded tower where it was rumored more than one woman had been murdered in the murky past, earning the palace the dubious name of Palazzo della Morte. Winged gargoyles stared blankly at him out of the heavy, white fog, looking almost real as the creatures seemed to swarm up the side of the villa. Sitting on the craggy cliffs above the raging sea, the sprawling castle was dark and foreboding with the blank eyes of the statuary always watching. The heavy forests that had once grown wild, a refuge to a multitude of animals, were long gone, replaced by groves and grapes. Byron preferred the freedom of the forests and mountains of his homeland, where he could run with the wolves if he desired, but the need to protect the occupant at the palazzo had become all-consuming. Alarm spread, a premonition of danger he couldn't shake. Byron increased his speed, streaking through the sky, flying low over the sprawling estate. The palazzo rose up out of the fog, architecture belonging to an era long gone, made of stone and stained glass, almost alive in the swirling mists. Byron ignored the ancient statues and the gleaming windows piercing the fog like so many eyes. He first heard the voice whisper in his mind. Byron. Byron. I need you now. Hurry. Hurry. Byron. Where are you? She had never used a telepathic connection to him before. He had never taken her blood, yet he heard the words clearly and knew her need must be great to reach out to him. Wicked forks of lightning whipped from cloud to cloud, anger he couldn't contain. She was in danger. Someone dared to threaten her. The sky roared, thunder splitting open the heavens to reveal a fury of flame. He took a breath, fought to control the elemental fear for her. The ground was reacting, rolling and buckling in answer to his mounting anger. Byron hurried out toward the cove and the jagged rocks with his pulse pounding to the beat of the sea. The wind shifted and brought the haunting echo of a scream. His heart nearly stopped beating in his chest. It was the sound of despair, of death itself. He swooped even lower over the sea, uncaring that he might be seen and discovered for the predator he was. Waves leapt toward the heavens, foamed, and collapsed with an angry boom, greedy for a living sacrifice. Byron. This time she called his name aloud, her only chance, while the clouds spun dark threads and the fog thickened in an attempt to cut off all escape. "Help us." The wind whipped the cry out over the roiling waves, straight to him. There was a plea in her voice, soft and musical and alive with awareness. She knew he was close, as she always seemed to know. Antonietta Scarletti, heiress to the Scarletti fortune. Composer of the most beautiful music the world had known in a long time and owner of the priceless Scarletti Palazzo. The Palazzo della Morte, Palace of Death. Byron feared the curse of the palazzo would bring death to Antonietta, and he was determined to stop it. Her voice brought alive the colors of the night, sharp and vivid and focused, where for so long there had been nothing but bleak gray. His heart stuttered, stammered, as it always did at the unexpected gift. It was that way each time he heard her voice, when she spoke his name in velvet tones. When she lit his world with colors and vivid details he had long ago lost. Byron flew so low the churning waves splattered him with water as he raced over the choppy surface straight toward the sound of her voice. Through the swirling mists Byron saw Don Giovanni Scarletti in the greedy sea, clawing desperately for a purchase on the slick boulders. The waves slammed the old man hard, tossed him as if he were a small string of kelp, nothing more. The foaming water closed over the gray head and took him under. Byron. The call came again. Haunting. Unforgettable. He knew he would hear that voice echo forever in his dreams. She was up in the jagged rocks, near the edge of the crumbling cliffs, struggling with a large man. Below her, the water slammed against the rocks, reaching higher and higher as if to drag her down. It was only the increasing fury of the storm, the earthquake sending shocks through the cliff, that prevented Antonietta's attacker from flinging her into the sea. The man staggered, nearly fell, even as he wrestled with her. Lightning exploded around them, whips of energy rained hot, glowing sparks. Thunder crashed so loud the man yelled in fear. Fangs exploded in Byron's mouth, black venom swirled in his gut. He was on them in an instant, uncaring of his enormous strength, catching Antonietta's assailant by the nape of his neck and wrenching him backward, away from her. With the ferocity of his animal nature, with the rage of his human side, he shook Antonietta's attacker, his hands crushing the throat. An ominous crack was loud, even with the sea roaring in accompaniment to his rage. Byron dropped the body carelessly, allowing the empty carcass to crumple to the ground. He turned quickly toward Antonietta. She was moving to get away from them, her arms stretched out full length to try to feel her way. There was nothing but empty space in front of her and the sea below, swelling and booming with relentless fury. "Stop. Don't move, not a single step." The command thundered through the night air, reached her atop the cliffs. Trusting she would obey that merciless compulsion, Byron plunged straight into the sea. Diving deep, down into the cold, dark abyss until his fingers found the material of the old man's collar, and he grasped it hard in his fist, kicking strongly to bring them both to the surface. Byron shot from the sea, straight into the air, dragging the leaden body against his own as he headed for the top of the cliffs. The white mist thickened and swirled around him like a living cape, creating a shield from prying eyes. The old man choked and gasped for air, for life. He clung convulsively to Byron, not quite aware of his surroundings, not able to believe he was hurtling through space. Don Giovanni, grandfather to Antonietta, had his eyes tightly shut while his chest heaved and salt water spewed from his mouth. The water poured from their clothing and hair, adding to the droplets of mist in the air as Byron alighted on the ground. The old man began to pray loudly in his own language, calling on the angels to save him, but he never once opened his eyes. Antonietta turned toward the sound, but her feet remained perilously close to the edge of the cliff, exactly where they had been when Byron roared his command. His heart in his throat, Byron carefully stretched the old man out on the ground, well away from the edge, and rushed to gather Antonietta into his arms. Into safety. Holding her tightly, knowing she was safe, he forced air through his lungs, forced down his rage and fear to allow the violent storm to calm. Despite the fact that his clothing was soaked, she burrowed close to him, her hands finding his face unerringly, mapping his features with loving fingertips. I knew you'd come. Our guardian angel. My grandfather? Is. No. Going to be all right? I heard him fall into the sea. I couldn't get to him. I couldn't see to get to him. She turned her head toward the coughs and grunts the older man was making, tears glistening in her huge, dark eyes. He will be fine, Antonietta, Byron assured her. I will not allow him to be anything else. And he meant it. He couldn't bear the sight of tears in her eyes. You saved him, didn't you, Byron? That's why you're soaked. You always come to us when there's trouble. Grazie, I cannot live without my grandfather. She stood on her toes, her body soft and pliant, melting against his hard strength, oblivious to his soaked clothing, and she pressed her mouth to the corner of his. That small tribute shook him to the very core of his being. Fire streaked through his veins. Every cell in his body reacted, reached for her. Needed. Hungered. His arms tightened possessively for just a moment. He made a conscious effort to remember his own strength, to remember she had no idea who or what he was. Byron swung her up, cradling her body close. She was shivering in the biting wind. Did he hurt you? Are you injured, Antonietta? It was a demand, pure and simple. No, just frightened. I was so frightened. What were you doing on the cliffs? His voice was much harsher than he intended. And where is the rest of your family? Her fingers moved over his face, an intimate exploration. She had read him many times, but this seemed different somehow, or maybe he was far too aware of her. Someone put a cloth over my mouth and nose and dragged me outside. I was so afraid for. No. I could hear the sea. The pads of her fingers sent tiny flames dancing over his skin as she mapped his face. As she traced his frown. The sea sounded angry, much like you sound right now. I couldn't get to grandfather, and I heard him fall over the cliff. She was silent a moment, dropping her head to his shoulder. I was struggling with the man who dragged me out here. He was trying to throw me into the sea too. Her voice was shaking, but Antonietta struggled for composure. Did he say anything to you? She shook her head. I didn't recognize anything about him. I'm certain he's never been to the palazzo before. No one said anything to us. They just tried to throw us into the water. Byron set her carefully on the ground beside the old man. I want to take a look at your grandfather. I think he swallowed half the sea. Do not move. It is dangerous up here. You're on the high cliffs, where the edges are crumbling and the fall could kill you. He couldn't look at the innocence on her face, the childlike trust there. He knew she belonged to him, yet he had once again failed to keep safe those he was sworn to protect. You do not realize it, Antonietta, but you are in shock. Do not move, just sit here and breathe for me. Chapter 3. He came from an ancient race, a species that could claim immortality. He had seen the passage of time, witnessed his race nearing extinction. Without women and children, it was impossible to live anything other than a bleak, soulless existence. Unless one was lucky enough to find his life-mate. Antonietta Scarletti was his life-mate. He knew it unerringly. She came from a long line of psychics, people gifted with talents beyond mere sight. Byron had listened often to the history of her family. He knew that many of Antonietta's ancestors, both male and female, were strong telepaths and healers. Only a human who was psychic could be life-mate to one of the ancient Carpathian race. Antonietta Scarletti was a very strong psychic. Don Giovanni struggled to sit up, his chest heaving while he gasped for air. He caught at Brian's wide shoulders with gnarled hands. How did you know to come? The sea claimed my life, but you brought me back. His teeth were chattering with cold, his thin body shaking uncontrollably. That is twice now that you have saved me. Byron held him gently. Do not talk so much, old man. Let me see what I can do to take the chill from you. Antonietta couldn't see Byron, but as always, the sound of his voice intrigued her. It was beautiful and compelling, much like the symphony of music always playing in her head. She wanted to think of him as her grandfather's friend, but it was a difficult task when she listened for the sound of his voice and hungered for the slightest physical contact between them. Antonietta learned years earlier that she was not the kind of woman men looked at for reasons other than her fortune. She had far too much Scarletti pride to be loved for her money. She didn't believe in buying a man, although she knew many women in her position did so. She was no young girl to dream of white knights. She was fully grown, with a woman's voluptuous figure and a face scarred by the blast of an explosion that had robbed her of her sight. There was no handsome lover on a white charger ready to whisk her away for endless nights of romance. She was a practical woman, a successful pianist and composer, who poured all of her dreams into her music where they belonged. Antonietta carefully ran her hands over her grandfather to see him, to assure herself he would survive his escape from the sea. Her hands encountered Byron. She rested her fingers lightly on the back of his hand. He never showed annoyance when she touched him. He never acted repulsed or impatient with her. He simply continued with what he was doing while her hands rested on his. She could hear the steady rhythm of his breathing, slow and uniform, so that her breath, moving in and out of her lungs with such frantic intensity, slowed to follow his lead. Byron's hands generated tremendous heat. She could feel it flowing like a fine wine into her grandfather's veins, slowly warming him. She didn't dare speak, but she felt him, heard his breath, his heart. She saw things without her eyes that others couldn't see. She knew Byron was far more than a mortal man. Right now he was a miracle worker. She saw him so clearly, yet it was only through her fingertips resting so lightly on the backs of his hands. Byron closed his eyes and shut out all the sounds and scents of the night. It was difficult to get beyond the touch of the woman he was always so aware of, but his examination had detected something in the older man's lungs. Don Giovanni was too old and fragile to fight off infection or pneumonia. Byron separated himself from his body, setting his spirit free to enter the aging man lying so cold and helpless on the rocks. Healing in the way of his kind, from the inside out, Byron made a thorough inspection, determined to give Antonietta's grandfather as many years of life as possible. The wind rushed across the cliffs, pierced right through Antonietta's clothing in spite of the fact that Byron had positioned his body between hers and the wind. She could feel the warmth radiating from Byron into her grandfather. But there was something much more, something even more rare. She understood it, and she believed in it. Byron Justicano had left his own body and entered that of her grandfather's. She didn't need eyes to see the miracle of a natural healer. She felt him. Felt the energy and the heat. She knew it required total concentration, so she did nothing to distract him. She sat in the biting cold and thanked the heavens Byron had come to her family to watch over them. There is poison in his system. Byron's grim voice startled her. Small amounts as if he is being fed them, but it is in his muscles and tissues. That can't be, Antonietta denied. You have to be wrong. Who would want to harm? No. He is much loved by the family. And how could such a thing happen accidentally? You must be mistaken. When I was young and impetuous, I made mistakes, Antonietta. Now I am much more careful in the things I say and do. In the things I covet or seek to call my own. I am most careful in my friendships. Don Giovanni has been poisoned, much like his ancestor before him. Is that not the legend of the Scarletti family? Antonietta shivered, lifted her hands away from Byron in hopes he wouldn't notice her reaction. Yes, centuries ago, another Don Giovanni, an ancestor of ours, and his young niece were poisoned. The healer was sent for, and Nicoletta arrived to aid them. He chose her as his bride. I don't believe in curses, Byron. There is no curse over my home or my family. She slipped her arm around her grandfather. I tell you, there is a poison in his system that will eventually kill him if more accumulates. There is also the remnant of a drug to make him sleep. When I examine you, I am certain I will find the same thing. Do you suspect my chef of trying to kill me? Antonietta gripped her grandfather hard, hanging on to her poise by a mere thread. That is ludicrous, Byron. He would have nothing to gain. Enrico's been in our family since I was a child, and he's completely devoted and loyal to every member of the Scarletti family. I did not mention your chef, Antonietta, he replied patiently. That may be your best guess, but it is not mine. When she remained stubbornly silent, he sighed his exasperation. I must remove the poison from your grandfather. Then I will attend to you. His teeth gleamed very white in the darkness, but she didn't see. She could only hear the promise of menace in his voice. It made her shiver, aware that she knew very little about him. Byron. She said his name to keep calm, to remind herself he had always been gentle with her. A guardian watching over them. Antonietta had always been safe with him. She wouldn't allow the aftermath of the attack to weaken her nerves and make her fear the very man who had come to her rescue. It is true that accidents have always plagued the lives of the Scarletti family. There have been intrigues, political and otherwise. Our family has always had a great deal of power and money. Your own parents were killed when your yacht exploded. You were blinded, Antonietta. It was only luck that a fisherman was in the vicinity and got to you before the sea swallowed you. An accident. It came out a whisper when she wanted to sound certain. You want to believe it was an accident, but you know better. There was a distinct bite to his voice. She had the impression he wanted to shake her. She would not talk about the explosion on the yacht that had blinded her and left her an orphan. There was guilt and fear and too many other emotions. She kept that door firmly closed in her mind. Who is he? She knew her assailant was dead. It should have frightened her that Byron had killed so swiftly, so efficiently, but truthfully, she was grateful. I have no idea, but he could not possibly have done this alone. Someone had to have drugged you both, someone within the palazzo. And it would take two people to bring you both up here. It isn't that far, but the path is steep, and with both of you drugged, it wouldn't have been easy. It would have made better sense to heave you both into the sea. One of them must have been in a hurry to do something else. What of my family, Byron? Antonetta's fingers plucked at his sleeve. They are perhaps helpless, drugged in their beds, awaiting their fate as we speak. Please go to them. It is more likely they are searching for something, not intending to murder your entire family. Antonietta gasped, one hand going to her throat. We have many treasures. Priceless art. Jewels. Artifacts. Our ships carry classified cargo. The manifest is usually kept in the offices at the palazzo rather than in the offices on the dock, because the security system is so much better. They could be after anything. Go, Byron, Don Giovanni encouraged. You must see to it that my family is safe. Scarletti is an old and revered name. We can't have any doubt on our reputation. Make certain nothing has been taken from the office. You want me to leave you both here, unprotected on the cliffs? That would be far too dangerous. Byron simply stood, lifting the old man, drawing Antonietta up as he did so. I will take you both to the palazzo with me. Put your arms around my neck, Antonietta. A protest welled in her mind. She was too heavy. He couldn't carry both of them. He had to hurry. Sensing his impatience, Antonietta remained silent and did as he instructed, circling his neck with her arms. Her body pressed close to his. Byron's muscular body was as hard as a tree trunk. She had never felt more feminine, more aware of how curvy and soft her form was. She simply melted into him. Antonietta was thankful it was night, and the darkness hid the faint blush stealing under her skin. She should have been thinking of the honor of her family name. Instead, she was thinking of him, Byron Justicano. She clung tightly to him, one of his arms wrapped securely around her waist. Almost at once, she felt her feet leave the ground. Her grandfather cried out in fear, thrashing against the restraint. Byron murmured something softly to him, something she didn't catch, but his tone was commanding. Her grandfather subsided, going so quiet she thought he must have fainted. She turned her face up to the wind, relaxing, wanting to savor every moment. She was blind, but she was alive. She lived in a world of sounds and textures, rich and wonderful, and she wanted to experience everything life could offer. She was moving through space, across the sky, with the sea boiling and thundering below her and the clouds roiling above her. And she was safe in Byron's arms. What should have been the worst night of her life had turned into the experience of a lifetime. Byron. She whispered his name, an ache in her voice, thinking the wind would take the sound far from them, out over the ocean where no one would hear her most secret desire. Byron buried his face in the fragrance of her hair as they soared across the sky. There was no fear in Antonietta. He rarely detected fear in her. Because her brain patterns were so different, it was difficult to read her mind, where he could most humans. Now that his heart had settled back to a natural rhythm, he could admire the way she fought for her life there on the cliffs. She was an extraordinary woman, and she belonged to him. She just didn't realize it yet. Antonietta had a strong personality and a determination to control her life and her business. Claiming her in the way of his people, Byron suspected, would not only make her resistant, but would cause her great unhappiness. Years earlier, he had learned a hard lesson of attempting to take something too fast, for his own benefit, without thought of consequences. Antonietta was his world. He could put aside his own needs and urges and the terrible hunger to give her the things she needed. He would have her, he knew that. There was no other choice for either of them, but he wanted her to come to him willingly. To choose him. To choose his life, his world. And even more, he wanted to give her all the things he suspected she had never had in her life. He wanted her to know her own worth as a woman. Not a Scarletti. Not a pianist. Not a shipping magnate. A woman. Are you afraid? He whispered the words, half aloud, half in her mind. Knowing she wasn't and wanting her to acknowledge what they were doing. He hadn't protected her from their method of traveling. She might be blind, but she was more aware than any other human he knew. Antonietta laughed, the sound one of joy. How could I be afraid, Byron? I'm with you. I'm not going to ask how you do this until my feet are safely on the ground. She answered him as honestly as she could. There was a wild exhilaration in her heart. If she was truly afraid, it was only of the unknown. Soaring through the sky was a dream, a fantasy come true. Her childhood dreams of flying had been so vivid she often believed she had soared across the night skies. I do wish I could see the view. There was a wistful note she couldn't keep from her voice, and she was ashamed that he heard it. I wish you had the time to describe it to me. There is a way you could see what I see. His heart was pounding now. The moment he noticed, he allowed it to seek the rhythm of hers. To connect them, heart to heart. Antonetta's grip tightened around his neck. For the first time, she turned her face into his throat. He could feel her breath warm on his throat, and his body tightened in reaction. In anticipation. What are you saying? Now it was her heart that was pounding. He could work miracles. Heal. Hear a call for help across the raging sea. Dive deep into roiling surf and pull a drowning man from the depths, carrying him to safety. Soar through the night sky while carrying two adults as if they weighed no more than small children. She dared not hope for the impossible. Her voice was low, but her lips were pressed against his skin. Against his pulse. Byron's body burned with heat, throbbed with need, with hunger. She seemed unaware of his reaction. He fought the nearly overwhelming urge of his kind, keeping his face turned from her, from the temptation she presented. He couldn't answer her with his incisors lengthened and his body craving hers. Fortunately, they were close to the great palazzo. Byron turned his attention to finding the location of every human in the area. He scanned the villa and the surrounding region. The aftermath of violence still vibrated in the air, but if the other conspirator had rushed back to the villa to find the manifest for cargo or the Scarletti family treasures, he had already managed to do so and was long gone. Or he was in his bed feigning sleep. Byron could detect no foreign enemy present within the walls. Family members were sleeping peacefully in their own beds. The entire household seemed to be unaware of the attack on Antonietta and Don Giovanni. Suspicion found its way into his heart. Byron did not put Don Giovanni or Antonietta down until he entered the old man's room. The alarm should be going off, Antonietta said. Intruders should have triggered them. How did they get in? How do you get in? Not the same way they entered, Byron replied with absolute conviction. There is no intruder present in the palazzo at this time. You can't know that, Antonietta pointed out. There are over 100 rooms in our home. They could be hiding anywhere. You haven't even checked the office. I will conduct a search later, only to see what they have been up to. There are no intruders, only your family in their beds. Byron repeated patiently. Don Giovanni is freezing from the seawater and chilling wind. His temperature is dropping at an alarming rate. Go to your room, Arid, take a hot bath, Antonietta, he said, his tone abrupt and clipped as he began stripping the elderly man. You are shaking with cold. I don't much care to be ordered about, Antonietta responded. Her teeth were chattering, although she tried desperately to stop them. She was cold through and through. Don Giovanni is my grandfather and my responsibility. Then give him the dignity he deserves. Byron's voice had gone so soft it was black velvet, and it made her shiver. Antonietta took a step backward. For a moment a lump welled up in her throat, threatening to choke her. Her eyes burned. She hadn't cried in years. His fingers caught her chin in a firm grip. I do not mean to sound abrupt, but I have little time for necessities. If I have offended you, I am sorry. Your grandfather's heart is weak, and his resistance is low, even with my earlier ministrations. He bent his head to hers, touched his mouth to hers. Feather light, a mere brush. She felt it all the way to her toes. Heat curled in the pit of her stomach. For a moment she couldn't think clearly, couldn't think why she wanted to cry. Because someone tried to kill you and your grandfather, he answered for her. Someone poisoned him, and most likely you, and also drugged you both. You were tired and cold, and I was curt in my manner of speaking. Anyone would cry, Antonietta. I will see to Don Giovanni while you take a hot bath and get in a warm bed. Byron sounded so tender her heart turned over and tears burned behind her eyes. His hand dropped away from her, and she turned to go, compelled by the beauty of his voice, his soothing logic. She even took a step away from him before she realized what she was doing. Grazie, Byron, but... No. May need my assistance in the bath. I can't see him, I'm blind, you know. Byron was the only person who made her feel as if he never noticed she was blind. Byron tossed Don Giovanni's sodden shirt to one side. You do not have to do everything. Cara mia. Go now. I will attend him in the shower and get him settled. Go. Don Giovanni waved a trembling hand toward the door. Do as he says, Tony, go to your bath. I will be fine. In fact, both of you go. I want you to look after her for me, Byron. See to it that she changes into something warm. No. Antonietta was shocked. I may be blind, but I assure you, Byron is not. I don't think he can attend me in my bath. I want her protected. Suppose they come back? Don Giovanni ignored his granddaughter's protest. You stay with her at all times. It will not matter, Don Giovanni, whether they come back or not, they will never again put their hands on your granddaughter. Byron leaned into Antonietta, and for the first time she felt his body tremble. Rage was a living, breathing entity in the room with them. The air thickened into a heavy mass, a dark cloud of roiling energy, until it was difficult to breathe. Deep inside Byron, the demon roared for release, called for retribution, demanded he take her away where no harm could possibly reach her. It is far safer in your bath alone than with me standing guard at the moment. Cara, allow me to attend your grandfather in peace. His voice hissed out between his teeth. A promise. A vow. An absolute conviction. Trying to be dignified with her teeth clacking together and her body shivering uncontrollably was difficult, but Antonietta was a Scarletti. She lifted her chin. The authorities must be notified. I think there's a body on the cliffs. A body? Don Giovanni sank onto a chair while Byron gently removed his saturated shoes and socks. Whose body? Byron shrugged casually. One of them was trying to throw Antonietta into the sea. I may have wrenched him a bit too hard. I was angry and afraid for her, and I was not thinking of my own strength. Don Giovanni shook his head. Better the body go into the sea, and we know nothing of what happened to him. You struggled, he fell. It is better not to take chances with the authorities in the matter of death. No. Antonietta was shocked. If you keep standing there with wet clothes, shaking like a leaf, I am carrying you up to your bath and putting you in it myself, Byron said. I will not be responsible for what happens after that. Do not make the mistake of thinking I am jesting. Her heart jumped, began to pound at his words. She did her best to look irritated before touching her grandfather's hand as she swept from the room. You never take your eyes off of her, Don Giovanni said approvingly. That is good. I wanted a man like you for her. She's strong-willed, Byron. The red-rimmed eyes regarded him steadily. You could hurt her. Not me, Don Giovanni. Never me. Byron helped the old man to stand. Lean against me, and we will make our way to the shower. I'm too weak to stand by myself, Don Giovanni admitted, ashamed. I will not drop you, old friend, Byron encouraged gently. He allowed the man to take staggering steps to cross the room to his private bath rather than arbitrarily lifting him. Instinctively, he knew Don Giovanni's pride would insist on that small independence, even if his body were too weak to walk without assistance. It has been quite a night. You're aware, of course, that both your life and that of your granddaughter are in danger. She needs protection, as will you. Don Giovanni sighed as he reached with gnarled fingers for the glass door to his shower. She's a stubborn one. I've relied too heavily on her, and she feels responsible for all of us now. She won't want to hire a bodyguard. I know. Byron helped the old man shed the last of his clothing and adjusted the temperature of the spray. But it will be necessary. I cannot be here during most of the day. Why would someone want you both dead? Don Giovanni turned his face up to the spray while jets of water helped to heat the rest of his body. Byron was very matter-of-fact about standing with him in the shower, allowing the old man to hang on to him while the water poured over them. He waited until the Don had stopped shivering so violently before he turned off the hot jets of water and enfolded the elderly man gently in a towel. Carpathians regulated their own body temperatures, and it took a heartbeat to dress in dry clothes. The Don hardly noticed as Byron helped him to put on his pajamas and crawl into bed. Go to her, Byron. See that she comes to no harm. I will, Byron assured. Sleep now and do not worry. He used his hypnotic voice to persuade the Don. What of the others? My other grandchildren? You were going to check on them for me. And my great-grandchildren. Don Giovanni slurred his words. Sleep now. Byron gave him another gentle push with his mind. He drew the covers up to the older man's chest. Because the elder Scarletti was restless even in his sleep, Byron chanted the ancient healing ritual aloud as he worked on ensuring all traces of poison were driven from Don Giovanni's body. It took longer than Byron thought it would, mostly because he worked on strengthening internal organs. You cannot die for many years, old friend, he murmured as he rose. He looked around carefully, allowing his senses to flare out and reach the corners of the suite of rooms. I have only recently met you, Don Giovanni, but you're important to me and to your granddaughter. I have great respect for a man such as you. He leaned very close, put his lips close to the Don's ear. You will live and be strong. Someone had been in Don Giovanni's room recently. Someone who may or may not be of Scarletti blood. The scent permeated the room. Byron took his time, thoroughly canvassing the room for anything that could be lethal to Don Giovanni. He detected no living thing, not even a poisonous spider. The intruder had dragged the Don from his bed. It would have taken only moments to overpower the old man. The intruder must have returned to the room after he had flung Don Giovanni from the cliff. And he was either a family member or servant, sleeping in the palazzo, although the scent wasn't familiar, or the intruder had left immediately after returning to the room, which didn't make sense. Byron shifted shape, taking the form of a large wolf with dark reddish-brown fur. He lifted his muzzle to scent the room again. At once his lips drew back in a snarl. The odor was subtle but there. Wild. Feline. A predator. That explained the quick escape. Was a vampire involved in some act against the Scarletti family? A vampire would have taken the old man's blood, not simply thrown him into the sea. Vampires were wholly evil, wanting those around them to suffer endlessly. The wolf began to search throughout the palazzo. How had the intruder come into the house without triggering the elaborate alarm system? Byron simply became mist in the way of his people and streamed through a partially closed window in one of the many unused rooms. Any vampire could do the same. The wolf trotted up the curving staircase on the east side of the palazzo, where Antoinette's cousins made their home. Antonietta shoved open the door to her rooms with the flat of her hand. She had moved much too quickly and was grateful the children hadn't left their toys out where she could trip over them. Ordinarily, they were very good about such things, but little Vincente sometimes forgot. More than once Antonietta had suffered a minor bruise and damaged pride stumbling over one of his trucks. Once, she would have tumbled down the stairs if Justine hadn't been with her to catch her. Vincente denied he was playing with his toys on the forbidden stairway, but his father, Franco, had punished him all the same. Marita, Vincente's mother, wrung her hands together and wept aloud for the terrible treatment of her son, but for once, Franco prevailed, furious that Antonietta had nearly tumbled down the marble stairs. Thoughtfully, Antonietta closed the heavy door to her suite and leaned against it as it occurred to her that Vincente might have been telling the truth. Someone else could easily have put his toys at the top of the stairs in the hopes of causing an accident. Damn you. You have me thinking conspiracy. There was a small silence. Byron was shocked that she had used the intimate form of communication between lifemates so easily. She was a strong telepath and more. She often called him to her with her music, yet she seemed unaware of it. You are finally coming to terms with what is happening around you. Deliberately closing your eyes to a possible threat is not wise. Antonietta began to slowly slip the small pearl buttons from the fastenings on her blouse. Her fingers were shaking with cold and maybe fear, so it was difficult to manage. I could come and help you. Antonietta gasped, looked around her room as if she might glimpse him there in her world of darkness. His laughter was soft, flirtatious. The night belongs to me. I come out of the shadows. I can be anywhere. Even there in the room with you right now, helping you to undress. There was a drawling caress in his tone that sent liquid fire racing through her body and pulling low into an aching need. I always know when you're in the room with me, and you're not at this moment. Antonietta realized she was beginning to stop trembling, and she was smiling in spite of the events of the evening and the serious situation. Byron was deliberately warming her, making her relax. I don't think helping me undress is a particularly good idea. What are you doing? The idea of helping you undress takes my breath away. There was a short silence. Antonietta draped her blouse over the back of a chair. Her fingers trailed over the silk, wishing she were touching Byron's chest. The idea of him helping her undress robbed her of breath, too. Of speech. She couldn't think straight. Dragging the tie from her hair, she began to pull out the weave as she crossed to her bathroom. I am searching the palazzo to see what the intruders were up to and examining your cousins to make certain they were not fed poison or drugged. A much more interesting question is, what are you doing? I'm taking the braid out of my hair. Byron closed his eyes and inhaled sharply as if he could drag her scent deep inside his body. There is something very erotic about a woman letting down her hair. Have you removed your slacks? My blouse. She admitted it without hesitation. It was part of her dream world. He was far away and it was a harmless game. And it distracted her from thinking about the terrors of being nearly killed. Of someone hating her enough to want to kill her. Antonietta's fingertips moved across the swell of her breasts. She ached for his touch. She had never wanted a man more. It doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. She had never talked with any man this way, not even a lover. She had never blushed or stammered or deliberately tempted a man. Byron never once had given her an indication that he was interested in her as other than a friend. She might even be making a fool of herself, but it didn't matter. He was an obsession. As she made her way across the tiled bathroom floor, colored images leapt in front of her eyes without any warning. Shades of vivid red and yellow. She cried out, closing her eyes instinctively. The colors were so intense they hurt her, made her feel ill. What is it? She was disoriented, frozen to the spot, unable to tell exactly where she was in her own bathroom. I see something. Colors. Red and yellow. Like heat images. Take a deep breath. Your heart is beating too fast. It is nothing. Let the images go. You may have been seeing what I was seeing. Our connection is strong. Byron bit back the ominous growl in his throat, hackles rising. He shifted shape back to his human form and bent over her sleeping cousin. Cautiously, Antonietta opened her eyes and saw the comforting darkness. That made me sick to my stomach. How strange. Rather than use the centuries-old bathing pools, now modernized, Antonietta filled her private bathtub and tossed in scented salts. She wanted to feel beautiful tonight. She needed to feel beautiful. Where are you? She didn't want to be alone. In spite of her bravado, she was frightened by the events of the evening and wanted the comfort of Byron's powerful presence. She peeled off her damp slacks and laid them carefully on the vanity. The simple act of removing her lacy bra and panties made her feel sexy. A tempting siren. She stepped into the bath, sank into the blessedly hot water, and allowed her head to fall back against the side of the tub. I am standing over your cousin Paul. He is sleeping deeply, and I do not think it is a normal sleep. I must spend a few minutes examining him. Are the windows in your rooms closed and secured? Her breasts floated on the scented water as she relaxed. I didn't think to check. I will before I go to bed. Have you smelled a strange odor? A wild cat. Large breed. Antonietta sat up straight, the water beating, rushing down her skin. Why would you think that? What made you ask me that? Byron was silent, analyzing her voice. There was fear in her tone. Fear in her mind, but her barriers were intact and strong. For a moment he considered pushing through to get the information he needed, but she was his life mate, and he had learned, all too well, the danger of trying to force and manipulate. Patience, he reminded himself. Above all, a Carpathian male could endure. Antonietta could not escape him, now that he found her. He had not counted on danger in her own home. Byron? Why would you think I would smell a wildcat? She sounded very anxious. For the first time he wished he could see images around her through her eyes. He felt textures through her, but there were no images to aid him. He had to use feelings. Emotions were still somewhat alien and overpowering. It made him dangerous and near the edge of control. I smell a cat here, in this room. And also I smelled the same creature in your grandfather's room. He answered truthfully because she was his life mate, but his instincts told him she knew something he did not. Are you with Paul or Franco? Paul. There was another long silence. He tuned his acute hearing to finding her room. Bathwater splashed as if she were agitated. He closed his eyes with a small groan, picturing her lush body naked and floating in the scented water. Her silky hair would be surrounding her, an allure he would never be able to resist. His entire body tightened, hardened to a painful ache. Antonietta. How much he wanted her. How difficult it was to wait. He savored every moment with her. And his creativity, so long gone, was returning, thanks to her. Is it Paul? Does he have the scent of a cat? There was reluctance to her voice, as if she might be betraying someone or something she held dear. And there was an underlying note of fear. She tried to hide it, but it was there. Byron leaned over Paul, examining every inch of him, paying attention to his fingernails, his arms, looking for scratches, for any telltale sign that would indicate he had been a party to the attack on Don Giovanni and his granddaughter. There was one long scratch along the inside of his left forearm. It looked raw and angry. Byron. Please, does he have the scent of the cat? The Scarletti Palazzo and the family dwelling there had nearly as many secrets as his own people. Byron inhaled deeply. The scent of the cat permeated the room. It was difficult to tell if Paul had the scent or not. I have no idea. It reeks in here of the scent. If it is not Paul, the cat has been here. Do you keep large cats or know someone who does? A slight noise downstairs distracted him immediately. Byron's head snapped up and his black eyes flashed with instant menace. Someone was making their way up the long, curving staircase. Soft, stealthy footfalls. Furtive. The whisper of material against the thick banister sounded overly loud to Byron. A small, wolfish smile softened the hard edge to his mouth. Not bothering to scan, he simply waited in the darkness for his prey to come to him. Of course not. The footsteps were at the top of the first landing. Whoever it was hesitated, then turned toward Paul's suite of rooms. Byron shrank back into the shadows. His lengthened incisors were exposed, and when the door opened just a crack, the dim light from the hall turned his eyes a fiery blood red. He knew her instantly. Antonetta's trusted assistant, Justine Travis, stepped cautiously inside the room, closing the door behind her. She took several steps into the middle of the room but stopped, not attempting to cross to the bed. Paul? Silence greeted her. The man in the bed didn't stir. Byron was certain he had been drugged, but it was necessary to check him. Either way, it didn't make him innocent. A smart man might try to commit murder and drug himself to make it appear as if he were in danger too. Hunger stirred, a dark and terrible need that welled up sharp and overpowering. Byron had not fed, and he had used considerable energy saving Don Giovanni from the cold depths of the sea. Healing had drained him, driving out the poison from the fragile system, and now he craved and needed. He could hear the call of the rich, hot blood rushing through veins bursting with the life his shrunken cells needed. He moved, a blink of the eye, no more, and he stood behind Justine. Her hair was drawn up into a simple ponytail, pulled away from her neck and leaving her throat exposed. He could see her pulse beating rapidly. Justine sighed and wrung her hands together in obvious agitation. "Paul, wake up. I have to talk to you. I'm sorry we fought, but you have to understand I can't risk my job." Justine touched her throat with her palm, a defensive movement as if she sensed the predator so close to her. "You know I'll do anything to help you. We'll find another way to get the money. I'll help you, I will." Paul didn't respond but continued to lie motionless on the bed. Justine sobbed softly. "I didn't mean it when I said we were over. I'll find a way to help you, Paul. Don't do anything rash until I figure things out. You know you would feel so awful if you did anything that would harm or betray your family." She waited a moment. "Please, Paul, answer me." When Paul didn't answer or turn toward her, Justine jammed her fist into her mouth to muffle her weeping. A dark shadow fell across her so that Justine shivered and half-turned, her eyes widening with terror. The predator in the shadows spoke softly to calm her, whispered a command even as he enfolded her in his arms. She tilted her head and gazed up at him with blind rapture. Byron looked down into her face. Her mind was chaotic, filled with thoughts of Paul. Of how she loved him, how she didn't want to betray Antonietta, but he smiled, and there was no humor in that smile, only a showing of fangs. "It is in you to be treacherous, and you have chosen the wrong alliance." His voice held a whip of contempt so that, even under his dark enthrallment, Justine winced. Byron bent his head, teeth sinking into soft flesh, and drank. Chapter 4. Antonietta stepped from the bath, wrapping herself in a thick towel. It was precisely 10 steps to her vanity, and she sank into the chair and reached for the brush that was always in the right comber. The handle was cool and smooth and fit in her hand as if made for her. It was an heirloom from the past, but she loved it and used it nightly to brush her hair. As she pulled the brush down the length of her hair, her neck throbbed and burned right over her suddenly wildly pounding pulse. Startled, Antonietta dropped the brush and covered the spot, reaching for Byron automatically. She found not her calm, tranquil poet but a beast, raging with demonic hunger, feasting, drawing energy and vitality from a warm, living creature. From a human abruptly, the connection was broken. Antonietta choked, her hands fluttering to guard her throat while her mind tried to grasp the implication of the dark, shadowed beast roaring for release. Had she somehow connected with the wild cat Byron had scented in her cousin's room? Was her imagination simply playing tricks on her? She was tired and frightened and wanted comfort. Where was he? Why hadn't he come to her? Byron. She called him sharply, terrified of needing him so much and torn between wanting him to come to her and hoping he would stay away. She was weak tonight. She might not be able to resist him. The last thing she wanted to do was destroy their friendship by making a fool of herself. Byron heard Antonietta's beloved voice echoing through his mind, touching his heart, pulling at his soul. Awareness of where he was and what he was doing hit him. Immediately, he swept his tongue across Justine's throat to close the tiny pinpricks and slowly lifted his head, making every effort to pull back from the heady rush the infusion of fresh vitality gave him. For Antonietta's sake, because Justine was someone she cared for, he was gentler than he might have been as he lowered the woman to the floor and helped her to rest against the wall. "I am here." Antonietta couldn't believe the relief sweeping through her body, through her mind. For a moment I thought something was terribly wrong. She felt along the floor for her brush. Her fingertips found the smooth handle. The towel unraveled, leaving her body exposed to the cool air. Outside, the rain began to pour against the stained glass windows. Antonietta walked across the floor. The marble tiles were cool on the soles of her feet. Her body was hot and flushed at the idea of him walking in on her unexpectedly. She had no idea why just the sound of his voice made her feel sexy, made her want to tempt and entice him. He was always so cool and calm, and she wanted to drive him out of control. "I find I'm edgy and moody tonight," Antonietta admitted. She stood naked in front of the stained glass window, listened to the rain pouring down, and lifted her arms upward as an offering to the gods of fantasy, of dreams. "Bring him to me. Let him come this night. Let me know he has looked at me as a woman and not as a bank account. You should be in bed, beneath the warmth of your covers, not flitting about your room." The idea was to keep you healthy. How could a mere voice affect her so much? Set her body on fire, aching and needing and craving just one man. It made little sense to her. Antonietta turned from the window and moved unerringly to the tall dresser. Some time earlier, in one of her moods of generosity, Tasha bought her a white lace nightgown, one Antonietta had never worn. It slithered over her skin, almost alive, heightening her senses and her body's terrible needs. It was a gown meant to lure, to tempt. It clung to every curve and showed off her skin. It made Antonietta feel a beautiful temptress. Keep me healthy? How very prosaic. You are edgy and moody. So am I. That could be a dangerous combination. Antonietta braided her hair, reveling in the way the lace material caressed her skin. Do you think so? You're probably right. I'm in a strange mood and hardly recognize myself. She sighed as she pulled back the covers and slipped between the sheets. Byron leaned down to check Justine's pulse. She was fine, just dizzy. He whispered to her, a soothing chant, planting the idea to go back to her room with no memory of her visit to Paul. Justine obeyed like a sleepwalker, falling under his hypnotic spell and going out, even quietly closing the door behind her. "It is no wonder, Antonietta. I am certain you will be unsettled for some time to come, and rightly so." Byron once more bent over Paul. Her cousin. A betrayer who might be plotting to take Antonetta's life. For a moment the urge to crush him beneath the strength of his hands rose up and nearly overwhelmed him. He bent closer, his incisors lengthening as he neared the pulse beating strongly in the neck. If he took Paul's blood, it would be easy enough to read his mind. "Byron." Antonetta's voice was sharp and frightened. "I have a terrible feeling you are going to hurt my cousin. Promise me you aren't." Byron closed his eyes, took a deep, calming breath to settle the demons roaring for release. There was too close of a connection. She would know. She would feel him. "Your imagination is running away with you, Antonietta. Why is it you always call me Antonietta? Everyone else calls me Tony." Byron concentrated on the sound of relief in her voice. Antonietta, his lifeline to sanity and control, when his emotions were as powerful as the raging sea. "Your family calls you Tony. Everyone else calls you Signorina Scarletti, a title of great respect. That does not tell me why you won't call me Tony. Antonietta is your name, and it is beautiful." He said it simply, with no embellishment. Antonietta allowed her lashes to drift down. She was tired, and the steady rhythm of the rain was making her sleepy. Byron didn't say anything particularly romantic or brilliant, not even poetic, but she thought of it that way. "Your voice is hypnotic. I could listen to you forever." "That is a good thing. It is nice to know we are making progress." "Well, I don't know why I'm suddenly telling you. I knew it the first time I heard your voice. I could just sit and listen to you forever. And after you leave, I hear the music playing in my head and through my body, and I know it's your music. It belongs to you more than it belongs to me. That is the nicest compliment anyone has ever given me." Byron left Paul's room and made his way to the third floor where Franco Scarletti resided with his wife and 2 children. "I have decided you need a dog, Antonietta." Antonietta burst out laughing. "Only you would think I need a dog. I'm blind. How would I care for a dog? And don't suggest a seeing eye dog. I don't know the first thing about animals. They've always shied away from me." He could hear the interest in her voice in spite of herself, and he smiled. "You have not met the right dog. The animal world is unique and astonishing. The right dog is an invaluable companion. They can be devoted and loyal. The right dog picks you, bonds with you, and works with you. What kind of dog do you suggest is right for me? Byron bent over the little girl sleeping so innocently and peacefully in her bed. The thought of an intruder harming the child had a snarl rising in his throat. The scent of the wild cat was strong in the room. Once Byron determined there were no drugs or poison in her system, he examined the windows for points of entry. Someone could have rappelled from the battlements above. Or a cat might have leapt from the battlements to an open window. He could find nothing to indicate entry in either child's room. He moved to the parents' room, taking the precaution of becoming unseen to the human eye. The Borzoi, of course. They are renowned hunters, and the breed has stayed true throughout centuries. They have been owned by royalty and certainly would be at home here in the Palazzo. The Borzois hunted wolf packs. Once, as a young Carpathian, not quite yet in full power, practicing his shapeshifting with Jacques, his best friend, two Borzois had spotted them as they shifted to wolves in a field. The Borzois were swift and silent hunters, running them down relentlessly. Neither were very fast at shifting at the time, and they barely made it to the trees, managing to clumsily shift shape and scramble for the high branches. Jacques had nearly fallen out of the tree laughing. It had taken them both several minutes to slow their heartbeats and connect with the Borzois. Byron had a high respect for the animals ever since that time. They had the heart of a lion and the gentle nature of a lamb. He had never seen an animal quite like the Borzois and thought Queen Victoria very smart for wanting the creatures in her royal palace. It saddened him immensely when there was a wholesale slaughter of the intelligent, lethal, though gentle animals when the peasants rose up to destroy anything that could possibly have the mark of royalty. Perhaps he identified with them, as his species was hunted and they, too, could be both lethal and gentle. Byron didn't know the reason, but the Borzois had always remained in his mind. More than anything, he wanted Antonietta to experience the bonding and loyalty as well as receive the protection of such a fine animal. He couldn't very well tell her his own history with the Borzois, so he chose another. I saw a male one time protect its owner from everyone simply because she had an injured foot. He moved in close when she was limping, took her weight while they walked, and refused to leave her side the entire day, even giving up a hunt, which they are born and bred for. Hunting is in their bones, yet his devotion to his companion came first. They are extraordinary animals, and I do not say that lightly. Do you own dogs? If I did, I would own Borzois. I travel too much, and it would be unfair to the dog, but if I ever am lucky enough to call a place home, I will have several. Franco Scarletti was turned toward his wife, one arm flung around her as if to hold her to him. Marita, his wife, faced away from him and, even in her sleep, looked unhappy. The air in the room was cold and Byron found the open window immediately. In spite of the wind, he could still scent the cat. It had visited Franco and Marita as well as the others. With a soft, threatening growl, Byron made his way to Tasha's suite of rooms. She had the wing encompassing the dreaded tower where it was said a Scarletti male had strangled his wife and beat her lover to death. All of Tasha's rooms reeked of cat. The animal had spent some time in her wing of the palazzo. Like Franco and Marita and their children, Tasha showed no signs of either poison or drugs in her system. The kitchen and the chef were next. The cat's stench invaded his lungs, clung to every part of the chef's private quarters and in the kitchen. Antonietta? She was drowsy, and for some reason he found that more sensual than ever. He pictured her lying in bed, waiting for him. Her body already hot and wet and hungry for his. A soft groan escaped. Antonietta might flirt with him from a distance, but she had always remained aloof from him, even during their many quiet talks together. She didn't flirt often with men, which was a good thing, given that he found he had a jealous streak. I'm still awake, thinking about having a dog. I don't know if I could care for it properly, but it would be nice not to feel so alone all the time. Yes, it would. His answer was heartfelt and came directly from his soul. He was glad she was awake. He still had much to do. The body couldn't stay on the cliffs. Don Giovanni was right. It wouldn't do to give the authorities too much to think about. Yet Byron wanted to see Antonietta. He needed to see Antonietta. To touch her. To feel her warm skin beneath his fingers. To know she was alive and well. How did you get in here? Antonietta wouldn't scream, although he had startled her from her sleep. It had always seemed a useless, pitiful reaction to an intruder. In any case, she knew exactly who was sitting on the end of her bed. She was more concerned that she had no dark glasses to hide her hideous scars and that the thick rope of hair was a mess from squirming restlessly. Waiting. Hoping he would come to her to tell her of her grandfather's condition. Certain that he wouldn't. It was one thing to carry on a long-distance conversation with him, flirtatious or not, and something altogether different to have him solid and real in her bedroom. Alone in her bedroom. Now that he was really there, her white lace gown seemed a ridiculous choice. She didn't want him to think she wore it on the chance that he would come to her, although of course she had. She would not search for her robe and cover up the fine lace, drawing more attention to her lack of attire. "You should be afraid of me, Antonietta," Byron reprimanded. "You have no sense of self-preservation whatsoever." Antonietta cautiously sat up, gasped when his arm brushed her full breast as he reached past her to straighten her pillows. Her entire body went warm. He didn't apologize for the contact. Instead, his hands dropped lower to settle in her hair. She could feel the small tug on her braid. Her breath caught in her throat at the intimate contact. She was certain it was an accident, so she sat quietly with folded hands. To keep from feeling her burning body, she tilted her chin and concentrated on looking regal. "I have plenty of self-preservation," she denied. "I had the presence of mind to call you when my grandfather fell into the sea." "He did not fall into the sea, Antonietta. He was pushed. You know someone drugged the two of you and dragged you up onto the cliffs. And you know the man was hired to kill you both. This cannot be allowed to go on. I won't let it." There was resolution in his voice. "You cannot wish this attempt on your life away." Something in his beautiful voice sent a chill down her spine. Byron was always so quiet. She thought of him as a dark, brooding, mysterious angel sent to watch over her and her grandfather, yet he sounded dangerous. Antonietta forced a smile. "I don't wish things away, Byron, I deal with them. I run the palazzo and my people believe in me. I don't let them down by pretending or wishing." "Then stop closing your eyes to the possibility that someone wants you dead. You're reprimanding me as if I were a small child. I can't remember the last time anyone dared to do so. You even had the audacity to send me off to bed in my own home, which no one has dared to do since I was a child. You were freezing, Antonietta, and the temptation to put you in a hot tub and thoroughly bathe you was getting the better of me." Her heart jumped. The sound of his voice was a caress, a stroke of fingers down her body. She felt it all the way to her toes. For a moment she couldn't think, let alone breathe. Antonietta held tightly to her fingers to keep them from trembling or to keep from reaching for him, running her hand over his chest. "That would have been quite an experience, Byron." She tried another carefree laugh, very much afraid it came out a husky croak. She could feel the intensity of his gaze burning over her face. A slow smolder began in the pit of her stomach. "You have no idea what an experience it would be." His tone held a blatant sexual appeal. There was no mistaking it. He was flirting with her. The idea was both exhilarating and frightening. "I need my dark glasses." She couldn't bear the thought of him staring into her dead eyes, seeing the scars, while she was going up in flames at the sound of his voice. "Why? It is dark in your room. There is not even a small sliver of moon able to get through the clouds this night. And it is just me here with you." His fingers brushed her face. Featherlight. Tracing her high cheekbones, her wide, generous mouth. There was possession in the way he touched her, a man's clear interest. Antonietta inhaled sharply, pressed back against the pillows, afraid she had made a fool of herself. "What are you doing?" "Touching you. Feeling your skin. Maybe tonight did not scare you, but it terrified me. I have to know you're safe, so just sit there and let me do this." "Byron, you're not making any sense." "Of course I'm safe. I'm here in the palazzo, safe in my bed, thanks to you." She tried to be practical. Antonietta was always practical, even in her bed in a frivolous white lace nightgown. He caught the nape of her neck, pulled her toward him. His mouth settled on hers and the earth moved. Shifted. Stilled. Antonietta melted. Byron burned. The kiss deepened into something molten. It was tender, hot, and merciless, all at the same time. The world exploded into a sizzling heat neither could recover from. Sparks leapt over skin, arced through them. Lightning danced in their veins. Antonietta simply merged with him. She belonged. Had always belonged. Lord Byron, her dark, brooding poet with his black velvet voice and his mysterious ways. She gave herself up to him, embraced the magic of the moment, pouring the fiery passion welling up inside of her into her response, matching him heartbeat for heartbeat, flame for flame. Byron growled deep in his throat, sounding more beast than man. He lifted his head just inches away from her. "Do you have any idea what you do to me?" His breath was warm on her skin. His lips brushed the corner of her mouth. A caress? A tease? An accident? She had no idea which. Antonietta shook her head, touching her burning lips to make certain she wasn't locked in a dream. "How could I possibly know? You have never said anything to indicate you're attracted to me." It was difficult to talk, to maintain any semblance of normalcy when she wanted him with every fiber of her being. "Attracted to you?" There was a derisive note in his voice, self-mocking. "I hardly call what I feel when I am anywhere near you attraction. I burn for you. Every waking moment, I burn for you." Antonietta shifted back away from him, pushing deeper into the pillows. She pressed her trembling fingertips to her lips. She could still taste him. She could still feel him deep inside her as if he'd burrowed into her skin and wrapped himself tightly around her heart. "You've never said anything." "Never." Music was rioting in her mind, clear melodic notes begging to be given freedom. She clearly heard the sharper notes, the off-key tones, the sudden clashing of the cymbals striking a discordant note. "After all this time, you suddenly decide you want me? I'm to believe it has nothing whatsoever to do with who I am? Just my good looks?" She forced the ugly accusation out, even when everything inside of her screamed at her to stay silent, to take what he offered for whatever his reasons. She might have done so had he been anyone other than Byron. She felt the movement as his weight left her bed, but she couldn't hear a sound. The silence stretched until she wanted to give in to the tears burning behind her eyes. She lifted her chin and waited instead. Damn him for letting her make a fool of herself. "I never once considered you might be a coward." His tone was thoughtful, not accusing. "You have such confidence in yourself. I have watched you perform in front of 10,000 people. You even walk onto the stage alone, without an escort." Antonietta could hear the note of admiration in his voice. He must be standing by the stained glass window, turned away from her, where the clear resonance of his tones was slightly muffled. She had deliberately worn the white lace in hopes of enticing him, and she was angrier with herself than with him for his reaction. Was she a coward? She never thought of herself that way. "The first time I saw you was at a concert. I could not take my eyes off of you. You were so beautiful with the lights on your shining hair. You walked with perfect confidence, without hesitation, straight to the piano. You took my breath away, and you had not played a single note." His voice moved away from the window, toward the door. Antonetta's heart beat loudly in reaction, terrified he would leave her and not return. She knew almost nothing about him. Byron. Man of mystery. The man filling her dreams. "My hair is streaked with gray, and I'm hardly beautiful, Byron, but thank you for the compliment." Her hand fluttered to her throat to hide her rapidly beating pulse. He said the sight of her robbed him of breath, yet his words alone left her breathless. He laughed. It was a shocking reaction, and the last thing she expected, given her precarious emotions. "Why would you think your hair is streaked with gray? Your hair shines like a raven's wing. If there is silver, it only adds to the depth and richness of your color. No one else has such beautiful hair. Surely you know that." Antonietta squirmed under the sincerity of his words. She searched on the nightstand for her dark glasses, feeling more naked without the eye covering than with the lace barely skimming her body. Byron didn't help her as he normally would have. He was always the perfect gentleman, opening doors and placing her things close to her fingertips without a word. "How is my grandfather?" She should have asked him immediately instead of reacting to his presence like a schoolgirl. She needed a way to get the spotlight off of her and her all-too-noticeable reaction to him. "You spent a long time with him." "Don Giovanni is fine. I removed the poison from his body, and he is sleeping peacefully. I also examined the other members of your household." Behind her dark glasses, Antonietta closed her eyes, feeling more foolish than ever. She could walk onto a stage and take command, but here, in her own home with this one man, she felt foolish. He had the strangest effect on her. She didn't want to think of him alone in a bedroom with her cousin Tasha. She fought to keep her voice cool. Had any of them been poisoned? She fought to keep from imagining Byron bending over Tasha in her bed when so many men were so vocal about her cousin's perfect body. Strangely enough, yes. Your cousin Paul had traces of the same poison in his system. Very small amounts. He also had been drugged just as Don Giovanni, and I suspect you had been. Not that it makes him innocent. In fact, it is interesting that he was drugged yet not dragged to the cliff. Byron was closer to her. She couldn't stand being in bed, sitting there helplessly while he prowled like a great tiger around her bedroom. She tossed the covers to one side, intending to stand up, but with the terrible silence of a stalking cat, he was at the side of the bed. She could feel the bulk of his body, feel the heat radiating from him. Her hand accidentally brushed the hard column of his thigh. Her entire body clenched in reaction. Heat spread and pooled into a sweet ache. It was just possibly the worst night of her life. At the very least, the most embarrassing. Antonietta swallowed hard. Paul was drugged and poisoned? Are you certain? She was uneasy with the soft growl to his voice when he said Paul's name. He sounded almost threatening, and it frightened her. Yes, he was. I want to check you, not only for the drug, but for poison. I think you are going to have to consider that this was a personal attack on both you and your grandfather and possibly Paul, although why he was not thrown into the sea I cannot fathom. He would represent more of a threat than you, I would imagine. I also searched the palazzo. Someone went through the drawers in your office, leaving everything a mess, but I suspect it was to keep the police from finding out that what really happened here tonight was an attempt on your lives. I was awake still. I do remember being sleepy, although normally I go to bed in the early hours of dawn. She couldn't prevent the faint blush stealing into her cheeks. Byron would know her sleeping habits better than most. Perhaps they broke in expecting us to be drugged and grandfather, and I were both still up. Maybe they tried to kill us out of fear. You do not believe that. The first time I met Don Giovanni, his car had gone off the cliffs and was falling onto the rocks below. I only managed to get him out seconds before the car hit the rocks and was mangled. He was lucky I happened by. His brakes failed. It happens, Byron. But she was beginning to believe he might be right. Why would someone want to kill? No. He's loved by everyone. Money. It has been my experience with humans. It is nearly always about money. And you and your grandfather have far more than most people. My experience with humans. She had come to know Byron for all his mysterious ways. He had used the expression deliberately, just as he was deliberately crowding so close to her body, just as he had deliberately brought up her grandfather's impossible rescue. She remembered the story well. Don Giovanni told everyone who would listen the absurd and totally unbelievable tale of the rescue from his vehicle as it fell over the cliff. The door torn from the hinges in midair and being pulled out to find himself on the cliff with Byron, his newfound friend. Byron merely smiled when the story was related, neither confirming nor denying the impossible story. Antonietta had come to believe it. Tonight he carried her through the wind and clouds. She felt the rush of air on her face and her feet had not skimmed the ground. As ridiculous and as impossible as it was, she was certain he had carried her through the sky. If he could do that, he could pull her grandfather from a car plunging onto the rocks. A fairy tale. But she lived a fairy tale, so she knew all things were possible. Antonietta rubbed her temple, forcing herself to marshal her thoughts and focus on the threat on her life and that of her grandfather. You are implying someone in my own family, someone I love, would try to kill me. Oh. No. Would try to kill me? Maybe even Paul? Byron's fingertips skimmed her forehead, tucked stray tendrils of hair behind her ears, removed the dark glasses, found her temples and lingered for a moment until the throbbing had ceased. I think you have to at least entertain the possibility, Antonietta. No one likes to suspect their loved ones of such things, but avarice and jealousy are sins that have led many to murder. His hand dropped to her shoulder, gently but deliberately pressing her back against the sheets. Your grandfather runs a very successful company. You inherited your father's stocks, his entire estate, so you actually own more shares of stock than any other family member. It is no secret that your grandfather relies heavily upon your advice. Your cousin Paul has taken no interest in the company. Your cousin Franco works hard, but he committed a grave error when he listened to his wife, and she poisoned his mind with her constant nagging. Your grandfather has never trusted him since it came to light that he took a great deal of money in exchange for inside information into the bidding for contracts. That is common knowledge. Cara mia. It was a very public scandal. Tasha has no interest in the company, would sell it in a heartbeat, and spend the money within the first year. Again, it is no secret your grandfather intends to leave everything to you. If he does that, you would own more of the company than the others, unless they could get together and combine their stock. Have you forgotten I'm blind? It would be difficult for me to run the company efficiently with such a handicap. I would have to rely tremendously on others. It is not a handicap for you, Antonietta. It is an asset. In the boardroom you sit quietly without speaking. They treat you as if you are deaf as well as blind, and you are able to glean information that way. You use it to your advantage. How do you know these things? Her hand went defensively to her throat, covered the telltale pulse beating so rapidly there. What other things did he know about her? There was much she did in her grandfather's boardroom, using methods best not known or spoken of to get the results they needed. And then you have Justine Travis. She is your eyes and ears and seemingly completely loyal to you. Justine is a treasure, Antonietta agreed. I went through hundreds of applicants for an assistant, and I'm so grateful that I waited to hire the perfect person. She tilted her head, frowning as a sudden chill went down her spine. The air in the bedroom stilled. The palazzo held its breath. What do you mean, seemingly loyal? There is no question about it. I pay Justine an enormous salary, and that aside, she's my friend and confidant, has been for years, and I trust her implicitly. Is she? Does she confide in you? Does she tell you her personal life? She could hear the wind rise, rattle the great stained glass windows. An ominous sound in light of the conversation. Justine is a very private person, as am I. We don't share every detail. Were you aware she is in a relationship with Paul? He asked it quietly, watching her face, knowing he was hurting her, but having no other way to make her see she was surrounded by people she loved who had reasons to betray her. Even he had a hidden agenda, one she would not like, but he knew was necessary. Antonietta felt the twist of pain in the region of her heart, but she kept her chin up. She could feel the weight of his stare, knew he registered every small nuance of her expression. She didn't want him to know he'd scored a hit. She had an acute sense of smell. More than once she had been certain Paul was in the room when he hadn't been. She realized his scent must have been on Justine. My assistant is entitled to any relationship she chooses to have. And that includes Paul. Even if that divides her loyalty? I trust Justine. She's been with me for years. I might point out I have known you only a short while. Again he laughed softly, his response unexpected. He didn't seem to take offense, but was amused by her reaction. I think you have a built-in radar for people who are allies, which is one of the reasons your grandfather prefers to have you in on every major deal. If you think that, Byron, then it is unnecessary to tell me things about my family and the people I regard as family. In spite of her intention to keep her tone neutral, she sounded faintly haughty, even to her own ears. Oh, but your family is an entirely different matter. You refuse to listen to your warning system. I have a warning system? Absolutely you do. I suspect you have other gifts as well that are an asset to you. His hand on her shoulder still held her in place, preventing her from rising as his intention was to examine her body for the after-effects of drugs and to see if she had the same poison in her body as her grandfather. It was a measure of how Byron managed to mesmerize everyone and everything that she didn't protest his pinning her to the bed. She would never allow anyone else to dictate her movements, yet she couldn't manage to voice a protest. And how could he know such things? Who are you, Byron? There was a small silence. The room seemed filled with the fragrance of flowers. She inhaled the scent, took it deep into her lungs. Several candles were burning. She could tell by the faint odor of the wick along with an unfamiliar aroma. Right at this moment. Cara. I am your healer. Antonietta lay all the way back against the pillows at his urging. She couldn't help but put her hand over her eyes. "Why do you do that?" Byron gently removed her hand and stroked her eyelids, stroked around her eyes. For one heart-stopping moment, she was certain he was tracing the lines of her scars. She didn't dare breathe. The earth stopped spinning in just the way it had when he kissed her. She reached up to catch his wrist. "I don't like people to stare at my scars." "Scars? You mean these small, thin lines one needs a microscope to see?" Byron shifted closer to her, leaning down so that his breath was warm on her face. She knew he was peering at her eyes, but all she could think about was how close his mouth was to her skin. "I have scars much worse than those. Do physical imperfections bother you?" There was silence. His lips, velvet soft, brushed her eyes, brushed the corners with exquisite tenderness. For a moment, she couldn't find her voice. She forced air through her lungs. "No, of course not. How could any physical imperfection possibly bother me?" "I can't see, Byron." She hated that he might think she would be so shallow as to care about someone else's scars. "I know my face is a mess from the accident." She shrugged, trying to look casual. "It happened a long time ago, and I've learned to live with it." Byron settled his weight on the bed beside her. He was beginning to understand. "Someone told you that you had scars." He didn't want to think how difficult it would be for a little girl to lose her parents and her eyesight and be told she had terrible scars. "I wanted to know." She excused her cousin. "She lied to you." "You do not have to tell me who told you such a lie." "I know who it was." Tasha has a malicious mouth on her when she thinks another woman is getting too much attention. "I can see that she would have a difficult time with you. You are beautiful and talented and unafraid of hard work." His fingertip brushed along her skin again. "You have several very thin white lines along the outside edge of your right eye. The lines are not at all noticeable unless you are looking for them. Around your left eye, you have several small white lines, again barely visible. There is one larger scar running from your temple to the corner of your eye. It is not unsightly, but it is wider than the other scars." Byron deliberately kept his tone clinical. He had a sudden urge to go to Tasha's room and bare his fangs, allow her to see what could make an unattractive scar. He traced the longer line, showing Antonietta the slight curve. In some countries, when an item is made for a home, a small flaw is added because it is believed that if something is too perfect, evil will be drawn to the maker. Antonietta smiled. "I'm hardly flawless, Byron. Perhaps others do not share your opinion." She wasn't touching that. "What do my eyes look like?" She didn't know whether to believe him or not about the scars. He had such a way of speaking, it was nearly impossible to think he could lie, even to make her feel better. But would Tasha keep up a lie for years? Antonietta never asked her grandfather about her face after Tasha had screamed in alarm, crying out that the scars were hideous. "I was told the plastic surgeon hadn't fixed the damage to my face." A lump formed in her throat at the painful memory of that outburst. "You have large, very black eyes. Your eyelashes are an extraordinary length. I am particularly fond of your eyelashes." Byron studied her enormous eyes, trying, without success, to be clinical. "You have high cheekbones and a beautiful mouth." "I have had my share of fantasies about your mouth." Antonetta's entire body blushed. She grew hot with the thought of him fantasizing over her mouth. "Why are you suddenly telling me these things?" Byron shrugged, uncaring that she couldn't see. "Maybe because you scared me tonight. Maybe because there should be honesty between us and my silence could be construed as a form of deception. In any case, I cannot be with you during the days. I would very much like you to consider hiring a personal bodyguard." Antonietta stiffened. Byron's hand moved from her silky hair to her shoulder with exquisite gentleness. "Before you protest, hear me out. You are capable of doing research and finding a bodyguard yourself. If you do not want to go to the trouble, allow me. I have a few connections. I am willing to spend my evenings and nights here with you, watching over you, but I cannot possibly be here all the time. If you do this, it will go a long way toward alleviating my worry." Antonietta knew instinctively he was not telling her everything. There was a warning note in his voice. Something she couldn't quite put her finger on. She was a Scarletti, and Scarlet had a way of seeing things others did not. Byron was delivering an ultimatum. He didn't like doing it, but he was resolved on some path she couldn't fathom. And one she was certain she wouldn't agree with. She lay quietly, feeling the weight of his body as he leaned over her, feeling his heat. "You aren't quite human." The words slipped out before she could censor them, before she could stop herself. A challenge, a demand, a mistake. The silence lengthened, grew. She knew it was deliberate, a reprimand for her audacity. Her dark poet didn't like questions. Outside the windows, the wind blew against the stained glass, whispered ominously. Always sensitive to vibrations, a chill swept through her. Antonietta curled her fingers in the bedcovers, but kept her expression serene. She was unshakable. She had no regard for authority or threats. She was a law unto herself. Let him glare his disapproval. "You are a Scarletti. I doubt if you're entirely human either. What are you?" His hands slipped to her throat, stroked her rapid pulse. His touch was mesmerizing. It dazzled her, threw her off balance when she needed to keep her senses about her. "Well, there is the tale told to all of our children," she replied, trying to introduce a lightness to their conversation. She wanted to believe the howling wind rattling with such persistence at her windows caused her chill. "Perhaps you would care to hear that explanation. There are some carvings in the hidden passage and obscure references in the diaries, enough to make it seem a grain of truth might be in the absurd tale." She hoped to distract him, hoped to keep him with her just a bit longer. And she was revealing things she shouldn't. "Tell me this tale. Are you going to let me sit up?" Let him think it an amusing bedtime story. His hand remained resting on her throat, his fingers splayed wide. The heel of his hand rested on the soft swell of her breasts. The lace was stretched over her breasts, barely covering them, and she could feel the heat of his hand with every breath she took. It was becoming difficult, nearly impossible to breathe. "No, I am going to kiss you." The words were said against the corner of her mouth. She felt his warmth, the anticipation, the clenching of her muscles, and the 1,000 butterfly wings suddenly brushing at her stomach. Her breath caught in her lungs, was trapped there. Was she really going to lie there like a Sabine captive and wait for his mouth? Wait for him to take possession of her heart and soul? Instinctively, she brought both hands up to push at the wall of his chest. Her palms touched him, felt hard muscle, felt heat. There was no way to push him away. Her strength was gone in an instant, her body melting with desire so intense she shook with it. She wanted him with every breath she took. The hunger rose up out of nowhere to consume her, to take away her every good sense and replace it with need. She made a single sound of protest, or a plea for his dark embrace. She honestly didn't know which it was. She only knew she was born for him, born to be in his arms. He was forbidden, just by nature of who she was, what she was, by who and what he was. But it didn't matter. There in the dark of her bedroom, with the wind shrieking a protest, Antonietta simply gave herself into his keeping, and took what she wanted. She turned her mouth into his neck, tasted his skin, inhaled his scent. Her mouth trailed, featherlight over his neck, over his throat. Daringly, her teeth nibbled on his chin. She felt his body's reaction, hardening, thickening against her, molded as they were together. His hands tightened on her, caught in her hair, and dragged her head up to his. "Are you sure this is what you want?" He demanded the truth from her, compelled the truth. "There is no going back, Antonietta. I will not give you up. I refuse to go back to being your grandfather's friend and sharing only polite conversation with you." "I want you to kiss me, Byron," she said, more certain than she'd ever been of anything else in her life. "I dreamt of your kisses." And God help her, she had. His mouth was hot and hard and possessive. It was everything she had ever dreamed of. Perfect heat. A perfect fire blazing through him, through her. He devoured her, kissing her as if he would never get enough of her. She could lose herself in his smoldering passion. She knew she could. Simply go up in flames and rise into the wind and clouds and night sky where she would soar free from the daily intrigues and dramas in the palazzo. Byron. She whispered his name into the silken heat of his mouth, her hands in his thick, long hair, tangling there, every bit as possessive as he. His hand closed over her breast, and flames licked her skin, seared her belly, and drove the breath from her body. His mouth left hers, trailed little kisses to her throat. His tongue swirled over her pulse, while his palm cupped her breast through the fine lace and his thumb stroked her nipple into a hard, aching peak. Antonietta gasped with pleasure, with excitement. How long had she dreamt of him? Longed for his touch? From the first moment she heard his voice, she knew he would be a perfect lover. Be an instinctive lover. His mouth roamed lower, his tongue replacing his thumb, laving her nipple, until her hands gripped fistfuls of hair in reaction. His mouth was hot and wild, suckling strong at her urging. She heard her own moan, a soft whisper of need that spread from her aching breasts inside her body, thickening her blood. Hunger and need were sharp and terrible, so much so that she was afraid. She had never been so on fire, her body ruling her mind. She couldn't stop herself from thrusting deeper into his mouth, from making the small, urgent noises that escaped her throat. His mouth left her breast, and she cried out with bereavement. His arms tightened around her, pulled her fully into his arms. His heartbeat was strong and fast. Her heartbeat followed the rhythm of his. She cried out with longing when his teeth began to scrape teasingly back and forth over the telltale pulse beating so frantically in her neck. Desire pounded through her blood when she felt the tiniest of nips. She had never expected such a thing to be so erotic. He whispered to her. Antonietta could not catch the words, but she felt them. She was restless and edgy, her body ached for relief. For the possession of him. She moved in his arms, unable to be still when every inch of her was inflamed. Still, he took his time, his mouth roaming lower until he reached the swell of her breast. She felt his teeth again, and 1,000 butterfly wings fluttered in the pit of her stomach. Hot liquid desire trickled along her thigh. Her muscles clenched. Then there was white-hot lightning, a flashing pain that gave way to sheer pleasure. Instinctively, she cradled his head to her, feeling as if she belonged to him. As if they were two halves of the same whole, and they were merging, skin to skin, blood to blood. She heard his voice whispering in her head, soft words in an ancient dialect she couldn't place, although she spoke several languages. The actual words didn't matter to her, just the sound of his voice as it slipped past her guard and branded his name on her heart. On her soul. She didn't want his name on her heart. She wanted a lover with no strings. The terrible enchantment he cast was wrapping her up in something she couldn't afford. For a moment she did her best to struggle, to come up for air, to find a way for her melted brain to function again. Chapter 5. Byron swept his tongue across the pinpricks, whispered to her, commanded her so that she ceased her struggles and fell deeper into his enthrallment. Her head lolled back against his shoulder, and he couldn't resist the temptation of her neck. She tasted the way he knew she would. A woman of courage and sweetness. A conflicting mixture of confidence and self-doubt. A contradiction of innocence and experience. He shifted her in his arms, his body hardening to the point of pain with the knowledge of what he was about to do. He opened his shirt, stared at his hand until one fingernail lengthened, razor-sharp, and he swept it over his chest and pressed her mouth tightly against his skin, whispering another command. At the first touch of her lips, he threw back his head in ecstasy, shaken by his reaction to her touch. To the side of her face, so beautiful in the darkness. To the fall of her hair, shimmering like a dark cloud. Byron knew he had learned patience over the last years, a steady, carefully cultivated trait he guarded. Antonietta shook his self-discipline. He wanted her, worse, needed her. He had taken his time to learn everything he could about her, and he knew she had no thought of a permanent relationship. She wouldn't mind taking him as a lover, but she didn't think in terms of marriage or eternity. His first thought was to simply take her, but he dismissed that impulse immediately, refusing to be selfish, refusing to make a mistake that might cause her to suffer in any way. He had been determined to court her until the moment he had seen her struggling for her very life on the cliffs. Safety came first, and he was of the earth, impossible to protect her during daylight hours. So he had to tie them together before she was ready to accept what he was. His entire body shook with the effort not to say the ritual-binding words that would tie them together for all time. She had to stay above, and he would have to return below ground while the sun was high. Trembling with need, Byron stopped the exchange at just enough to complete a true bond between them. With most humans, scanning and reading thoughts was relatively easy, but Antonietta and many members of her family were more difficult to read. It was not only the Scarletti family, but also a few people in the city and some of the servants in the palazzo. Their brain patterns weren't normal. If he simply pushed beyond the barriers, they would know he was there, reading their minds, taking their memories. He needed to work out their strange brain patterns before he attempted to do something he might regret. He had no idea what other differences the people in the region had. With the blood bond he established between himself and Antonietta, he could find her easily anywhere and touch her mind at will. There was no way she could escape him, and he had a better chance of protecting her should there be need. It was the only real solution and the only safe thing he could think to do to ensure her protection. "Wake, Antonietta," he ordered softly. She blinked up at him with her enormous, dark eyes, almost as if she couldn't quite focus on him. The pads of her fingertips found his lips unerringly. "I've never had anyone kiss me quite like that. I'm afraid if we went any further, I'd go up in flames. We cannot have that. The night is almost over, and I have yet to examine you for poison. When I make love to you, Antonietta, I want time to do it properly." Her eyebrow shot up. "When? Not if. I do not think there is much doubt we both want the same thing." He placed her gently back on the bed, his hands stroking the soft swell of her breast. "Lie quietly and allow me to ensure no poison remains in your system and no drug lingers." Antonietta wished she could see him. She had the impression of great strength of a tall, broad-shouldered man. She knew from Tasha that Byron was handsome and wore his hair long. Her cousin had particularly mentioned his chest and his firm backside. Strangely, she felt different. Her hearing, always so acute, seemed even more so, as if she could hear his very breath moving through his lungs. She was even more aware of Byron, of his every movement, of his exact location in the room. "Sleep, Antonietta. Tomorrow your family will make their usual demands on you, and you must be rested." Her eyelashes drooped down, almost as if he compelled it. She felt him gathering energy, felt heat and power, knew the precise moment he entered her body to find if she had been poisoned along with her grandfather. "Byron." She whispered his name because she was sliding into sleep despite wanting to stay with him. She didn't want to let go of her magical night. "Do not worry, Kara. No one will be allowed to harm you or your grandfather. Sleep now and be at peace." A small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I wasn't in any way thinking of either of us being in harm's way. I was thinking only of you." She succumbed to the lure of sleep with his name on her lips and the taste of him in her mouth. "Antonietta, wake up. If you don't wake up, I'm calling the doctor." Natasha Scarletti Fontaine shook her cousin over and over. "I'm not fooling around. Wake up right this minute." There was panic in the voice. Antonietta stirred. Her lashes lifted partially, indicating she was awake. "What is it, Tasha?" Her voice was drowsy, and her lashes simply dropped down, covering her sightless eyes. Her head settled back into the pillows, and she burrowed beneath the covers. She was so tired, far too tired to get up. Everything in her urged her to sleep at least 2 more hours. It couldn't be sunset yet. "No, you don't. Antonietta Nicoletta Scarletti, you wake up this instant." Recognizing the absolute resolve in her cousin's voice, Antonietta made a supreme effort to shake off the need for more sleep. "Oh, for heaven's sake, is there a major catastrophe I don't know about?" She rubbed her eyes and struggled to sit up, desperately trying to understand where such an absurd thought as waiting for sunset had come from. "What is wrong with you?" She felt slightly disoriented and hazy, as if there were a veil over her mind, and she couldn't quite remember important things. She wanted to sleep forever. She pressed her hands over her ears. Her hearing was so acute, she could hear the steady beating of Tasha's heart. Like a drum. It threatened to drive her crazy. Tasha's breathing sounded like a rush of wind. Outside, the sea thundered and the rain poured down. Antonietta put her pillow to her ears in an attempt to muffle the sounds before she identified the whispering as actual conversations being carried out throughout the palazzo. "Wrong with me?" Tasha was outraged. "All of you know it's nearly 4 in the afternoon and none of us could wake you." No. Told us about the break-in and said both of you had been drugged. He said your attackers threw him from the cliffs." What utter nonsense to think Byron Jago saved his life by pulling him from the sea. No one could do such a thing. No. Is getting senile. The authorities have been waiting for your account, and you just lie here sleeping the day away like nothing was wrong. And if that's not enough to have to deal with, the cook has gone missing, just up and left without a word, and we had nothing suitable to eat. The housekeeper is having hysterics. Antonietta could not imagine the housekeeper, reliable Signora Helena Van Tizian, in hysterics. The housekeeper was a steady, patient, matronly woman, well in command of the palazzo. Why would Enrico have gone missing? Cautiously, she took the pillow from her ears, deliberately trying to turn down the volume on her hearing. It helped enough that her eardrums weren't ringing. How should I know what that silly man is thinking? And it's just like you to choose the most uninteresting and unimportant thing to deal with. The authorities came. Didn't you hear me? They waited all day. Antonietta had a mad desire to laugh, but wasn't altogether certain the impulse stemmed from mirth. She might have found it amusing that it was perfectly normal for Tasha to sleep until noon every day, or perhaps the problem was she was slightly hysterical due to the strange phenomenon with her hearing. For a moment, she actually tracked an insect scurrying across the floor. She forced her mind to focus on her cousin's distress. Are they waiting now? Things were coming back to her, crowding into her mind. Not the details of attempted murder, but pure sensual pleasure. Byron. No. Sent them away. He said you needed your rest after your ordeal last night. He can be so utterly rude sometimes. I wish you'd talk to him. Antonietta recognized the petulant note in Tasha's voice. You know perfectly well. No. Is as sharp as a tack. Although he could be quite abrupt if he thought someone was acting like an idiot. He was often abrupt with Tasha. For a minute there, I thought you were worried about me. For a minute there, I thought I was, too, and I don't appreciate the worry one bit, Antonietta. I absolutely do not want to get those hideous worry lines you serious types get. And why is it you always get the adventures? Why can't someone try to kill me? There was a rise to her voice now, a hint of a wail that forced Antonietta to shield her sensitive ears. It makes no sense to waste it on you. You're so you. Look at you sitting there just as calm as you please. I could be such a perfect victim and look pale and brave and interesting. You don't look as if a single thing out of place happened. Believe me, Tasha, it wasn't a particularly fun experience. You don't need to have someone try to kill you to look interesting. You always manage that nicely. You don't need to be pale and brave, you're beautiful and you know it. Tasha waved the obvious away. I know, she sighed. Mere beauty isn't always enough to capture attention, Antonietta. Some men are only interested in silly things like murder. What am I supposed to do? Hire someone to kill me just to get a little attention? She stood up and paced across the floor with quick, angry steps. It's utterly ridiculous to think of that man spending hours with you, and you can't even see him. It doesn't bear thinking about. Byron? Antonietta tried desperately to follow her cousin's thinking and at the same time control the volume of her hearing. The sound of Tasha's shoes reverberated through her head. Oh, that odious man. Not him. You know I can't stand to be in the same room with him. He's rude and obnoxious, and I hate him. Tasha stared at her reflection in the mirror of the vanity. Why would you have a mirror in here? I've never understood that. She turned sideways and held her breath, checking her flat stomach. It came with the furniture, Antonietta said. What man are you talking about? I don't spend hours with any man. She turned away from her cousin to hide the sudden color she knew was spreading into her face. She couldn't think too much about the time spent with Byron. About her reactions to him. The policeman, Antonietta, Tasha snapped impatiently. For heaven's sake, follow along. This is important. This is all over a policeman? Antonietta sighed with a mixture of relief and exasperation. Tasha, you're engaged to be married. You have a fiancé, a very wealthy fiancé, I might add. What does that have to do with anything? I'm going to marry Christopher, but he's so boring. And he's so jealous. It's tiresome. His entire life is his family and church and business. All he can think about is ships and religion. His family does own the second largest shipping company in the world, Tasha, Antonietta said. And Italian families are nearly always close. Mama's boys, Tasha sniffed, or in Christopher's case, a daddy's boy. They insist I have to go to church with him. You knew going into the betrothal he wanted you to convert to his religion. I didn't realize I was supposed to take it so seriously. He brings that horrible priest over every week, and I'm supposed to study. All I should have to do is go and sit with him during the services. I don't need to know all the mumbo-jumbo that goes along with it. I doubt if anybody else really knows it. In any case, why can't he just be a Catholic like everybody else? Who cares which religion is the true one and who broke away from what? It's just silly. Antonietta sighed again. You can't have a fling with a policeman when you're engaged to one of the more powerful men in the world. I think the tabloids would get wind of it. Who mentioned a fling? I could really fall for him. He has the most wonderful chest you've ever imagined. Even Byron doesn't have a chest like his, well, not as perfect anyway. She made a rude noise. Why do you like him? Deliberately, Antonietta misunderstood. I've never met your policeman, Tasha, so how could I possibly have an opinion? You know very well I was talking about Brian. Why don't you like him? Antonietta countered. He doesn't look at me. Never. That's just not normal, Tasha said. All men look at me. And he's scary. There's just no other word for him. His eyes are flat and cold, and he stares at people like he sees inside of them. He never smiles. She shivered. He reminds me of a tiger I saw at the zoo one time, pacing back and forth in its cage and watching me without blinking. He smiles. He bares his teeth, it isn't the same thing. Tasha gasped loudly. Antonietta, what is on your neck? You have a love bite. Antonietta could feel the sudden burning, a throbbing on her neck that caused an instant reaction in her body. Fire smoldered in the pit of her stomach. There was an answering throb between her legs. For a moment she could actually taste him in her mouth. Wild. Untamed. A dark, erotic dream better left for night yet persisting into daylight hours. The throbbing spread to include a spot on the swell of her breast. She tried not to blush, remembering the feel of Byron's mouth, hot and wet and wild on her skin. She covered her neck with the palm of her hand, captured his kiss there, holding him to her with that small caress. It is a love bite. He was here last night with you. It was an accusation, nothing less, as if Antonietta were on trial for criminal behavior. You took Byron Justicano into your bed. Look at you, what you're wearing. Tasha was nearly hysterical. That lace barely covers you. Have you no decency? Tasha. Antonietta forced herself to remain calm when she wanted to order her cousin out of the room. You bought me this gown. I sleep in it because it is comfortable, and I have always considered you to be the epitome of good taste. Well, yes, I am, it is true. Tasha was somewhat mollified. But I didn't mean you to wear it for that horrible man. He's a fortune hunter, out for your money all along. All this time pretending to be friends with. No. But in truth he was willing to seduce a blind woman. Must you be so dramatic all the time, Tasha? I'm 37 years old. Did you think I never slept with a man? This may surprise you, but you don't have to have sight to share sex with someone. Antonietta dragged on her robe and shoved her dark glasses over her eyes. And I don't appreciate you telling me I have hideous scars when they are barely noticeable. She swept past her cousin toward the enormous bathroom. She should have slept with him. She'd been an absolute idiot not to sleep with him. It was all so hazy. She had wanted Byron to make love to her. Had she fallen asleep in the middle of it all? The idea was humiliating. Tasha followed her. That was years ago, Tony, you know it was. And the scars were much worse then. And you were getting so much attention from everyone. Poor little orphan girl. It was like a movie. Just imagine what I could have done with that role. It wasn't a role, Tasha. Exasperation crept into Antonietta's voice in spite of her resolve to be patient. I lost my mother and father. It was horrible. A tragedy. I know. I was born for tragedy. You have suffered tragedy. Not that I can talk about. Tasha sniffed indignantly. And no one's thought about your scars in years. I thought about them every time I went out in public. Tasha studied one perfectly manicured fingernail. If you weren't so vain, thinking about your looks all the time, you wouldn't have even remembered. Antonietta bit her tongue to keep from pointing out that Tasha spent half of her life in front of mirrors. You should have told me they weren't that bad. Not being the center of attention your every waking minute is not a good enough reason to hurt me. Oh, for heaven's sake, Tony, you know I'm sorry, it was years ago. And you know I can't help my need for constant affection. My shrink said it's Daddy's fault. He paid Paul all the attention. He showered you with presents, Antonietta contradicted. You were his little princess. He gave you anything you ever wanted. Tasha sank into a deep cushioned chair. Presents can never make up for parental affection, and you know very well Daddy's entire world was the polo fields. I couldn't stand getting my shoes dirty, and he never forgave me. And he took Paul everywhere with him. Her perfect pout was always wasted on Antonietta, so Tasha didn't bother with it. You certainly know how to rewrite history. Poor Paul couldn't do a thing right. He tried to please your father for years. Paul and Tasha's father had been obsessed with women, not with the polo fields, but Antonietta refrained from correcting Tasha's version of history. And then Paul gave up and began gambling and drinking and doing everything he could to embarrass our family, Tasha pointed out. He went through every cent he inherited, first from Mama and then Daddy. And then he lost all of my money. Daddy was perfectly right about his weak character all along. That isn't true. You went through most of your money yourself and then insisted on that investment Paul came up with. I told you it wasn't sound. You knew it was throwing money away, but you did it anyway. Tasha jumped to her feet. Ooh, how would you know what it's like? Everything you touch turns to gold. You don't have to sell yourself to a man who's about as cold as a fish. You and Paul have plenty to live on, Tasha, and you always have a home here, you know that. You don't have to sell yourself either. I told you not to invest your money. As I recall, I was adamant about it, but you wouldn't listen. To prevent further argument, Antonietta firmly closed the bathroom door. Chapter 6. She took her time showering, hoping Tasha would be gone by the time she dressed, although she knew it was unlikely. Her cousin was tenacious when there was a man in the picture, and apparently the authorities had made the supreme mistake of sending a handsome officer. She couldn't imagine where the palazzo chef, Enrico, had disappeared to, but a distinct chill was working its way down her spine in spite of the hot shower. Byron was certain that someone was introducing poison into the food. Could Enrico's disappearance have something to do with that? She turned her face up to the hot water spray above her head. Byron had killed her assailant. She was certain he had. And the body had been dropped on the cliffs, carelessly, with little thought of what the authorities might think. What did she think? She knew things others didn't. She could do things others couldn't. And she knew Byron wasn't quite human. She accepted it as she accepted it in herself, yet he had killed easily, swiftly, without hesitation. He claimed he hadn't been suspicious of Enrico. Had he found evidence linking Enrico to the poison? For a moment Antonietta leaned her head against the shower tile, allowing the spray to pour over her. Byron was many things she didn't quite understand, but he would not have murdered Enrico. She was not going to allow Tasha, with all her drama, to make her suspicious. With a little sigh she turned off the hot water and dried the beads of water from her skin. The towel lingered over the one spot on her breast that felt hot and throbbed for attention. She dressed with great care, braided the thick mass of hair, and swirled it into an intricate knot to give her more height. To give her added confidence. Tasha was still in her bedroom. Antonietta could smell her distinctive perfume and hear the continual rustle of clothing. Tasha was not a patient or a restful person, and waiting would have been difficult for her. Antonietta forced a smile. You're still here. It must be important. Finally. You could have hurried, Tony. Tasha caught her arm. This is important. You don't know how important. You have to talk to. No. I must be allowed in the room when the authorities return to question you. I'll speak to him, Tasha, Antonietta agreed. There was a moment of silence while Tasha searched for the right words. Don't get upset with me. You know I always look out for you. You're not nearly as worldly as I am, although, of course, you're much older. Have you forgotten we share the same birthday? Tasha hissed out a soft whisper of aggravation. I don't know you in this mood, Tony. Do you see? Already he is driving a wedge between you and your family. I'm not having this conversation with you, Tasha. I don't interfere in your personal life, no matter how bizarre I think it. All I ask is the same respect. What I do is my business, no one else's. Don't you dare bring up Byron to the rest of the family. Are you really going to talk to? No. For me? Tasha asked. Yes, I said I would. A knock on the door was loud. Antonietta recognized Merita's distinctive way of announcing herself. Merita tried very hard to come across with authority and importance, even in minor things. "Come in, Merita." In another few minutes, all of her cousins would be crowding into her room. "My husband, Franco, has sent me out of concern for your well-being, Antonietta." Merita made the announcement formal and loud. "You have never slept this long in all the time we can recall." "You've been married to Franco for 10 years, Merita," Tasha said with exasperation. "We know he's your husband. Do you have to announce it every time you walk into a room? You do have your own identity. If you'd just see Dr. Venschrank, you wouldn't need to identify so strongly with Franco." Merita stuck her chin in the air. "Just because I've managed to stay married and happy for 10 years, and you've gone through 2 husbands and 3 fiancés, doesn't mean I need to see your doctor, Tasha. Franco is a good man, and I'm proud to be his wife. In any case, it reminds you I am a member of the family, too, if only by marriage." "You are so insecure," Tasha said, rolling her eyes in disgust. "You've been in the family for 10 long years, you have 2 children, and you'd think you'd get over the fact that you had totally inferior breeding and no social status whatsoever when Franco found you. We all have. Don't start, you too. I have to speak with Signora Helena immediately and find out what is happening, or you may not have food for the next few days." Antonietta was exasperated with the both of them, grown women always feuding. "Merita would live just fine for a day or 2, but I wouldn't survive." Tasha patted her flat stomach lovingly. Merita nearly screamed in frustration. "My stomach is a badge of courage, 2 bambini, and you with none." "Enough." Antonietta nearly yelled it. "I don't want you to ever say that again to Tasha in my presence, Merita." "I'm sorry, forgive me, Tasha. Tony is right, I shouldn't have said such a thing." "I don't pay attention to anything you say," Tasha said belligerently, but her voice trembled. Merita turned her attention to Antonietta. "Tony, I really needed to talk to you about Franco. He's in a meeting with—" No. I don't want you to interrupt them. You must see he deserves another chance. It is time." No. Realized his worth and paid him accordingly. He should be vice president and respected by all. You know I have no say in what. No. Decisions arc, Merita. Just promise me not to ruin Franco's chance." "I must insist, Antonietta. You know he works hard and deserves so much more than—" No. Gives him. One little mistake should be forgiven." "It wasn't a little mistake, as you well know, Merita. You pushed him until he was bitter and angry and wanting your respect. He betrayed his family and our company. He was lucky charges weren't brought against him, and that." No. Listen to Tasha's and my pleas to allow him to stay here. If you're pushing him again to do something he will later regret, think hard, Merita." No. Won't forgive another betrayal, not even for the children and Merita, neither will I. He turned down a huge offer from Christopher's company to join with them. A merger would be good for both companies. Franco has proved his loyalty even though he knows the merger would make us all wealthy." Antonietta sighed. "We are wealthy already, Merita, and there is no advantage to our company from a merger, only on the Demonescence side. You know very well Christopher's father even tried to court me in hopes of a merger. The families will merge when Christopher marries Tasha." A loud crash followed by a blood-curdling scream of pain interrupted the 2 women. There was no mistaking a child's continuous scream of agony. Tasha turned toward the sound instantly. "That's little Marguerite." She was already racing from the room as she called out the warning. The screams emerging from the lower story were appalling. Antonietta had never heard anything like it. Something is really wrong with Marguerite. She just wants attention. Merita pressed her hands over her ears. Tasha should make her stop that noise. No Scarletti should make such a scene. That's Tasha's influence. If Franco hears her, he'll rush to her side instead of keeping his mind on business as he should. But she was running even as she complained. Antonietta listened to her tone, not the words. Merita was terrified, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Antonietta took her hand as they hurried down the wide hall toward the sound of the screams. She had to slow down on the sweeping staircase, not wanting to chance a misstep. Merita suddenly pulled her hand away, pressing back against the wall. Antonietta could hear Tasha soothing the 6-year-old girl. There, Tony's here now, and she'll see to it that the doctor comes. He'll fix you right up. Your madre is here. It's going to be all right now. Antonietta judged by the direction of the voice that Tasha was sitting on the floor beside the child right at the bottom of the stairway. She stepped cautiously off the last stair and stopped walking, careful not to trip over them. Marita screamed, a terrible sound, adding to Marguerite's cries of pain. There was a thud as her body crashed to the floor. What is it? What happened to her, Tasha? Don't mind Marita. She fainted like she always does in a crisis. Here, Tony. Tasha caught her hand and guided her to the floor beside the crying child. Already the screams were becoming sobs as Marguerite tried to regain control. It's her right leg. Tell me what you think. Hold still, Piccola, it will take only a moment to examine you, and Antonietta is always so gentle. Your madre is fine. She just fainted. You've seen her do that before. Tasha kissed the curly head over and over, brushing at the tears running down the little face. Watch yourself, Tony, there's rubble everywhere. Antonietta ran her hands gently over the thin leg. Her breath caught in her lungs when she felt the jagged bone protruding. Tasha is right. Cara mia. We need the doctor immediately for you. You're so brave to stay here with Tasha. She raised her voice, knowing her assistant would be close, drawn by the screams. Justine. We must have an ambulance at once. Justine Travis had been her assistant for 13 years, and she acted as her eyes and ears in the ever-changing household. Right away, Miss Scarletti. Justine answered from where she hovered in the hallway. Helena is calling straight away. Tell them to hurry, it's most urgent. Antonietta kept her voice calm, not wanting to alarm Marguerite. Try to wake Marita. And get Franco in here. Marita moaned. Bambina. Mia Bambino. How could this happen? She kept her face averted, allowing Helena to help her to her feet. There's so much blood and the bone. She'll be crippled for life. Marita. Tasha hissed her name. That's not helping. Go to Vincente. He must be frightened by Marguerite's cries. Franco will attend her. Yes, you're right, Tasha. Marita pressed a hand to her stomach, turned her head, and was sick. Grazie. Take care of my poor Bambina. Franco gathered Tasha and his daughter into his arms. Helena, take Marita up to the room. She's ill, and this is too much for her. Helena complied, wrapping her arm around Marita while one of the maids immediately began to clean the floor. Tasha rocked back and forth in an effort to soothe both the child and herself. Do something, Tony. I can't stand to see her in such pain, Tasha begged in a whisper. How did such a thing happen? Hurry, Tony, take the pain from her, Franco urged. Describe for me what you see. The Scarletti coat of arms above. No. S door has come down. Didn't we just have that inspected and secured? Marguerite was coming out of. No. S room, and it came right down on her. She could have been killed. There was a sob as well as anger in Tasha's voice. She went to visit. No. But he was gone. Antonietta stiffened. The palazzo was undergoing repairs, and she had been with the inspectors when they had gone through her grandfather's wing of the house. She knew they had paid particular attention to the Scarletti coat of arms due to the heavy weight of it. Don't touch anything. We'll let your policeman take a look around. All at once the home Antonietta loved, the home with which she was so familiar, took on a sinister atmosphere. Marguerite lay against Tasha, keening her distress softly while her father caressed her hair and face, murmuring how much he loved her. Tasha's fingers tightened around Antonietta. Do something, take her pain away, Tony. Do it right now, I can't stand her being in so much pain. The ambulance will be here soon, Antonietta whispered back, but her hands were still on the little leg. She took a deep breath and concentrated, blocking out the sounds of weeping, blocking out the overwhelming emotions of everyone in the room. She let everything flow through her, around her, finding the deep well inside of her where she could free the energy that was so strong, so much a part of her and her heritage. Antonietta knew Byron Jago was capable of healing because the ability to heal was also a part of her family legacy. She couldn't heal in the same way he did, but she could diagnose a problem, lessen the pain, and speed her people onto the path of recovery. She felt the heat building, spreading, moving through her body to her hands, to the child's leg. Almost at once, Marguerite became quieter, her sobs reduced to sniffs and small shudders. Antonietta felt most of the tension leave Tasha's body. Franco leaned over and kissed his cousin. His face was wet with tears. Grazie, Tony. I wish I could do that. Tasha hugged Marguerite closer to her. The ambulance is on the way, Antonietta, Justine said as she picked her way carefully through the mess. I also notified the authorities. The bolts holding the Scarletti shield are completely sheared through. This was no accident. Before her employer could protest, she hastily reassured her. Don't worry, I was careful not to touch anything and leave fingerprints. I've seen enough movies to know you're not supposed to do that. She crouched down close to Antonietta, almost protectively. This was no accident, and coming on the heels of last night, I don't think you should take any chances. I believe you're right, Justine, Antonietta agreed. Please give Joie Sanders a call and let her know I need an appointment. Ask if she would be willing to come here to the Palazzo. I'll set it up immediately. Sanders is renowned for her security measures, but she's very hard to get. She might be able to recommend someone to us, though. Shall I cancel your performance at the local charity event next week? Antonietta shook her head. No, it's for a good cause. But I want. No. Protected, too. That's important, Justine. See to it that our security people keep a close eye on him until I can work something out with Sanders. Don Giovanni hurried into the hall, his breathing heavy from trying to run. What is it? What has she done? Franco, is she going to be all right? His usual authoritative voice trembled. We'll take her to the hospital. No. Franco said gently. They will fix up Marguerite's leg in no time. Sit down. No. Tasha said, concerned. Tony has taken some of the pain away, and Marguerite is much more comfortable. Quickly, she hugged the child's shoulders in reassurance. You're so brave. Cara mia. Isn't she brave, Tony? Very brave. Antonietta kissed the top of the child's head, still keeping contact with the little leg in hopes of keeping the pain at bay. The child fumbled until she managed to clutch Antonietta's sleeve. Am I a true Scarletti then? Tasha made a single sound, turned her head to glare at Franco, angry that Merita's continual nagging made the child insecure. You have always been a Scarletti, Marguerite. You are brave and wonderful and a joy to us all. Isn't she, Tony? Franco? Marguerite, you are a Scarletti through and through, Antonietta agreed instantly. You have always been just like me, Marguerite, Franco said, kissing the top of the child's head. Hasn't she? No. You have your father's eyes and his sunny disposition, Don Giovanni assured. Signorina Scarletti, the ambulance is here, Helena announced. This way. She waved the attendants through. Grazie. Helena, Antonietta acknowledged. She trusted Justine to guide the medics around the debris and to the child. After an examination and a brief discussion with Franco, it was agreed they must move Marguerite to the hospital where her leg could be properly looked after. Please make certain there is no pain, Tasha pleaded, hugging the child protectively. We've waited a long time for you, and she's very frightened. We will see to it that she does not hurt more than necessary, the attendant assured. We can give her pain medication to help while we move her. Antonietta waited until Marguerite was settled in the ambulance with her father and Tasha and was on her way to the hospital before attempting to sort out the damages. Justine, make certain the area is cordoned off so no one touches anything and none of the maids attempt to clean this up before the police have a chance to take a look at everything. She knew her housekeeper was close by the faint perfume. Helena, tell me of Enrico. What do you know of his disappearance? Nothing, Signorina. He was simply not in his room. Nothing has been taken, his clothes and personal belongings are there. He prepared today's menus last night, and we discussed what we needed for the kitchen so I could send the boy this morning. We had a glass of wine together about 10, and he retired to his apartment as he always does. This morning he did not appear to prepare the morning meal, and I sent one of the maids to check on him. He was not in his room. When she told me this, I immediately went to his room myself. I did not see anything out of place. Has anyone heard from him? Does he have a woman? No, Helena's sigh was loud, and Antonietta could not turn down the volume. Everything seemed overly loud, even the sound of shoes on the highly polished floor. It was a bit distracting. She could hear insects buzzing and creaks and groans in the house. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, and outside, the rain was steadily drizzling. Would he just go off like that? He's never done such a thing in all the years he's been with us. This is his home. Surely someone knows where he would have gone. His friends? Someone outside the palazzo. I'm sorry, Signorina, but Enrico stayed only here. The people here are his family. This is his home. He didn't go other places, Helena insisted. I know this to be true. Enrico told me often he preferred the palazzo. At night he sometimes wandered the grounds and looked up at the sculptures. He loved the architecture and felt it was a privilege to live in such a place. Have the grounds been searched? He could have become ill and is lying somewhere hurt. I should have thought of that, Signorina, Helena said. I'll have the servants search the grounds immediately. One of my cousins should have thought of it, Antonietta corrected. Sometimes she wondered what her family was thinking. That the palazzo magically ran itself? Not even Don Giovanni had thought to do a search of the grounds for poor Enrico. She could not imagine her chef had walked off leaving behind all of his possessions. Grazie. Helena, as soon as you hear anything, please let me know. Meanwhile, who do we have that can help out in the kitchen? I know you're already way too busy, and I don't want you to fill in. Justine can hire a temporary if we don't have an assistant that can manage. I'll move Alfredo up until Enrico returns, Helena said. He's a decent chef and has worked with Enrico for the past 7 years. He likes his way and is a bit difficult, taking to his bed with headaches and spasms, but I'm certain he'll do fine until Enrico returns. And my nephew, Esteban. You remember we hired him to work in the kitchen as an apprentice chef some time ago? He has been working out well. He can step into Alfredo's position for the time being. Are you certain, Helena? Alfredo will need someone to be fast and efficient. There were 1 or 2 complaints about Esteban. I thought he didn't care for the job. Oh no, Signorina. Esteban is most grateful for the job. He had the big date and wanted time off, and Enrico refused him. They had words, but Esteban was only trying to impress his amore. He understands the importance of his work. Antonietta nodded. Justine, please tell the bookkeeper to compensate them accordingly. Yes, of course, I'll make a note of that. You really must go to your grandfather. He was very agitated. I don't know if he took his heart medication, but he was upset. Very well. Antonietta placed her hand lightly on Justine's arm. Thank you for all you do for me, Justine. I hope you know I consider you invaluable, both as my friend and as my assistant. I know, Tony. Justine was less formal when they were alone. I love this job and the palazzo. I love that I can travel all over the world with you. Most of all, you've become the family I never had, so it is mutual. She led with confidence, moving quickly around any object in their path, and Antonietta didn't hesitate to follow her. I was appalled at the rumor that you were attacked. Is it so? Antonietta inclined her head. Yes, if it weren't for Byron. No. And I would both be lost. I have bruises from the struggle. Why would someone want to harm you or your grandfather? Why would someone want to harm my parents? The words slipped out before she could stop them, hung in the air between the women while they moved through the twisting hall toward the wing where the offices were located. I've never heard you say that, Justine said. Not once. I thought the explosion was an accident. Wasn't it ruled an accident? No, the single admission came out a whisper. No, it hadn't been an accident, but she would never admit it, not to herself, not to anyone else. Someone had rigged their yacht to blow in the open sea. The explosion hadn't managed to burn or sink all the evidence. A fishing boat had been close and managed to pluck a blind 5-year-old girl from the water. Antonietta had never demanded to see the report, had never thought it was necessary. If the authorities couldn't find out who had destroyed her family, what could a child do? And when the child was grown, she had not wanted to look back. I'm calling Joie Sanders right away, Justine said, a hint of panic in her voice. Do you think you're in immediate danger? I'm not leaving your side. Antonietta caught the fierce, protective note in Justine's tone and found herself smiling. It was the exact same tone Tasha had used over Marguerite. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this, she assured. I'll have plenty of protection. I'm more worried about the children now. How is she, Franco? Tony? Don Giovanni asked anxiously. Poor little Marguerite. I should have gone with you all to the hospital. No. There was no sense in all of us going. Franco and Tasha were already there and Marita, Justine, and I made it a huge crowd. She's asleep and Marita will stay with her through the night. The doctor thinks she will be able to come home tomorrow, Franco added. There's no need to be upset. Don Giovanni glared at his grandson. Don't treat me like I'm an old man, Franco. I'm upset that someone broke into my home and tried to murder my granddaughter and me last night. And I'm upset that my baby great-granddaughter was injured in what probably wasn't an accident. And I'm upset that you're trying to steal my company out from under me. Franco sighed and stalked across the room to pour himself a drink. It's been a long evening. No. I'm not certain I'm up to arguing. Tony, are you feeling all right after your horrible experience last night? You should have woken me up immediately. And then when you didn't wake up, you scared me. At least Franco is making sense now. Tony, don't go scaring us again, Don Giovanni said severely. I didn't choose to fight a man out on the cliffs. No. I would have preferred my nice, warm bed. She tried to turn the pending argument aside with a joke. Franco was exhausted after the ordeal of seeing his child so injured. Don Giovanni was upset at himself for not having the strength to accompany his beloved great-granddaughter to the hospital. I could use a drink, too, Franco. The moment she asked, her stomach lurched at the idea. Just water, please. While you were sleeping up in your room, your cousin was threatening me. What do you think of that, Tony? My own grandson, a treacherous viper. You know very well I didn't threaten you. No. Franco objected. No. Antonietta said patiently, Franco would never threaten you. Tell me why you're so upset. It isn't good for your heart. Don Giovanni threw his hands into the air in disgust, nearly hitting his granddaughter with his wild gesture. This talk of mergers. Of ousting me as president. That's the kind of loyalty this boy shows after I took him back. He utterly disgraced our name, sold out our family, and I welcomed him back to the fold, and yet once again he is the viper at my throat. I never said any of those things, Franco denied. Tony, I never said any of that. I merely pointed out that if we disagreed over so large an issue, we should ask the rest of the family their opinions. And I've more than made up for past indiscretions. I've worked day and night for very little in return. He held up his hand to stop his grandfather's sputtering. I know I deserve to be thrown out and to work for nothing to make up for the past, but I've done that. This is an entirely different matter. The family feels strongly on this issue of the merger. Don Giovanni snarled his disgust. You reason with him, Tony. How can he run a company if he's afraid of taking control? If he has to consult the rest of the family? What kind of leader would he be? Why, we'd lose the entire business in a month. That's not fair. No. You never once said there was a chance I would control the company. If I thought I had a chance. What? Don Giovanni demanded. You'd do your job? You'd wait until I die and ruin everything I've ever worked for? You'd sell out to the pirate demonescence? The demon seed? He spat out the insult to his closest rival. Antonietta intervened quickly. No. Calm down. You're going to have a stroke if you keep this up. There is no way to oust you as president without my votes, and I would never do such a thing. Franco doesn't want to oust you either. He'd just like you to listen with an open mind to someone else's opinion besides your own. She took the glass from Franco, her fingertips judging the amount of liquid to prevent spilling. Out of nowhere, she became aware of Byron. He was close by. She could feel him. It was a strange sensation to know he had risen. He was no longer sleeping, but moving steadily toward her, as if they were so connected she could know the moment he opened his eyes. Good evening. Are you well? I have missed you. She heard the words clearly. They brushed along the walls of her mind like tiny butterfly wings. Her muscles contracted, clenched in anticipation. In reaction, his voice was like velvet rubbing over her skin. She heard her cousin and grandfather arguing as if in the distance, but her body, her entire being, was acutely aware of Byron's approach. It didn't startle her that he would continue to talk telepathically to her, but it was very unsettling to have such a physical reaction to the intimate feel of his voice. She reached for him in her mind, followed the path of his voice to find him, to feel him, to connect strongly as she needed. The palazzo is in an uproar. There was a terrible accident. Poor little Marguerite went to visit. No. And the family crest fell on her leg. She has a compound fracture and was taken to the hospital. Marita is there with her now. Justine thinks the bolts were sheared straight through. And our chef has gone missing. There was a small silence. She found she was holding her breath. I will be there soon, Antonietta. I know you are upset over young Marguerite. I will visit her in the hospital late this night and see if I can aid her in some way. Grazie. She was in so much pain. Everyone is upset. I had the grounds searched for Enrico, but there is no sign of him. Antonietta took a cautious sip of water, finding she was not in the least hungry for food or drink. I do not like that your chef is still missing after what I found last night. Someone had to be feeding you poison over a period of time. You knew Enrico was missing last night? He was not in his room. She didn't want to have this conversation with him. She wanted to know if he had thought of her. If he burned for her. If he woke up consumed with need for her. Yes, I did. He answered her thoughts in a smoldering tone. And I still do. I cannot wait to be at your side. I must feed first. I wish to be at full strength when I come to the palazzo. She found herself smiling right in the middle of her grandfather's and cousin's squabbling. Byron was gone, yet he wasn't entirely. She felt she had only to reach for him in her mind, and he would be with her. She hugged the thought to her, astonished that it mattered so much. Astonished that Byron mattered. Astonished that he could make her feel that everything would be all right. Are you paying attention, Tony? Franco demanded. This is becoming a serious issue and… No. Has no choice but to address it. He may not want to pay me a decent salary, but he has to listen to reason. I don't have to listen to anyone, boy. I've guided our company through stormy waters more than once, and we've come out better than ever. There is no advantage on our side to this merger. If you were a true Scarletti, you would look deeper, look past the lure of fast money, and see what this offer is really about. Antonietta deliberately stepped between her grandfather and cousin. The Demonesciny Company needs a bailout, and they're looking to us to do it, Franco. It's that simple. I've thoroughly investigated their company. They run on a very small cash flow, and they took a large loss when they lost one of their freighters. Antonietta could feel the thick tension in the room. She turned her back on her grandfather and deliberately smiled at her cousin, determined to change the subject. Franco, have you any idea where Enrico could have gone? Helena says he has no woman and rarely left the palazzo. Franco shook his head. I spoke to the servants and to the authorities when they came this morning. They were allowed to search Enrico's room. A soft knock on the door heralded Helena's arrival. Pardon me, but Signora Marita is on the phone, and young Marguerite would like to say good night to her father. Signora Marita says Marguerite is sleepy from the medicine, Signor Franco, and I'm afraid she will fall asleep if I ask her to wait for you to call back. No, Helena, you did the right thing. Grazie. Forgive me. No. I know this meeting is important, but I must speak to Mia Bambina. I don't want her to go to sleep without giving her my love. I understand completely, Don Giovanni said and waved him out of the room. There was a moment of silence. That is the one thing that makes that man endearing. I can't help but love him for that. I still cannot quite believe he betrayed us. Antonietta slipped her hand onto her grandfather's arm. Franco has many wonderful qualities. No. He just had the poor luck to fall deeply in love with a woman who is never satisfied. As she spoke, she thought of Byron. Wanting to touch him again. Wanting to feel the fluttering in her mind, in her stomach. What was he? A stranger with a commanding voice and a quiet, self-sufficient air, who had come out of the storm-drenched night when they needed him most. She had no idea where his home was, had no idea where he was staying. Even if he had another woman somewhere. Franco is strong-headed, Tony, Don Giovanni said. He has ambition. And he has a greedy wife. That combination can be deadly. No. Antonietta tried desperately to keep her mind on the conversation. Franco made a mistake, and he knows it. It was years ago, when he was young and impressionable. He was crazy about Marita and would do anything she said. Stefan Demonesceni and Christopher certainly can be charming and persuasive. Franco simply fell into the trap of thinking they were his friends. Don Giovanni sighed heavily and sat in a chair. And Tasha has invited the serpent into our home. No. There was amusement in her voice. You're being melodramatic. We grew up with Christopher. He played here as a child and has been at every one of our family events. He isn't a serpent, and he works very hard. Tasha doesn't have good sense. He isn't suited to her at all. And she knows how uncomfortable you are in his father's presence. Antonietta could hear the concern and worry in her grandfather's voice. He sounded tired and even old. I'm used to seeing him. No. He's at every charity event and every function we attend. He will always see me as the woman who spurned his advances when every other woman was thrilled to be at his side. He offered marriage, Don Giovanni reminded, hearing the note of distaste in her voice. You always thought he was after your money, but he had plenty. Why didn't you ever think it was a genuine offer? How could she explain an aversion that made no sense? I thought I was scarred, overweight, and ugly. No. It never occurred to me a man would want me for me. That's utter nonsense. But it was how I felt at the time. I was very insecure. The housekeeper knocked politely on the door a second time. Signorina Scarletti? The authorities are here, and they are demanding to speak with you. I've shown them into the garden room. Thank you, Helena. I will come immediately. Signorina Tasha is entertaining the men as we speak. Although she spoke in the most even of tones, it wasn't difficult to pick up on her alarm and dismay at leaving Tasha alone with the authorities. Tasha was unpredictable, and the entire family and every one of the servants knew it. I didn't get a chance to talk to you about last night, Don Giovanni protested. You have no choice but to go. If we allow Tasha to entertain the authorities, we'll all be locked up. Antonietta patted her grandfather's leg. Be nice. No. She wore herself out at the hospital. She was wonderful with Marguerite. She does love the children, Don Giovanni agreed. Did Byron happen to mention to you whether or not he would be here today? I don't know his address, and the authorities wanted to hear his account of what happened. I don't think anyone believed he would dive into the sea to pull out a drowning old man. Antonietta could not prevent the small smile. Oh, I'm certain he will be here soon. No. She leaned over to kiss her grandfather. Anyone would do anything to save you. You're the family treasure. Chapter 7. Byron settled the young man against the wall of the building where he remained, dizzy and unaware of what had transpired, but uninjured. At full strength, Byron took to the sky, shape-shifting on the wing, something he could never have done even 20 years earlier. Hunting vampires had given him a hard edge, a coolness under fire, and complete confidence in his ability to handle a tight situation, but it hadn't prepared him for a woman like Antonietta. Of course, his first impulse had been to carry her off, claim her with the ritual-binding words, and let nature take its course. But he had been cautious after learning from a lifetime of being impetuous. After having been captured and tortured and used as bait in an attempt to murder the prince and his lifemate and destroying his relationship with his best friend, Jacques Dubrinsky, Byron now believed in caution and patience and thinking puzzles all the way through. With a lifetime of mistakes behind him, he wasn't going to chance anymore. He was determined to know Antonietta. Unfortunately, the members of the Scarletti family had a built-in protective barrier in their minds. He couldn't simply scan their thoughts and learn all there was to know. He took his time, infiltrating the palazzo through his friendship with Don Giovanni. Waiting, watching her. He realized she needed to feel in control. She needed independence. She needed to be courted and won if he were to make her happy. Byron sighed softly, allowing the wind to carry the sound out to sea. The murder attempt had changed everything. He needed to know she was protected, day and night. He needed to be able to touch her mind at will, needed to be able to know what was happening to her at all times. Once more he dropped from the sky to the ground where he had left his gift for her. He knew Antonietta well enough to know she would take his present whether she liked it or not. Antonietta was far too polite to reject anything given to her by another. The dog was the picture of noble elegance. From the moment Byron had seen the animal, he had admired the sheer poetry in its flowing lines. The borzoi was always graceful, whether in motion or standing perfectly still. Byron knew the accepted theory was that borzois had been around 600 to 800 years. He knew from personal experience that timeline was a bit off. The breed had endured, refined perhaps, but stayed true. Byron bent over the dog, took the intelligent domed skull between his hands, and stared down into the dark, gentle eyes. "This is your new home, Celt, if you would like it to be. She is here. The one who can be your new companion and one who will love and respect you as you deserve. She will admire you in the way I do and understand it is your choice to stay or go." They understood one another, the dog and Byron. He knew the animal was gentle, but possessed a ferocious heart. Celt was as fine an example of the borzoi as Byron had ever seen. The dog's head spoke of intelligence, his jaws were long and powerful and deep. His fur was pure black, his coat the texture of silk. And Celt's eyes reflected the true heart of the breed. "You will have to wait out in the garden until I see her," Byron explained aloud. "I know it is raining and you are uncomfortable, but I will protect you from the elements for however long it takes. You know some there will be unkind to you." His hand stroked across the great head, found the silky ears and scratched. "I trust none of them and neither should you. Look only to her protection. Be cautious of offers of friendship." He felt the animal answer, the understanding and affection that passed between them, and he was doubly grateful to Antonietta for giving him back his emotions. Byron's tall, broad-shouldered frame shimmered for a moment, nearly translucent in the rain, then he simply disappeared, droplets among the steady downpour. He found entrance into the house through a narrow gap in one of the second-story windows. At once he felt the terrible tension in the great palazzo. Fear and anger vibrated throughout the spaces, all the way to the great ceilings, up to the battlements, and along the traces. Byron glided silently through the wide, marbled halls, down the sweeping staircase to inspect the damage near Don Giovanni's private room. Two people were collecting evidence, carefully putting bolts in plastic bags. He knew at once this was no accident but a deliberate attempt to harm someone, most likely the old man. He could hear the boy, Vincente, crying softly for his sister, alarmed at her absence. Franco soothed the boy, singing softly to him, reassuring the child that little Marguerite and his mother would return in the morning. Byron, more than anything, wanted to see Antonietta. There was a strange, anxious feeling in the vicinity of his heart. Emotions were dangerous, he was discovering. Exhilarating, but quite dangerous. Unerringly, he found Antonietta in a spacious room filled with plants and surrounded on three sides by glass. A large fountain dominated the center of the room and was surrounded by comfortable benches and several small chairs and tables positioned for conversations among the greenery. Outside the glass, the night was dark, with winds lashing rain against the panes and the roar of the ever-moving sea accompanying the distant growl of thunder. A man in uniform stood unnecessarily close to Antonietta. Short, stocky, very muscular, his handsome face bent toward hers. His dark eyes were moving over her with obvious enjoyment. Byron snarled, a low, nearly non-existent sound. The man lifted his head and searched the room with suddenly wary eyes. Antonietta smiled, her head going up, inhaling as if drawing Byron's scent into her lungs. "Please do sit down, Captain. There's really no need to be quite so formal." She walked with confidence through the labyrinth of plants and furniture, knowing where every obstacle was placed and making her way gracefully around it. Her fingers curled around the back of a chair, and she slipped into it, folding her hands neatly in her lap. "Signorina Scarletti, I trust you are well rested after your ordeal last night?" There was a caress to the man's voice that had Byron's incisors lengthening. "I am Captain Diego Vantilla at your service." He took Antonetta's hand and bent low, his lips skimming her skin. Electricity sizzled, arced up the back of her hand, a small whip of lightning that zapped his lips loudly. Diego leapt back, dropped her hand, and pressed his palm to his stinging mouth. Hidden behind lacy ferns, Byron leaned one hip against the wall in the midst of several leafy plants nearly as tall as he was, crossed his arms over his chest, and eyed the policeman with great satisfaction. Tasha glared at her cousin. "Do sit down, Diego." I know this is impossibly bad manners, but may I call you Diego? It is so much easier than Captain Vantilla. She sent him a flirtatious smile and offered her hand as she sat in the chair beside Antonietta. My cousin was very shaken by the events of last night and needs me to comfort her. She had wished for a few more precious minutes alone with the handsome officer, but Antonietta had arrived nearly as soon as Helena summoned her. Diego nodded. That is understandable, Signora Fontaine. Tasha smiled sweetly. Scarletti Fontaine, but you may call me Tasha. All my friends do. Grazie, Signora. Diego acknowledged, his focus clearly on Antonietta. I really must get your account of what happened last night. Don Giovanni was convinced there were two assailants and that both of you were drugged and dragged up to the top of the cliff. Antonietta nodded. I was playing the piano, but I felt strange. Unusually tired, my arms and body felt heavy. I heard a noise, and then someone put a cloth over my mouth. I struggled until I realized the chemical on the cloth would knock me out, so I pretended it had done so. At once I was carried outside the palazzo. I heard the other man dragging my grandfather. I couldn't tell who they were, their voices and their scents were unfamiliar to me. Once I meet someone, I nearly always recognize them again, but these men were strangers. I called for Byron. I don't know why, but as I began to struggle, I called for Byron Justicano. And why did you call for this man? Did you know he was near? Antonietta heard the sharp, alert note in the voice and she smiled. Tasha's policeman was not up to playing cat and mouse with a man like Byron. She shrugged. I just called his name as a talisman. To keep me safe. He's like that. He makes me feel safe. Tasha sniffed her disdain loudly, drawing the officer's interest. I see, he said when he clearly did not. Please continue. I heard my grandfather go into the sea, and I fought harder, although how I could aid him, I didn't know. But then Byron came. He fought with the man who attacked me, and then he told me to stay still. I could hear the wind shrieking and the waves thundering. The storm was furious, and even the ground shook and rumbled beneath us. And then Byron had my grandfather safe and was helping him to breathe, to get the water out of his lungs. They were both soaked with seawater, and we were all so cold. She shivered at the memory. I can't help you with a description of these men, although the one carrying me was tall and very muscular. His hair was short, and he was enormously strong. And where's this man now? Where's the man who attacked you? I believe he is dead. I don't know for certain. There was a short silence. I do not see how this man, this Byron Justicano, was able to get your grandfather to shore. It is many feet from the cliff to the sea below. I doubt if it's possible to live through a dive into the sea at night. And last night the waves were high, and the storm was great. There was a small silence. The air thickened. A shadow grew over the room. Tasha and the officer exchanged uneasy glances. Even the hair on the backs of their necks stood up in response to the sudden menacing atmosphere. Tasha rubbed her arms against a sudden chill. Antonietta shrugged tranquilly as if she didn't notice. You asked me what happened, and I told you. It's up to you whether or not you wish to believe me. Why weren't we called immediately? You were called. I called the doctor to assist my grandfather, and I went in my quarters to shower and warm up. It was nearly dawn. I'm sorry I went asleep, but we were both exhausted. Surely the housekeeper allowed you access to the music room and showed you where my grandfather was taken, and also the site at the cliff. Yes, she did, but we could not wake you or your grandfather to speak to you, and the cliff site raised more questions than answers. There is evidence of a struggle, even of someone going over the cliff. We could see where your grandfather lay and evidence of someone kneeling beside him. But it is impossible, Signorina Scarletti, for a man to pull a drowning man from the sea and bring him all the way to the top of the cliff again. Why was your grandfather taken all the way back up the cliff? That is the question. Perhaps because a blind woman who was alone in a raging storm at the edge of that cliff needed help too? I think I can help, Signor, Tasha said, her voice a soft invitation. This man. No. Speaks so much of Byron Justicano. He is a stranger to us. A fortune hunter out for my cousin's wealth. She is worth so much, the palazzo, the shipping company, her private trust. This is common knowledge. He seems to turn up at the most opportune times. How could he rescue a man from the sea? How could he save Antonietta at the same time? Do you see how ridiculous this story is? Of course he must be involved. And you heard Antonietta admit she thinks her assailant is dead. Dead by Byron's own hand and perhaps drowned in the very sea that nearly took my cousin. Tasha allowed a small sob to escape and reached to take Antonetta's wrist. He is a seducer of innocence and a master criminal. You must save us all from this man. I must count on the kindness I see in your magnificent eyes. Otherwise, there is no hope to save my dearest cousin from this man. Antonietta would have laughed if she could have found her voice. She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Tasha so easily made up stories to suit her mood or her cause. She had just delivered Byron as a suspect to her handsome policeman. And she had betrayed Antonetta's confidence without a single thought. Antonietta turned her head in Byron's direction. You're here, aren't you? You heard my cousin tell the captain these lies about you. I'm sorry she's caused you trouble. She wants him to see her as a woman. Do not distress yourself over me, Antonietta. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. There was a bite to his voice, the impression of strong teeth snapping together. The image was so strong in her mind, Antonietta envisioned a great shaggy wolf eyeing prey. She knew he was in the room. Her every sense was on full alert. How could Tasha be so careless as to condemn him while he stood right in the same room with them? Byron sauntered into one of the many alcoves, materializing behind the thick, wide fronds of several potted trees. He emerged from the greenery slowly, scanning the policeman as he did so, planting memories of an introduction and sending waves of warmth. He didn't bother to cover up for Tasha. She had the intricate Scarletti pattern in her brain. And he wanted her to be startled and uncomfortable, simply because she had upset Antonietta. Good evening, he greeted formally as he glided forward. I am afraid Tasha's insecurities are showing, Captain. She is easily upset, and tonight the young child was injured. Deliberately stopping in front of her, Byron took Antonetta's hand away from Tasha and raised it to his mouth. He opened her fingers and pressed a soft kiss into the exact center of her palm. A slow, unhurried movement. Calm and deliberate and blatantly possessive. He lingered there for a moment, his thumb sliding over her skin. Byron turned his head slowly and looked at Tasha. For a moment, in the dim lighting of the solarium, his eyes appeared to glow a fiery red. His teeth gleamed an amazing white and appeared, just for that second in time to Tasha, sharp and long, much like a wolf. She blinked and saw he was smiling, bowing low in a courtly, charming gesture. Tasha, my dear, I am sorry that your poor nerves suffered so on your cousin's behalf, but there is no need for hysterics. She is truly safe, and the captain, and I will keep her that way. His voice was velvet soft, a blend of slight male amusement and arrogance, yet very compelling. Byron turned the full force of his hypnotic voice and his mesmerizing eyes on the captain. It is not so difficult to believe, with the evidence supporting every word Don Giovanni and Antonietta say. They are, of course, above reproach, and you have no trouble believing them. You are most concerned with protecting them. As we are good friends, and you know it is my greatest concern, you wish to join with me, sharing with me all you know about this attack on them, and aiding me in their protection. His tone held such purity and goodness, it was impossible to do other than agree. Tasha stared at the two men in utter horror. Byron bared his teeth at her again. Diego clapped him on the shoulder in a comradely way. It's good you were here, old friend, or we might have had a grave tragedy. Signora Scarletti Fontaine, surely you can see Byron has saved your grandfather and your cousin from certain death. Your family owes him a great deal. Antonietta couldn't help but be swayed by Byron's velvet voice, but she noticed she couldn't quite remember his exact words. Only the tone. The perfect, pure tone. Her chin lifted. Do you do that to me? What to you? The laughter in his voice set her teeth on edge. Male amusement could wear thin very fast. Mesmerize me with your voice so you get full cooperation. I try to mesmerize you with my kisses. My voice does not work on you. If only it would. My fondest dream would come true. She wasn't touching that. It was far too unsettling to be sitting with others yet carrying on a private, intimate conversation that was flirting with sensuality. Do you have the information you need, Captain? She spoke to the officer, but her focus was on Byron. Every cell in her body was aware of him. Obsession. It was an uncomfortable feeling and one she didn't care for. I feel the same way. It was a deliberate reminder that he could read her thoughts. Antonietta had a great deal of pride, and Byron was well aware that craving a man would make her feel vulnerable and unsettled. Tasha leapt up, her hands on her hips. That's it? That's all the questions you're going to ask him? Byron Justicano is not at all what he seems. How did he get into this house? How does he ever get in? Why don't you ask him that? Byron swung his head around, his dark brows raised. Again she caught that fiery red glow, a devil's warning when he looked directly at her. I turn into tiny molecules and seep under the doors. Take care you do not leave your window open, you never know what might creep in. He laughed softly, and the captain joined him. Antonietta went still. She had no idea how Byron defeated their state-of-the-art security system. He often simply appeared in a room. She knew he was there immediately, even though others didn't seem aware of his presence. His entrance was always silent and instantaneous. She couldn't remember him coming through the door unless he met them on the grounds. How do you get in? I thought I knew what you were, but even then, you couldn't just appear in a room. Antonietta had the impression of laughter, yet there was no sound. And he didn't answer her. That isn't funny, Byron, Tasha snapped, and it isn't an answer. Where do you live? What's the address? How come no one knows where you live? She tapped her foot impatiently as she glared at Diego. Do you even have his address down? Could you find him if he did turn out to be part of a plot to get my cousin's fortune? Byron wouldn't inherit if I died, Tasha, Antonietta said. She stood up, knowing they would make way for her on the path winding through the flowers and shrubs. You do. I doubt if Byron would gain from my death at all, or... No knows. Tasha shrieked. What are you saying? What are you accusing me of doing? Did I drag you to the cliffs and throw you over? What are you saying? I'm saying leave Byron alone. He risked his life to save. No. And me. There is no need for you to pursue this any further. Few people argued with Antonietta when she was serious. Not even Tasha. Glowering, Tasha left the room, 2 bright spots of color on her cheeks and her eyes promising retaliation. Byron reached for Antonietta's hand. Do you need anything else, Diego? His voice was friendly, filled with camaraderie. Please do tell us what you know. It isn't much, I'm afraid. The captain responded instantly to Byron's tone. We don't even have the body of the man you pulled off of Signorina Scarletti. It isn't on the cliffs, although it is possible the sea has swallowed it. I thought he hit his head as he fell. He did not get up, but I had to carry Don Giovanni to the palazzo, and I did not check him as I should have. Byron spoke easily with a casual shrug of regret. It all happened very quickly. That is usually the way of it. Diego sighed and stared after Tasha. She is a beautiful woman. Byron felt Antonietta's fingers tighten around his. Yes, she is, she responded. Tasha loves children, and she is very distraught over little Marguerite's accident. Do you think that ties into this attack on us? I am certain your grandfather was meant to be harmed, Diego said. What if the security cameras? Is there nothing on tape to show how they got in and how they could move about so freely in the palazzo without triggering an alarm? Byron asked quietly. He felt the small shiver that ran through Antonietta, and he drew her beneath the shelter of his broad shoulder. They had to have known the code to get into the house, and they knew where the security room was to shut down the system. There was a small silence. Antonietta did her best not to sag against Byron, not to reveal her emotions when she wanted to cry out at the betrayal. Someone in the palazzo, someone had to have aided her assailants. She rested her head against Byron. Behind the dark glasses, she closed her eyes tightly against the pain piercing her heart. Her family. She loved them desperately with all their idiosyncrasies. The thought that any of her family could possibly be involved in a plot to murder Don Giovanni was inconceivable. The one thing that I have learned in this long life is to never jump to conclusions. The voice purred in her mind, stroked heat and hope deep inside where a great, gaping hole had been torn. Just like that. With a few simple words and a magic voice, Byron had managed to heal her. Signorina? I believe you must be very careful until we find who is behind this attempt on your life and that of Don Giovanni, Diego warned. Byron noted how often his gaze strayed to the hallway where Tasha paced, just outside the solarium. He leaned closer to the man, looked him directly in his eyes to reinforce a powerful feeling of friendship and trust. That is a good idea. Antonietta, I think being careful is very much in order. Are we finished here, Diego? Perhaps Tasha would be willing to provide you with a cup of tea while you talk to the kitchen staff about the disappearance of Enrico. He pulled Antonietta beneath the protection of his shoulder. I'm certain she would, Antonietta agreed. More than anything, she wanted to be alone with Byron. She needed to be alone with him. I think that would be best, Diego said immediately. Grazie. For your time, Signorina Scarletti. I will be in touch. Antonietta allowed Byron to retain her hand, although normally she made it a point to walk on her own. It was forbidden to move furniture in the palazzo, and she knew where every plant, chair, and table was. Byron Justicano was under her protection. She wanted to make it very clear to her family that they were to accept his presence in her home and in her life. Please come this way, Captain. Tasha is just outside. It was easy enough to identify the restless pacing. And she knew her cousin. Tasha wouldn't have gone far when she was so interested in the policeman. Byron opened the door and stepped back to allow Antonietta to precede him. As she went past, he whispered in her ear, I brought a surprise for you. Tasha swung around instantly as they emerged from the solarium, her large, dark eyes resting on Diego. Do you have any idea who would do this? Not yet, Signora. Tasha. Her lips formed a perfect pout. If you don't call me Tasha, I'm afraid I won't answer. Signora Scarletti Fontaine is so formal. Ignoring Byron, she stepped close to Antonietta and kissed her cheek. I'm sorry, cousin. You know why, she whispered. Her voice was low, but Byron's acute hearing heard the words clearly. Antonietta nodded. Tasha, would you have time to take the captain to the kitchen and tell the staff to be most cooperative? Byron brought me a surprise, and I was hoping you wouldn't mind showing Diego whatever else he needs to complete his report. Tasha's entire face lit up. Of course I'll show him around, Antonietta. Diego, please do come with me. She tucked her hand in the crook of his elbow and gave him a smile designed to keep him focused on her. I would really like you to check on Marguerite tonight, Antonietta said. She'll be in the hospital overnight. I know she's asleep, and they're probably giving her painkillers, but if you can speed the healing process, I'd really like you to try. I'll go to her, Byron agreed, but at the moment her mother is with her, and it would be better if I went in when she was alone. I cannot heal her in front of her parents or even doctors. They would think I was the devil. I suppose that's true, Antonietta conceded with a faint smile. I think you should take a look at my surprise. He's been stuck out in the weather all this time waiting. You brought someone? For a moment her heart jumped. Did Byron have a son? She knew very little about him, although he visited often. Tasha had brought up a good point. No one really knew where Byron lived. In a manner of speaking, Byron replied enigmatically. The garden entrance, he's waiting there. You should have brought him inside, Antonietta said. Well, I brought him for you and hope you feel the same way when you meet him. Byron opened the door and signaled to the borzoi. Celt walked in majestically. True to his word, Byron had protected him against the storm, so his coat was completely dry. He went straight up to Antonietta and, as if knowing she was blind, thrust his head beneath her hand. His gaze was already fixed on her devotedly. Byron smiled. I knew you would like her immediately, he said to Celt. Antonietta's fingers sank into the silky fur in amazement. A dog? You brought me a dog. He is not just any dog. Byron closed the door against the lashing rain and wind. Celt is a companion and protector. He knows how to stay out of the way yet will always be with you, completely devoted. As long as this dog is with you, should there be need, I will be able to aid you, even if I am a great distance away. He watched her face carefully for any indication of unease at his words. It wasn't logical for Antonietta to accept his differences so easily, yet she never seemed to question him. Antonietta dropped to her knees as she ran her hands over the dog's powerful chest and down its back. He's very large, and he seems built to run. How will I ever be able to give him adequate exercise? She wanted to keep the animal. The moment she touched the dog's warmth, the moment she felt his long nose, gentle in her palm, she knew there was a connection. The dog was meant to be hers. She was desperate to have him, but at the same time she was aware of her limitations. I want you to be happy. Celt. His name is Celt. Borzois do not stay with people who make them unhappy. It is his choice, and judging by the way he has taken up position at your side, I would say he has made it. He needs rest and to regain his strength. His former owner was quite abusive. Apparently, Celt was owned by a young lady who had the misfortune to marry the wrong man. He was locked in a tiny pen where he could barely stand, and he was starved. How awful. I feel his ribs. Antonietta rubbed the silky ears. We'll get him strong again. Grazie. Byron. Truly. You make me want to cry that you would think to bring me something so wonderful. However did you find him? Byron shrugged casually. I heard his call. He is a powerful dog, but extremely gentle. He will obey all commands from you, including to attack should there be need. He will watch over you when I cannot be with you. Did you hire a bodyguard? Justine is working on that for me. I know a woman who runs an international agency. I met her several years ago and was impressed. She's an American, but all of her people are skilled and speak several languages. I'm certain whomever she sends will be fine. She allowed the dog his own inspection, knowing scent was important in the animal world. So you're called Celt. I'm Antonietta. I've never had a pet in my life, so please bear with me. I'll do my best to learn quickly. He is not a pet, Byron corrected. He will provide protection and companionship, but he chooses freely who he wishes to stay with. You can connect with me, so it is possible you can connect with him. The brain patterns are different, but if you practice, you can pick up his signals. It is all electrical currents. I never thought of how it worked or that telepathy could be used with animals. Can you pick up his feelings? Of course. He picks up ours. An animal will become upset if a child cries or its companion is distressed or in danger. You will see. Grazie. Byron, this is a wonderful surprise. For a moment she hugged the animal, trying to remember the last time she had been given a gift. Her cousins thought she could have anything she wanted, so they never bothered. You'll have to tell me how to exercise him properly. I think Marguerite will like him, Byron said. She has a natural affinity for animals. I have noticed she can draw wild creatures to her. Can she? Antonietta was astonished. No one has ever said a word to me, not even Justine, and she's my eyes here at the palazzo. With one hand resting on the dog's head, she tilted her chin at Byron. What did you mean, when you were carrying me home from the cliffs, that there was a way I could see through you? You do incredible things. Is there a way you can make me see? Byron let out his breath slowly. His own hand found the dog's silky fur. That question is difficult, Antonietta. It is wrong to tell an untruth to one's life mate. Yes, I can aid you to see through my eyes, but it wouldn't be permanent. You would see what I see through our mind link. As long as I was with you, sharing my eyes, you could see. Anything beyond that is a different matter and one I do not have all the answers for at this time. For a moment his wording threw her off. She'd never heard the words life mate, but the idea of seeing was far too intriguing to change the subject. I'd actually see? I would see little Marguerite? My grandfather? The cousins? You? I could see myself in a mirror. Yes, but you would be disoriented. Your body isn't used to signals from your eyes and would become confused. It would be better to start with something small while you are staying perfectly still. Moving would probably increase your discomfort. He wanted to gather her in his arms and hold her tight while he offered her an explanation. He could feel her confusion. It amazed him how much it bothered him when she was distressed. Antonietta took a deep breath. I'm going to settle Celt in my room and introduce him to the family when things calm down. She turned his words over and over in her mind, trying to make sense of them. Trying to puzzle out what he wasn't revealing to her. Trying to imagine being able to see, even if it was through his eyes. She was surprised when the dog moved instantly to her side as she began to walk. It paced easily, not getting in her way yet remaining close to her. If he swerves in front of you, he wants you to stop, and there will be a reason, Byron said. It would be good for you to try to connect, as he can also be your eyes. I don't like relying on anything if I can help it, Antonietta said. It makes me more dependent. You rely on Justine. He kept his voice carefully neutral. Kelt is just a different tool as well as a companion. You might find he gives you even more freedom and independence. In any case, with him here, I will feel more at ease during the hours I am not with you. He needs rest now, but you will find, if he does bond with you, he will need to be with you most of the time for companionship. Antonietta hugged the dog again. Don't worry, Byron, I'll cherish every moment with him. They went up the staircase and down the long hall to her rooms. After a brief inspection of the suite of rooms, Kelt settled in as if it had always been his home. Antonietta was all too aware that Byron had closed the door to her quarters, leaving them alone. It bothers you that I don't ask you questions about your life, doesn't it? Why do you accept my differences so easily? Antonietta, Byron asked curiously. If I pushed beyond the barrier in your mind, I would be able to read your thoughts as lifemates do with one another, but I am trying to be considerate and wait until you wish to share your thoughts with me. If you do not talk to me, I have no way of knowing what you are thinking. He spared a thought for human males who had no way of reading their woman's mind. Antonietta rubbed the dog's silky ears. Do you know the history of the Scarlettis and the Palazzo? Did you know that this entire building is riddled with secret passageways? The passageways guard Scarletti treasures, as well as our secrets. I want to show you something. She leaned down to hug the dog again. Stay here, be warm. You are not going into the passageway, are you, Antonietta? I heard enough to know that those passageways are dangerous. I understand lethal traps are built into the walls and floors. She slipped her hand along the bottom of the wall until she located the mechanism to open the hidden door leading to the narrow passageway. The secret passageway is more than a means of escape to the sea, Antonietta said. It has been used by our family for generations to store valuable antiquities that conquerors, governments, or even the church might covet. With all the traps in here, are you not afraid you might take a misstep and be killed? Byron didn't like the idea of Antonietta moving with her usual confidence through the darkened hallways, knowing sharpened blades were hidden for the unwary. Antonietta laughed softly. The blades were removed many years ago, just for that reason. We no longer needed to escape into the sea when invaders were upon us, so for the safety of unwary family members, the traps were dismantled. She took his hand and smiled up at him. It is quite safe. Come with me. I'm at home in the dark, and I won't let anything happen to you. There's something in here I discovered some time ago. To me it was worth more than all the golden treasures and artwork stored in the hidden rooms. You're certain the traps have been dismantled? Yes. Even the Scarlet is had to come into the modern age. We even installed electricity here in the passageway. We needed it for the vaults as well as lighting. Her laughter was soft and inviting. How could anyone resist her laughter, least of all he? Byron took her hand and followed her into the dark passageway. She didn't turn on the lights in the hidden labyrinth of hallways. She didn't need a light, and it said something about how well she knew him that she didn't bother with one for him. The night my parents died, I knew something was wrong. I woke up and could barely breathe. I called to them, but they didn't hear me. I ran up onto the deck. I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. Later, when I told. No. He said it was my imagination. But it wasn't. I knew there was a bomb on the boat. I jumped into the sea as it went off. The door swung closed behind them, locking them in the narrow passageway. It was pitch black. No light seeped its way into the maze of halls. It was so narrow, Byron's shoulders nearly touched on either side. It is possible you heard it and felt it, Antonietta. Many people have built-in alarms and even a kind of radar. For years I blamed myself. I left them there. They didn't come up on the deck when I yelled to them there was danger. I don't know why, but they didn't come. She led him through 2 sharp turns, steered him away from the wider of 2 passages. That was the first time I ever felt the beast. Byron felt her fingers tighten involuntarily around his. He immediately pulled her close against his body. You were a child, Antonietta, 5 years only. You barely escaped death yourself. As it was, you must have hesitated long enough to get caught in the blast. She ran her hand over his chest in a stroking caress, and her fingers were trembling. I know that now. Children tend to blame themselves. I turned back when I saw they hadn't come up on deck, and I screamed for them to hurry. For a moment she rested her head against his chest. I was too small to climb up on the railing to get over the side, but I felt a power moving inside of me. It was growing and spreading. The night was so dark, there was no moon, and it was black. The sea was black. All of a sudden, I felt something moving under my skin, almost as if it were alive, and I itched terribly. And then I could see everything. Not like my normal sight, in a different way, but the night was suddenly clear. I heard my mother whisper to my father. She'd be right back, she was going to check on me. They thought I had a nightmare. But it was already too late. I leapt up on the railing. One single jump. It was so easy. And then the world went white, and then red and orange, and then black for me. Byron could feel the deep sorrow in her. It didn't matter that the events had taken place so many years earlier. They were as fresh in her mind as the day they happened. He held her tightly, buried his face in the fragrance of her silky hair. I am so grateful you survived, Antonietta. I am sorry for the loss of your parents. You must have loved them very much. He reached to breach that ever-present barrier in her mind. Wanting her memories. Wanting to know what the power inside of her had been. Where it had come from. They were wonderful. You rarely saw one without the other. They were so close. They always seemed to have secrets. Come on, I want to show you this. She stepped away from him to tug at his hand. I've never told anyone what really happened that night. I knew they would think I was crazy. I was born with the Scarletti ability to heal. And several of us are telepathic, although the ability is limited. I've never been able to communicate so clearly with anyone as I can with you. She stopped in the middle of the long passageway and ran her palm along the top of the wall. When I discovered this room, it was covered in cobwebs. I don't think anyone had been here for years. Byron reached up to find her hand with his, to slide his fingers into the centuries-old depression to find the hidden mechanism for revealing the chamber. As the door opened, a light glowed from within, automatically coming on. At the same time, a musty, stale air greeted them. Byron turned her away from it, shielding her with his larger frame while he blew into the room, at the same time creating a small wind with his arms. He waited until he was certain it was safe to breathe before he moved out of Antonietta's way. How did you do that? I can do a few things, but I can't carry two adults across the cliffs and down that narrow, slippery trail to the palazzo. I swear our feet never touched the ground, and you were moving so fast the wind blew in our faces. I can draw on the strength of the beast, and sometimes I can see images of heat, much like an infrared, I suppose, but I can't do the things you do. Like I saw the other night when it scared me. It wasn't me seeing, but something else. She stepped into the small room. Byron followed her. It was no more than the size of a walk-in closet, long and narrow. And the walls were carved from floor to ceiling with a mixture of symbols, pictures, and ancient language. This is the history of my family, Antonietta said. Our heritage, what we are. And after. No. Showed me this room. I wasn't afraid of myself anymore. She tilted her head toward him. And I would never be afraid of you. She waved toward the wall. I give you the cat you were looking for last night. The Scarlet. Cats. Byron stepped closer to the wall, ran the pads of his fingers over the intricate carvings in the same way she had read the images. There were pictures of jaguars, men and women half jaguar, half human, caught for all time in transition. The earlier carvings were crude but detailed. The later drawings quite beautiful, as if great care had been taken in creating them. This is amazing, Antonietta. Has anyone else seen this? No, I felt it was better to keep it to myself. Byron had to agree with her. The contents of the room would be very damaging to the Scarlet and their position in society. But the carefully kept account of the Scarletti history was important to his people. His fingers flew over the wall, reading as quickly as he was able. So this is the reason you do not fear my differences, and you accept them so easily. I knew immediately you had to be one of the males, and your bloodline must be stronger even than mine. She took a deep breath and let it out. I know you won't stay, Byron, and that's okay. It really is. I have no wish to be married. I'm quite content with my life the way it is. I've never considered a permanent relationship with a man. Taking a lover is a different thing altogether. For as long as you want to stay, I think it will work out perfectly for the both of us. He turned slowly, rested one hip against the carved wall, and folded his arms across his chest. There was a long silence. "So you will not mind when I leave you?" Antonietta heard the soft underlying growl in his voice, the snap of his teeth. A shiver went through her, and for the first time unease crept into her mind. Byron seemed an easygoing, courteous gentleman with old-fashioned, courtly ways. She remembered the way her assailant had been flung backward, the distinct sound of bone snapping. How carelessly the body was thrown away from them. Byron had never even checked to see if the man still lived. He had known he was dead. "Well, obviously, I've read this many times. I understand perfectly the need for the male of this species to wander. I'm telling you I accept the inevitable and don't want you to feel bad about it." Even as she spoke, she took a small step backward, her hand going protectively to her throat. Her pulse beat frantically as if calling to him. The spot where he had left his mark the night before throbbed and burned. "There is an inevitable, but I doubt it is what you envision." He reached out casually, almost lazily, and circled the nape of her neck with his palm, drawing her toward him. She went reluctantly, taking one small step at his urging, then another until she could feel the heat of his body right through the thin barrier of her clothing. Both hands found his chest. "Why are you angry?" He was smoldering with anger, with the thought that she was certain he would leave her, that he would want to leave her, that she seemed totally accepting, even grateful that he would leave her. Byron made an effort to tamp down the seething cauldron of emotions. That way lay disaster. What it says on this wall is that a group of women and children arrived, seeking sanctuary. There were a few males, old mostly or very young, but the women had no men to protect them. They wanted permission to live on Scarletti land, under the protection of the Scarletti family. They were foreigners, come from a distant land with strange ways. It is said these women had tremendous psychic abilities. They were telepaths, healers, and all of them were shapeshifters. Antonietta nodded. He wasn't holding her in place, his fingers were very light, almost gentle around her neck, but she still felt the tension vibrating in the air between them. The picture clearly shows a large cat of some kind. "The jaguar," he supplied. "I have heard of this species. They are all but extinct." The males refused to stay with the females, and eventually the females took on human husbands. The bloodline thinned over the centuries. She nodded her head in agreement. "I feel the cat inside of me at times, warning me. I have an acute sense of smell. I'm blind, yet at times when the wildness inside of me is growing, I see in colors of red and yellow and white. Heat images. I thought when you smelled the cat last night perhaps one of my cousins is the same, and I'm not such a freak." "It's true, Byron. This is the reason the Scarlet is made a bargain with the women in the village. They wanted the gift of the jaguar people for their own. Some of the Scarletti men intermarried with those women, and some have the blood strong and some don't." I read the wall carefully. "You were so correct about the men leaving. The women were willing to stay with humans because their males never stayed. They got them pregnant and they left, even during times of war and hunger and plague. So the women turned to our race for companionship and love and a family." "As they did in other places as well," Byron said. "In the old days, women had few rights and little protection, but in the world today, we're quite capable of caring for our children and providing for them. I have a good life, and I never expected to meet someone I was so attracted to. Honestly, Byron, I'm just saying I didn't expect nor want a lover for more than a short period of time." His breath escaped in a long, slow hiss of annoyance. "Unfortunately, that is not what I expect or want, Antonietta. I am not Jaguar. My people do not leave one another for reasons of convenience or wanderlust. We mate for life, for eternity. I do not want less, nor will I accept less. You have much to learn of who and what I am." His dark gaze roamed possessively over her face. She could feel the impact, the intensity, as his gaze burned over her. She was immediately reminded of the suffocating darkness she lived in. Alone in the close confines of the room, it was too late to remember she knew very little of this man standing so close to her. She knew nothing of his family or his heritage or even his heart. He was always alone and very quiet, very polite, but he could be shockingly violent in an instant if need be. "Who are you, Byron?" Her voice came out a husky whisper of fear when she needed her confidence most. Tell me who you are then. Tell me what you are. If not jaguar, like me, what are you then? She held her breath, pressed her hand to her somersaulting stomach. Byron's thumb tipped her chin up. She felt his breath on her face. Warm. Inviting. His lips skimmed the corner of her mouth. Velvet soft. So persuasive her heart leapt. I am your life mate. Keeper of your heart as you are the keeper of mine. The words were whispered against her eyes. His lips trailed down her face to find her mouth again. Soft. Insistent. Feather light, yet with all the power to rob her of breath. Of speech. Of sanity. Her brain refused to think of anything other than wanting him. Having him for her own. His words sounded foreign and even formal, but it still didn't stop her from turning her mouth up to his. Of wanting him with every cell in her body. Byron. She had dreamt of him for so many lonely nights. Erotic, passionate dreams of wild sex and heights of pleasure she didn't believe really existed. His lips crushed hers, and he was devouring her, his mouth hot and male and exciting there in the dark of the hidden room where the bizarre secrets of her ancestors decorated the wall. They simply melted together, two halves of the same whole. There was fire and electricity. There was a curious rippling of the earth beneath their feet. He pulled her closer, fit her body tightly against his, imprinting his every muscle on her soft flesh. He knew how she would feel, all soft curves and mesmerizing heat. The flood of passion welling up in her to meet his darkest cravings. Byron had known almost from the moment he had heard the first exquisite note of her music. Antonietta circled his neck with her arms. Byron took her into a world of hunger and passion and light, where her music came from. Her deepest joys and sorrows and erotic dreams. Her every want. She couldn't help wanting to be closer, wanting to feel the incredible heat of his skin. She slipped her hands beneath his shirt to feel his defined muscles. She ached with wanting him, her body already turning liquid and needy. Byron, she whispered his name, the voice of a siren. An invitation to paradise. His teeth nipped her full lower lip. Do you want me to make love to you, Antonietta? That would be so simple for you. No attachment. No love between us to get in the way. His hand shaped her breast, his thumb leasing her nipple into a hard peak. He bent his head to the temptation right through the thin fabric of her blouse. Her breasts were luxuriously soft and full. She had a woman's curving body and was generously endowed. His mouth closed over the soft, luscious mound, hot and moist and suckling strongly so that Antonietta arched back and caught his hair in her hands to drag him closer to her. Her knees went weak, and she cried out, afraid she would have an orgasm right there, just from his mouth on her breast. His tongue licked along the valley between her breasts up toward her throat. Is this what you want? Just a physical relationship. He lifted his head, and she felt his eyes burning like lasers. This is good enough for you? Antonetta's fingers bunched in his hair, nearly desperate to pull him back to her. There was no reason to feel guilty, but she did. It has always been good enough in the past, she said defiantly, and then was instantly ashamed that he had managed to rattle her when it was none of his business what she did or even what she preferred. Byron straightened slowly, his hands slowly releasing her. His body withdrew from hers, leaving her feeling cold and alone and bereft. It is not good enough for me. Antonietta pushed an unsteady hand through her hair, deliberately stepping into the passageway to give herself space. You can't possibly want a long-term, permanent relationship with me. You don't even know me. That is not precisely true, Antonietta. There is very little about you I do not know. I took the time, sitting quietly in your home, listening to you. Hearing the music you play, watching you with your family. I know you far better than you think. You have not taken the time to get to know me. You thought you could have me for a lover and your perfect world would remain intact. You wouldn't have to do anything different at all, but in truth, there is always change and consequences. She didn't like seeing herself through his eyes. He made her feel shallow and self-centered. There is nothing wrong with a woman being practical, Byron. Men take lovers and walk away all the time. They've been doing it for centuries. I'm practical, not unemotional. I have a family depending on me. I have a full-time career. Can't you see that I'm making sense? You're not in love with me." She dared him to lie to her and say he was. He paced away from her, returned to stand over her. She felt his shadow even in the darkened passageway. Felt his presence, not the man she was so comfortable with, not the man she had come to think of as sweet and courtly, but a dangerous predator stalking her in the narrow confines of the scarlet passageway. She had the impression of lips drawn back in a silent snarl and fangs exposed. "How would you know what I feel or do not feel?" His voice was so low it could barely be heard, yet there was a note in it that increased her fear even more. Antonietta put out her hand. "A test." Byron instantly caught her hand, drew her palm to the warmth of his chest. She could feel his heart beating. Steady. Strong. A perfect rhythm, and her own heart seemed to want to follow. "I didn't mean to hurt you." She stepped closer to him. "I did, didn't I? I hurt you by saying I didn't want a permanent relationship with you. I didn't mean it the way it came out." Why had she been so afraid? How could she ever think that Byron, with his impeccable manners, would be anything but generous and courteous? She was becoming fanciful after her misadventure in the night. "No man wants to be told he will be discarded gladly," Byron said. "It is a bit hard on the ego." He brought her fingers to his mouth. Antonietta expected a brief kiss. His mouth closed over her finger. And it was hot and moist and everything it had been when he had been lavishing attention on her breast. She thought she might fall down, simply melt into a puddle on the floor. "I think my hormones are in overdrive, Byron." She had no other defense besides humor. "If you keep that up, I might have to consider ripping your shirt right off of you." "I do not think that is designed to stop me, Antonietta." There was a hint of laughter in his voice. His teeth nibbled at her finger, scraped along the pad of her thumb. "How did you discover this room? You do not come into the passageway that often, do you?" His tone sounded mildly curious, yet she had the impression he was waiting for her answer. That his tone was quite at odds with his emotions. "Most of my life I could manage to read people, Byron. I've always thought it was because I was blind, and I had to rely on other senses to get by. You're very difficult, because you don't say very much, and I can't rely on your voice to give away your emotions." She reached up to touch his face, gently mapping his expression with her fingertips. "I have never been blind, Antonietta, although for a long time I was colorblind. I saw the world in shades of gray and white and charcoal. It is a condition in the males of my people. Most lose the ability to see in color when they come into full power, but I took much longer." Byron seemed so sad. Suddenly she pressed closer to him. "What is it? What are you thinking of?" "A time long ago when I had a childhood friend. More than a friend. In my world, our siblings can be quite a bit older. My friend was my family. We were never far apart from one another, and he made life bearable for me. I worked with jewelry, and Jacques would try his hand at it." His mouth curved at the memory of Jacques' antics. Byron was a gem caller, able to sing the stones of the earth into revealing themselves, and Jacques often accompanied him into the deepest caves. "My friend disappeared for several years and was presumed dead. My life was hell after that. I felt alone, and maybe I was even angry with him for dying and leaving me behind. I felt lost, without an anchor. And one day I saw a woman. I could see her in color. I knew she had red hair and green eyes. When that happens, the male of our species knows she is the one woman. But I could not see anyone or anything else in color, which did not make sense if she were my life mate, as colors are fully restored to us through our life mate. I should have known better, should have taken the time to think things through, but I was not so patient back then." The sadness weighed so heavily on him, it seemed a burden, a great sorrow. Antonietta felt it in her heart, in her mind, but she remained silent, hoping he would continue. She had a feeling he had never told the story to anyone else. Byron turned his head to kiss her fingertips. "Later, I realized my friend Jacques and I were so close I was picking up visions from his head. He had been tortured, and he was half mad. He did not remember any of us, so it did not occur to me, at the time, that I was still connected to him, still seeing through his eyes as we had often done, sharing information on our personal path. But by the time I figured out what was happening, it was too late. I had ruined our friendship and instilled a deep distrust of me in him. He needed me, and I let him down. I have regretted those rash days bitterly. How sad, Byron. I hope your friend is better now. And if he was such a good friend, I'm certain as he heals, he'll forgive anything you might have done. The connection between us is still there, should either of us decide to use it, but I no longer saw in colors. My life returned to grays and shadows. Until I met you. The way he said it, starkly, honestly, tugged at her heartstrings. Until I met you. It had to be his voice that affected her so completely. What changed? There seemed to be a lump in her throat. Antonietta gave herself a stern warning. He was a man, just like other men, one who would come and go just as they all did. It mattered little what sweet words he came up with. In the long run, the prenuptial agreement always told what they were after. And it was never Antonietta, the woman. My entire life, he said simply. And there in the absolute darkness, she wanted to believe him. Kiss me, Byron. Just kiss me again. Her arms slid around his neck, and she pressed her body close to his. An offering. A hunger. A need. She might not want him to be special, might not want to believe he was different from all the others to her, but she needed him to kiss her. And she had never needed anyone. He murmured something in a language she had never heard before and bent his head to hers. His lips feathered over her face, along her cheekbones, a soft assault on her senses. There was tremendous strength in his hands as he pulled her even closer, fitting her body into the cradle of his hips. His mouth teased hers. His teeth tugged at her bottom lip, a sweet temptation that left her helpless to resist had she wanted. Antonietta moved restlessly, a deliberate enticement. When he was with her, when he was near, she had a difficult time thinking of anyone else. Anything else. She craved him in the way an addict might a drug. A compulsion, she murmured. That's what you are. A sorcerer, and you've cast a spell on me. And here I thought it was the other way around. He whispered the words against her lips. Before she could answer, his mouth took possession of hers, and the world turned upside down. It didn't matter that there was no light. Colors burst behind her eyes and exploded like fireworks in her mind. Beneath her feet the earth rippled so that she clung to him. She lost all ability to breathe, yet he was the very air for her. Antonietta clung to him, unprepared for the way her body simply went soft and pliant and needy. This has never happened before. He kissed her again. Thoroughly. Hungrily. As if she were the only woman in the world, and he had to kiss her. Needed to kiss her. And then, abruptly, he lifted his head. His eyes glittered a fiery red above her head, and for just a moment fangs gleamed white in the stark black of the passageway. There is someone coming this way, he said. His tone was free of all menace, but she caught a brief glimpse of the inherent violence in him. A beast roared for release, struggled for supremacy. His calm demeanor never wavered, but she felt it just as if it were in her. She felt him reaching out with all his senses, inhaling deeply as if he could scent an enemy. No one comes in here, Byron, she whispered. We store great treasures, artwork, and jewels. The rooms are designed to keep them in the precise temperatures needed to preserve them. Not even family comes in here without first getting permission from. No. Or from me. He placed his lips against her ear. Someone is in the passageway and moving stealthily, not with confidence. I doubt they have permission. He saw the glimmer of a light moving toward them. They are nearing us. I can hide us from his sight, but the passage is too narrow for him not to bump into you. We will have to go into your history room and close the door. Byron felt her swift intake of breath in reaction to his words. The involuntary clenching of her fingers into a fist in the fabric of his shirt. His arm tightened around her. You will be safe with me. I know the space is small, but I can get out, should something go wrong with the mechanism. There was complete confidence in his voice. Antonietta could not tell him of a world of suffocating darkness. Of waking up choking, strangling, her throat closed, fighting desperately for air. Her heart pounded with alarming force. She nodded wordlessly, not trusting her voice. She abhorred the mind-numbing fear that inevitably caught hold of her when she was on unfamiliar ground. Byron drew her into the small confines of the little room and nudged the door until it swung shut, sealing them in. He dragged her close beneath the protection of his shoulder. With the door closed, the light was gone, hiding the Scarletti secrets as it had for centuries. Byron ran his fingertips along the wall. The carvings were smooth and precise, a work of art, even as it was a kind of diary of each generation. He caressed the figure of a shapeshifter, first in human, then half in half, and then fully in cat form. The jaguar. A sad ending to a species. The blood was so diluted it was doubtful if more than a handful remained with full abilities. So many species gone or nearly gone from the earth. Antonietta's fingers found him, tracing over the same beautifully drawn figure. If you are not jaguar, what are you, Byron? Instinctively, she used the more intimate form of communication. Somewhere on the other side of the wall someone skulked about the passageway with a hidden agenda of their own. I am of the earth. My people have been in existence since the beginning of time, in one form or another. Then you do shift shape. You can, can't you? She was very excited. His breath was warm on her face. His lips touched her cheekbone. If I were to answer yes, would it in any way influence you to consider adding me to the Scarletti gene pool? He was listening to the furtive footsteps as they moved past their hiding place. That's not funny. But laughter bubbled up anyway. And joy. It was true. She wasn't losing her mind as she often imagined when the beast rose up strong within her, roaring to be set free. I'm too old to even consider having a baby. She said the last to sober up. She was too old to consider a permanent relationship, even if the man intrigued her and made her feel beautiful and young and filled with happiness. It was infatuation, physical attraction, a crush that would soon pass. It had to pass soon. His palm slid down the length of her hair, weighed the heavy braid in his hand. You do not know what old is, Antonietta. There was a wealth of amusement in his voice. I would like to find out who is out there. He is male and a member of your family. Normally, I can easily scan human thoughts, but the jaguar influence is prevalent in this area. He feels like Paul, but I cannot scan many of the people here as easily as most others. If I press, he will feel my presence. But I can follow him and see what he is up to. Antonietta bit down hard on her knuckle to keep a protest from escaping. She had come into the maze of tunnels hundreds of times. It would be silly to be afraid of being alone. She could easily find her way back to her room once out of the history room. Byron would be the one in danger of being caught in the intricate labyrinth that ran through the many levels of the Scarletti Palazzo. Scan them? You read thoughts? I thought it was only me, that we just had some form of telepathy together. You can read everyone? And you do not? In the board meetings your grandfather insists on dragging you to, do you not hear what the others are thinking? Before she could answer, he patted her hand. I will return in a moment. Antonietta opened her mouth. Whether she was going to agree or protest, she wasn't certain, but he simply disappeared. His body had been warm and solid, and then it was gone. They hadn't shifted position to open the wall entrance. She put out her hands, carefully explored all four walls. He had simply vanished. Silently. Completely. She pressed her hand against her open mouth and leaned against her ancestors' wall of records, shocked. What are you? She ran her fingers over the wall, searching every word, every symbol, and every picture in the hopes of finding another shape her people were capable of shifting into. There was nothing to indicate any of them could simply disappear. She believed in shifting shapes, but completely disappearing was an altogether different proposition. Why did Byron's ability to vanish make her so uneasy when finding her family's history had been such a relief? Antonietta nearly had a heart attack when Byron's body was suddenly crowding hers in the small confines of the room. She flattened herself against the wall as his much harder frame pressed against hers, but her fingertips went to his face, reading his expression, mapping his familiar face. As often as she did it, he never flinched away, never seemed to mind. Byron. She breathed his name aloud, thankful he was back, wanting to know his every secret. Did I startle you? He kissed the corner of her mouth, left a trail of flames down the side of her neck in apology. It is Paul. Antonietta went still. Paul. She said her cousin's name aloud. He never goes inside the passageway. He's never even looked at a map. He doesn't like confined spaces. His father used to lock him in a closet when he was angry with him. Which seemed to be all the time. Are you certain? What would make him chance coming in here? Her fingers were already searching out the hidden mechanism to open the wall. He's bound to get lost in here. Unless you have the map and the key to the map, you could be lost for days. It might do him good, Byron said grimly. He is up to no good. You don't know that. The door slid open without a sound, telling Byron that Antonietta came to the room often enough to keep the mechanisms running smoothly. She had that faint haughty note in her voice that always made him smile. He followed her into the passage. Which way did he go? To the left. He placed his lips close to her ear. What is to the left? The vaults. How would he know that? Only. No. And I know the exact location of the vaults. He can't be going there. To her annoyance, she didn't sound certain. Perhaps he had help. When you come in here to catalog, do you have a pair of eyes? I would venture to say Justine knows exactly how to get to the vault room. She wouldn't. She is in love with him. Byron paced along behind her in the narrow confines of the tunnel. His breath was on the nape of her neck. His body heat warmed her. What would you do for the man you loved, Antonietta? Would you betray your family? Your friends? Would you do anything for him? Any man I loved would not want me to betray my family and friends. She lifted her chin as she moved confidently through the twists and turns. If he did, he wouldn't be worth loving now, would he? How do you know where you are going? I count. I memorize everything. You are amazing. There was sincere admiration in his words, in his tone. The genuine compliment made her insides glow. No one said things like that to her. No one else ever gave her personal compliments. Not even her grandfather. Her talent as a musician and composer was taken for granted. Don Giovanni simply shrugged and said with all the lessons she'd been given, she better be considered one of the best in the world. A Scarletti could never be second. Byron's hand simply rested on the small of her back, but it generated so much heat, so much desire, she felt her skin melting beneath this touch. The physical awareness was so great she had trouble concentrating. Antonietta reveled in the intensity of her craving for him. It had never happened to her before, and at 37, she never thought it would. She was determined to enjoy every moment with him if she could, as long as she had him, even here, in the dark passageways of the Scarletti Palazzo with her idiot cousin sneaking to the vaults. Antonietta could feel the pressurized air flowing through an open door. She instinctively slowed down, keeping her footfalls soft on the cool tile. It was only then that she realized that, although she was very aware of Byron, she couldn't hear him. She could feel his hand melting through her back, at times his breath on her skin, but he moved so silently, she would never have known he was there without her heightened senses. Her heart was pounding over loud in alarm. In regret. Not so much at what her cousin was doing, but the fact that Justine had to have helped him. Her Justine. Antonetta's eyes and ears in the palazzo. In the business world. In her profession. She trusted Justine implicitly. She had to. The door opened to the vault room tore apart her heart, shaking her hard-won confidence. Byron's heart was breaking for her. His Antonietta, who loved and trusted her cousins and Justine. She had made them her world, and yet they thought nothing of what it cost her. Anger swirled inside his gut, a hot, roiling emotion that thickened the air in the passageway, making it difficult to breathe. The tension magnified until raw energy ran through the tunnels, a forerunner of immense danger. Looking over Antonetta's shoulder into the vault room, Byron could see Paul examining several gold artifacts. Several times, he picked up an intricately detailed ship made of gold and put it back down. It was large, and he couldn't find a way to hide it under his shirt. He is helping himself to the Scarletti treasures. At the moment, he cannot choose between a golden ship or a necklace of rubies and diamonds. Even from the distance, Byron recognized the glittering piece. He had crafted the necklace with great care, his hands fashioning the gold into the intricate setting for the beautiful gems. It had been a lifetime ago, and he thought of his life-mate while he worked, making it with infinite care, knowing he was making it for the bride of someone considered important in the political world. It fascinated and intrigued him that a Scarletti bride had worn his creation. A soft hiss of anger was trapped in his throat as he watched Paul's greedy hand grasping the necklace to him. "Show me." He hesitated but shared the images reluctantly. Antonietta made a single sound. A soft cry of despair. She remembered that necklace, one of the few things she did remember from her days of sight. She had loved it, been fascinated by it, and the thought of her cousin stealing it, taking its elegance and fire out of the family, was horrifying. That small sound of heart-wrenching despair called to the demon already roaring for release buried within Byron. Startled, shocked, Paul swung around, his face twisted with fear and purpose. There was only one heartbeat of time to see the shiny metal object clasped in Paul's hand as he turned. Time slowed, tunneled, as Byron dissolved into molecules, to materialize once again in between Paul and Antonietta. The blow to Byron's chest was so hard it knocked him backward, off his feet, slamming his body into hers, driving them both against the opposite wall. In the small confines of the passageway, the explosion was deafening. The bullet tore its way through his body and out his back, slamming into Antonetta's shoulder. As he fell on lap of Antonietta, his body protecting hers, he tried to focus on Paul, focus on his throat to cut off all air. He could not leave Antonietta, helpless and vulnerable, alone with her treacherous cousin. Paul coughed, staggered, nearly went to his knees. The gun in his limp fingers wavered alarmingly. Byron's vision blurred. He was losing too much blood too fast. Without shutting down his system, he would be unable to recover. Animal instinct turned his head to see Celt racing toward them. The borzoi had sensed trouble and managed to nose open the hidden door. A silent hunter, the animal ran full out, his long legs covering ground like a well-oiled running machine. The eyes were fixed and focused on prey. It mattered little that it was human. Celt leapt over Byron and Antonietta, going straight for Paul, teeth slashing at the arm holding the gun. Paul screamed in pain and dropped the weapon. "Antonietta, I didn't know it was you," Paul yelled, struggling to hold off the dog. Already his arms were a mass of cuts from the slashing teeth. "Call him off, call off the dog. Celt." Antonietta used her most authoritative voice. She could see nothing. Byron's motionless body covered hers, pinning her to the floor. Her back hurt as well as the front of her shoulder. "Stay, boy. Paul, if you make one move toward me or Byron, I'm letting him loose, and I won't call him off." She had no idea what had happened, but she smelled blood. Her sensitive fingertips found liquid, warm, and sticky. Pools of it. "It was an accident. I didn't know it was you. The gun just went off by itself. You startled me." Paul realized he was babbling and started toward his cousin. The borzoi stood between them, head down, eyes alert, still in hunting mode. Paul stopped at once. "He won't let me get to you," and Byron's bleeding all over the floor. "Dio, Antonietta, I think I've killed him." "You shot him." Antonietta fought down hysteria and panic. "Get over here and move him off of me. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and help me save him. The dog is going to tear you apart if you don't do exactly what I say. Now come here and move him. Be very careful, Paul. If he dies, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. I won't even help with your defense. I'm telling you, Antonietta." Paul carefully skirted around the dog. "I didn't shoot anyone on purpose. I didn't know what was down here, so I brought protection with me. I never even came in the tunnels when I was a child." Antonietta felt Byron's body shift, move off of her, allowing her to crawl out from beneath him. "You were an idiot to bring a gun with you. Where in the world did you get a gun anyway? Why would you even have one?" She was frantically trying to find the wound, searching for a pulse. Paul moaned loudly. "He's dead, Antonietta. There's no pulse." She shoved her cousin hard. "Get away from him. He's not dead. I won't let him be dead. Byron, don't you dare leave me alone. Come back. Damn you, Paul, how could you do this?" She couldn't find a pulse either, and for a moment her world stopped. There was no air to breathe. Her vocal cords wouldn't work. There was nothing. Emptiness. A black void where there had been life and laughter and her music. She had nothing. The struggle started in her mind. A voice whispering to her from far away. Soothing her. Telling her it wasn't so. "I must see him." The words were the first she understood. "Look at him. I must see him." She had never heard the voice, but it was low and compelling and insistent on obedience. He spoke in her language, but with a definite accent, so velvet soft he seemed to purr. Antonietta took a breath, let it out slowly, her hands gripping Byron as if she could hold him to her. She forced herself to follow the path of that faraway voice. She wouldn't waste time on fearing it. She feared that the meaning of her entire life was spilling blood on the tiles there in passageway. Nothing mattered to her but to save Byron. I am blind. I cannot show you what I see. The borzoi pushed his nose against her face, as if to remind her he was there. A dog is with you? This dog was Byron's dog? I have it now. Yes, the wound is bad. He is not dead, but has shut down his system to conserve blood. He will need special care. Do you have help? My cousin. Paul is the one who shot Byron. There was a moment of silence, and Kelt shifted his body, his dark eyes focusing on Paul. I don't like the way that dog keeps looking at me, her cousin said. I think it wants to tear my throat out. I should let him, Antonietta snapped, furious that Paul would want sympathy. Are you near soil of any kind? Rich soil? You will need to pack the wound with it. The bullet exited and tore a hole through his back. Your shoulder is injured as well. I'm going for help, Antonietta. We'll need the doctor, Paul said decisively. I think you were shot too. She didn't notice. She concentrated on the voice. Tell me what to do. She had to believe that distant voice. Who are you? Jock. Byron has family in the area. If you can get him out of there into the open, they will come and care for him. I want to care for him. But Antonietta was already on her feet, tugging at Byron's dead weight, trying to drag him down the tunnel. The dog caught at Byron's jacket, adding his strength to hers. What the hell are you doing? Paul demanded. He's dead, Antonietta. We have to get you medical attention. Just help, she snapped. Don't say anything, or I may pick up that gun and shoot you myself. I can't believe you brought that thing into my home. I have people after me, Paul admitted, reaching down to help pull Byron along the floor. I got into some trouble with some people I owe money to. They aren't the kind of men you want to meet up with without a gun. I thought you quit gambling, Paul. Aren't we going the wrong way? We're going downhill, toward the cove. That's right. You aren't going to just dump the body, are you, Antonietta? I mean, grazie. But we have to inform the authorities. I could have killed you too. We have to give them the body. Well, we should give them the body, but if it was found in the sea, or never found. He isn't dead, she said between her teeth. Shut up and concentrate. We have to get him outside. You aren't making sense, Antonietta. But Paul continued to help pull the body down through the maze of tunnels until he could smell the sea. It took hard work, but between Antonietta, Paul, and the borzoi, they managed to get Byron outside. The rain was falling steadily, sheets of it, so that they were instantly soaked through. The wind whipped at them. Find me soil, Paul, rich soil, not sandy sod. I want good soil. Paul muttered and shook his head, but he did as his cousin wished, taking off his shirt to heap the soil from the beds the gardener had planted just above the cove. He was well aware Antonietta had remarkable powers as a healer, but even she couldn't bring back the dead. He rushed back to her side and knelt to watch as she packed the wounds, front and back, with the soil. If you did manage to bring him back, he'd just die again with gangrene. That's not funny. Antonietta wanted the reassurance of the voice again. We're outside, near the cove. I've packed the wounds with soil, but he isn't responding. Call to him. He will hear you. Antonietta didn't hesitate. Her insides were churning, and she wanted to scream and scream. To let the wind carry her horror and the fear held so tightly in check out over the sea and away from her. She never wanted to feel so afraid, so empty and dead again. She leaned close, sheltering his face from the rain. Byron. Byron, open your eyes. Her hand trembled as she stroked back his hair in a small caress. Don't leave me now that I've just found you. Wake up before I begin to weep and scream and plead like a ninny. I'm really afraid and I need you. Byron became aware of many voices. At first, he couldn't sort them out. There was chanting in the ancient tongue. Antonietta, summoning him imperiously back to her. Someone was yelling his name. He identified his sister Eleanor's voice. She sounded close to him, yet he knew she was far away. A man's voice called to him calmly yet with command. Jacques. Byron was certain he was hallucinating. He hadn't spoken telepathically with Jacques in years. Maybe I really am dying. He muttered the words aloud to test his voice. No, you're not. I refuse to allow it, Antonietta replied firmly. The relief was so tremendous she felt ill. Pain spread through him, and, before he was fully aware, through her, so that she gasped and caught at him. You need a doctor desperately. You've lost so much blood, Byron. You appeared dead. I couldn't even find a pulse. No, I do not need a doctor, but I would not mind strangling your cousin. Was he trying to kill you or me or both of us? Byron's black eyes had already found Paul kneeling beside Antonietta. Paul was very pale. He shook his head in denial. Byron noted Celt had positioned his body for a full-out attack should one be necessary. The dog was in alert mode, watching Paul's every move. Byron's dark gaze went back to Antonietta's white face. There were dark circles under her eyes and blood all over her. It took a minute before he realized not all the blood was his. Antonietta, you're injured. Byron made an effort to rise despite the weakness sweeping through him. The world tilted alarmingly, and blood gushed from his abdomen. His fingers found the gash in her shoulder, lingered there. Strangely, at his touch, the pain in her shoulder lessened. She pressed him back. It's nothing, lie still. Your friend Jacques told me your family was close. He said they would come for you. I had no idea any of my people were near. Go into the house. Keep Celt with you at all times. I will come as soon as I am able. Go now, Antonietta, or you will catch a chill. Your shoulder needs attention. I'm not leaving you alone. Byron waved his hand to still all speech. His concentration couldn't be broken when his reserves were nearly gone. The rain fell steadily. The waves crashed and boomed endlessly. Paul knelt motionless, unable to move or speak. Celt stood over the man, eyes burning alertly. Byron reached for Antonietta. No one else mattered. Nothing else mattered. Not even his broken, torn body. He caught her to him, drew her down, his mouth finding her torn wound. He didn't have the energy to leave his body and enter hers, but he took his time, using precious minutes to heal her shoulder. Byron fell back, exhausted, watching the blood soak into the ground from a distance. He hurt, the pain intensified by his movements, but it didn't concern him as much as watching Antonietta come out from under his enthrallment, seeing her move much more easily, seeing the white lines of pain etched into her face ease. Paul pressed forward, jerky now that his body was once again his own. He blinked several times, trying to remember what he had been doing. He only saw Byron's nearly translucent face turned up to the rain. If a smear of blood had been on his mouth, it was gone now, washed away by the rain. I'm sorry I shot you, Byron. The gun just went off. And if Byron hadn't jumped in front of me, you would have shot me, Antonietta said, glaring at her cousin. No. Is going to throw me out, Paul said. I'm going to throw you out, Antonietta countered, furious with him. Does he really think an apology is sufficient? She was shaking, and she preferred to think it was from anger and outrage rather than fear. Byron took her hand, brought her fingers to his mouth. Probably, but he will find out differently. Please do as I ask and go in. Someone is coming for me. Celt stiffened, his head going up alertly. Dark clouds swarmed across the sky, shadowing even the rain so that it went from silver to black. Plumes of white water swirled madly, rising in several towers toward the veiled moon. A bird of prey with a hooked beak and razor-sharp curved talons flew overhead and circled the small group in the cove. The wind rose to a howl. Faintly, far off, the sound of animals answering could be heard. The rain slashed at them, whipped into a frenzy by the sudden fury of the storm. The large owl landed on a tree above the path leading to the cove several yards from them. The heavens opened up and poured the rain down, a solid sheet, blocking sight of the bird. When it cleared, a man walked down the path toward them. He was enveloped in an old-fashioned, long, black cape. The folds swirled about his legs and body, and the hood hid his face. Rather than walk, he gave the impression of gliding, his feet not quite touching the ground. He halted a short distance from them, his outline vague and insubstantial in the silvery rain. Byron struggled to a sitting position, holding out his hand toward the stranger in warning. He tugged at Antonietta's wrist. "Go, now, take Paul and get him inside the tunnel. He is not safe out here. Do as I say quickly." He issued the command, nothing less, burying a push in his tone to force compliance. There was something so compelling in Byron's voice that Antonietta took Paul's arm without protest and hastened back into the Scarletti passageway. Celt stayed a moment longer to study the motionless figure in the distance, but he loped after Antonietta, disappearing into the dark caverns. The two men stared at one another in silence. Byron pushed himself up with an unsteady hand. Blood ran into the sand and dirt beneath him, staining the ground a reddish pink. He managed to get his feet under him. "Do not be foolish and waste your energy." The voice rippled with power. It was quiet, almost soft, yet carried the force of nature. Byron studied the man approaching him, gathering his strength as he did so. Lightning flashed across the sky, lit up the ground to reveal the small river of blood. "I do not recognize you. Have we met before?" Byron knew he had never before met the ageless stranger. The eyes were shimmering fire, the face etched with hardship. "Your kin was not close enough to reach you in time." The voice was very quiet, a pure, velvet tone. "I offer my blood freely that you may live." Byron knew even the most evil and cunning of vampires could appear noble and virtuous. They were master deceivers. Without taking his eyes from the stranger, Byron nodded slowly, even as he sought Jacques. "Do you know this one?" It had been years since he reached down that familiar path to his childhood friend. He felt awkward and stiff, but it was necessary. His enormous strength had run out onto the ground, leaving him swaying and weak. And there was Antonietta to protect. He would live to defeat any vampire to protect her. "He must be one of the ancients sent out by my father. I do not recognize him, nor has he yet sworn allegiance to our prince." It was discovered ancients were sent out across the seas to protect where they could. The call has gone out to bring them home. Jacques was guarded in his reply. "Do not lose consciousness. Focus on him." Byron burst out laughing. "Does one have control over losing consciousness? What do you think?" The stranger was on him, a tall man with old eyes and a faint, humorless smile. "My guess would be that you should remain alert so your friend, watching me so closely, may continue to guard you properly. I am called Dominic." He bowed low, an old-world, courtly gesture of respect. "I have been long from our homeland. You are one of the first of our kind I have seen in a long time." "I am Byron." "I thank you for your assistance," Byron returned formally. "I would greet you in the proper way of the warrior, but I am afraid I would fall down." A faint smile took some of the pain from his face. "It is not necessary. We are brethren. It is enough." Very casually, Dominic tore at his wrist with his teeth, opening a gaping wound that he pressed to Byron's mouth. "I am on my way to see our prince and to see for myself if it is true that his life-mate was human." The blood poured into Byron's starving cells, ancient blood, pure and strong. Byron tried not to be greedy when his strength was all but gone, and the sudden infusion of ancient blood hit with the force of a freight train. The rush was heady and overwhelming. "The Borzoi guards your life-mate well. He would have attacked me had I made a wrong move, yet he recognized what manner of creature I am. I had forgotten their loyalty and heart. I thank you for providing the memory." Byron sank down onto the earth, felt the soil reaching for him, comforting him. Very politely, he closed the wound on Dominic's wrist. "You have hunted long. Too long. I have grown weary and wish to sleep, but I must bring news to our prince. There is something evil sweeping the land. It is subtle. So subtle I cannot find the source of it, and I have looked. But it threatens our prince and our people. It threatens our very existence and way of life. I must warn him and then continue in my hunt for my lost kin." Byron felt the blood moving through him. It had been so long since one of his own kind had shared blood with him that he had nearly forgotten the heady rush. "Lost kin? Is the prince aware one of our people is missing?" Dominic leaned down, gathered Byron into his arms as if the full-grown man were no more than a child. "My sister was an apprentice to a great wizard. She had amazing skills, and under his tutelage, she became adept at many things now lost to our kind." Dominic shifted shape, still holding Byron securely, sweeping through the sky under cover of the storm. The words triggered a distant memory, a fairy tale told of magicians and wizards among their kind teaching safeguards and spells to their people. Byron closed his eyes, allowing weariness to sweep through him. He reached to connect with his other half, his soul. Antonietta? Are you well? Did they see to your wound? Byron? I left you alone. I can't remember what happened. Why would I leave you alone? There were tears in Antonetta's voice. She sounded forlorn, agitated. Not at all like his confident Lifemate. How could I have done such a terrible thing? For my cousin? To save my cousin? I can't think why I would have left you. Be calm. Cara mia. I am fine. I asked you to leave me so my people would heal me in our way. It would have been too complicated to allow a doctor to see to my wounds. They would have insisted on calling the authorities. This is best. No, it isn't best. I knew there was danger, I felt it all around us. It was storming and cold, and you lost so much blood. Tasha screamed when she saw me. I was covered in your blood. I should have stayed with you to protect you. To heal you. I have skills. Byron smiled. Even a Scarletti with her unusual legacy did not have sufficient skills. He sent her waves of warmth, of love. I shall be with you tomorrow night. Keep Kelp close to you at all times. You will not be able to reach me until sunset tomorrow, so do not panic if you reach for me and I am not there. I need to touch you. To know you're really alive. Their connection was already fading. Antonietta tried desperately to hold on to the link between them. Byron drifted in and out of consciousness as Dominic took him to a series of caves deep beneath the earth. We will rest here this night. Dominic opened the earth, cutting into a section of rich soil before lowering Byron into the cool, welcoming ground. Tell me of your kin. How is it she is lost to you? Byron roused himself enough to seek the companionship of his kind. I am a hunter of the vampire. I was born a hunter. Where I was not. Dominic shrugged his shoulders. One who hunts when it is not their heritage is a warrior to respect. It is all I have known, even in my fledgling days. Those were dark times, long before the wars that destroyed most of our people. My sister learned much, and even Prince Vlad consulted her. Some say she knew too much. Some say she turned on her people, wanting to rule, believing it was her right. You are of the Dragonseeker blood. Byron leaned his head against the soft soil and looked up at the man who had shared his lifeblood. When I was a fledgling, I used to go to the house where you once must have dwelled. The carvings, the artwork was so beautiful. I wanted to be able to create such wonders. That was a long time ago. The old house still stands? It would be a miracle to see it again. Out of respect for your lineage, Byron said. Nothing has ever been touched, only to preserve it for you or any of your kin should they remain. My sister was loyal to Prince Vlad and our people. No Dragonseeker has ever betrayed our people. Not one ever turned vampire. I cannot rest until I find who took my sister from us and clear our name. I have never heard it whispered the Dragonseeker blood was tainted, Byron objected. He watched as Dominic swept his hand around the cave so tiny pinpoints of light leapt to life. The stranger took powder from a small container and blew it across the cavern. The scent was aromatic and soothing. I am grateful that in my absence, such a thing was never suggested. Dominic knelt beside Byron and began to gather handfuls of the earth. He mixed the soil with a second powder and his own saliva. You will need more blood before you go to ground. The wound is quite extensive and did much damage to your internal organs. How is it you have hunted the undead, yet that human male was able to harm you? If there was a reprimand in Dominic's voice, Byron couldn't detect it, only mild interest in how a human managed to injure a Carpathian hunter. Perhaps I am a better craftsman than hunter. I have noticed several of the people in this place have strange barriers. It is better to take your Lifemate and leave this place. Take her to our homeland. She will eventually get used to it and get over being annoyed with you. Dominic helped Byron to lean forward so he could pack the material tightly into the gaping back wound. A craftsman who turned hunter to aid his people is always welcome at a warrior's campfire. Craftsmen are meticulous and methodical. It is an honor to meet one such as you. Dominic's hands were gentle as he helped Byron to lie back down. The prince found his Lifemate some time ago. Byron volunteered the news. It seems that some human women possess psychic abilities, and those women can be successfully converted without fear of madness. I have heard this rumor. How can this be? I believe it is possible that the women we are finding with psychic powers are descendants of the jaguar race. Dominic once again mixed the rich soil with his powder and saliva to pack into Byron's chest. I had not thought that any remained unless deep within the jungle. Not true jaguar, but of their blood. It would explain why the women are compatible with our race. The jaguar are shapeshifters, and they had many gifts, as our people had. Byron closed his eyes. Do you leave tomorrow? At sunset. I have not found the undead dwelling in this region, Dominic answered. I will continue my travel as soon as I rise. You will heal in the ground and be safe for several risings. I must be able to wake tomorrow evening. Antonietta will grieve. I do not want her to suffer. You will not be at full strength, but I will make certain you wake. Byron's attention was caught and held by the piercing gaze. You have green eyes. Not just green, but glittering, metallic green. Eerie. Eyes that saw through to the soul. I should have remembered, it is the Dragon Seeker's legacy. Eyes of the seers. I am weary now, Byron, I do not see what should be seen. Once I find the answers I seek, I will follow my kinsman into the next life. Or find your life mate. I did not think it possible, yet there is no doubt that Antonietta is my other half. My lineage is all but gone. Rhiannon and I were the last of our line. I doubt if either of us would have been so lucky. Dominic stood, looming over the deep cut in the earth. Sleep now and wake fully healed. I will give your regards to our prince and give him the news that another woman will join our ranks soon. That alone is cause for celebration. I thank you for your courtesy and for my life. Dominic bowed low in the way of the Carpathians. You must sleep now and allow me to attempt to heal these massive wounds. Byron could hear the voices again, many of them, male and female, chanting the healing ritual in his head. Sleep, old friend, we are with you, and we will watch over you while our brother heals your body. That single voice of friendship took him back in time, when he ran free with the wolves, sat in the tallest trees, and was simply a boy playing with a friend. He allowed himself to drift off, the soothing voices distant, and one feminine voice whispering, "Come back." Chapter 8. Antonietta sat at the piano, her hands curved over the keys. Music welled up inside of her. Poignant. Frightened. A clash of emotions. Her fingers brought beauty and poetry to the chaos, blending notes until the music swelled in volume, unable to be contained in the room with its perfect acoustics. She was blatantly calling to her lover to end her mourning. The music moaned and wept, pleaded and begged. Became soft and lilting as a siren. A melody of enticement. The doors to her rooms were locked as they had been all day. She would see no one. Not even Don Giovanni could persuade her to open her doors. The seconds had ticked by, as loud as heartbeats. Long-lasting minutes, hours, days. She couldn't bear to go on without him. Byron. Her dark poet. She had lost him before she had a chance to know him, and the agony was beyond her comprehension. Grief ravaged her. Ate at her. Blocked out her anger at her cousin. At her family. At Justine. She refused comfort from them all. Only Celt was allowed to remain with her as she wept and threw things in a way very unlike Antonietta. She cried a storm of tears, raged at the heavens that they would allow her cousin access to a gun. Through it all, the dog paced at her side, guided her around the missiles she had thrown, and thrust his head lovingly against her in consolation and camaraderie. The music shifted into melancholy, the notes taking flight, spilling out into the great halls so the entire household was silent with grief. Even the children spoke in whispers, and Marita shushed them. A pall hung over the palazzo. Antonietta, their lifeblood, their mainstay, the one person constant in their lives, was devastated as she had never been before. Over a man. Worse, over a man they feared. The symphony played on endlessly, an outpouring of tears and anguish, until even the servants were weeping. Outside, beyond the multitude of colors in the priceless stained-glass windows, the storm had long since passed over, yet clouds rolled across the sky, darkening the moon and blotting the stars so that the gargoyles and winged creatures sitting atop the eaves and battlements were shadowed and dark. Antonietta felt the music rising in her, the relentless, merciless emotions, a volcano erupting endlessly. She was driven to play, unable to stop. And then she felt the weight of his hands on her shoulders, the warmth of his breath on the nape of her neck, the touch of his lips in her hair. Her fingers stilled on the piano keys. There was abrupt silence after the intensity and power of the music. The palazzo hushed instantly, an eerie shock after the hours of passionate sound. Antonietta sat on the gleaming piano bench without moving, without daring to believe he was there with her, that he had come to her after all the long hours of stark fear and grief. Her heart seemed to cease beating in her chest, her world narrowed to his hands. The heat of his skin, the warmth of his breath, the beating of his heart. Her heart stuttered, found the rhythm of his beat in perfect synchronization. She whirled around, her arms going around his neck, her cry muffled by his mouth melding with hers. Byron tasted her tears, tasted love and acceptance. His lips traveled over her face, her eyes, memorized her high cheekbones, the small dimple, returned to capture her mouth. There was heat and fire and need. The earth shifted out from under them. Her hands tugged at his shirt, desperate to inspect his body, to see with her fingertips. It was almost more than she could bear to wait. She nearly ripped the material covering his skin even as she kissed him back, ravaging his mouth, telling him without words what she needed. Byron shrugged his shoulders, and the shirt fell away, exposing his chest to Antonetta's inspection. She couldn't stop kissing him. Over and over, frantic, long, drugging kisses. Her fingertips inspected every inch of his chest, every defined muscle, his ribcage, his narrow waist. She found the scar, still raw but nearly healed, and she gasped with alarm into the heat of his mouth. "He nearly killed you. I thought you were dead." She couldn't speak aloud. Her mouth traveled over his jaw, down his throat to his chest. "I told you I would live. I am sorry you were so frightened." He closed his eyes, threw his head back, his fists bunching in her hair as she tugged at his pants, desperate to take them off of him. "I need to touch you, every inch of you, and know you're alive and here with me. I never want to feel like that again." Her tongue tasted him. Textures and feel and taste were all important to her, and in the aroused state she was in, a mixture of sexual hunger and intense emotion, Antonietta wanted to touch and explore and savor him. "Your shoulder?" His hands left her hair to push her robe from her arms. It floated to the floor, a soft pile of lace. The spaghetti straps of her gown were minute, yet he pushed them off her arms as well so that the gown slithered to the floor. Antonietta barely noticed as she dragged his clothes from his body. She rubbed her face over his chest, his abdomen. He tore the tie from her long hair so that it spilled, unbound, around them, silky and teasing his flesh. "Antonietta." He whispered her name in a husky blend of hunger and need as his own inspection began. The wound on her shoulder was nearly healed, although she was bruised, but the bullet had been spent from tearing through his body. It had lodged in the hollow of her shoulder, a shallow penetration, and Byron had removed it when he attempted to heal her. There was little damage to the muscle, but he leaned down to lap at the bruise. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I have no idea how you managed to get around me in the narrow confines of the passageway, but you saved my life." She was moving her hands with loving patience over the ridges of his hips, his buttocks, moving them around to the hard column of his thighs. "You are distracting me." He barely managed to get the words out. It was too late anyway. Her hands cradled the thick length of him, her fingertips memorizing the feel and shape of his heavy erection with maddening slowness. Flames danced over him. Her fingers were strong and sure, not tentative in the least. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she did it, tracing every inch of him, her fingertips dancing and playing with the same expertise she used on the piano. The breath slammed out of his lungs. His body tensed, went taut, every muscle contracting in reaction to the caressing stroke of her hands. "I need this, Byron. I need to know every inch of you. You can have later, but give me this." She didn't wait for an answer. Her teeth nipped his belly, her tongue tasted his skin. She blew warm air over his erection, was pleased when he hardened even more. He made a single sound, somewhere between torment and ecstasy, when her mouth closed over him, hot and moist and suckling strongly. Antonietta. His voice was husky, his breath slamming out of his lungs. Dio. Woman, I cannot believe you. His fingers found her hair, held her to him while his hips found a gentle rhythm he could barely endure. It was sweet torment. Fire burned in his belly and spread through his body until flames were consuming him, and the roaring in his ears joined with the roaring of the inner beast, insisting on his rights. The need to claim his mate rose sharply, more intense than any sexual appetite. He felt his incisors lengthening, and he turned his head away from the temptation of her soft skin, vulnerable and exposed to him. Flames licked at him, devouring every good intention. Antonietta, you are in danger. He gasped the warning out, tugged at her hair to raise her head, to acknowledge she had some modicum of self-preservation. He couldn't save her alone. He had waited and needed and longed for her for far too long. She had nearly been killed in front of him, not once but twice. He was at odds with his own nature in trying to court her in the human manner. Antonietta lifted her head. She looked a sexy siren, a wild, uninhibited temptress, with her long coils of hair cascading around her like a living cloak and her dark, haunted eyes, heavily fringed with long lashes. Never from you. A low warning growl rumbled. He kept his face averted. I am trying to protect you. I don't want protection, Byron. I don't need it. I'm a grown woman, and I take responsibility for myself. I know what I want, and I want you. I want you to make love to me. Her fingers never stopped moving, caressing, playing. She kissed his belly, his chest, leaned into him to nibble on his chin. Byron could feel her there, pressed tightly against him, into him, her body soft and pliant, a willing offering. Her blood called to him, hot and sweet and addicting, a potion made just for him. Antonietta. Lifemate. You are mine. I have searched an eternity for you. I will not go quietly away into the night. Do not think I will, Antonietta. I am not Jaguar. There will not be an easy way to rid yourself of my presence should you decide you are bored. Her arms circled his neck. She fit her body close into the cradle of his hips. Now you are trying to scare me by sounding like a stalker. Just make love to me. Does it matter that we may have to talk about our future later? She smelled so good. Clean and fresh and tempting. Her head was back, her throat alluring. Byron buried his face against her neck. Against temptation. His tongue found her pulse. Felt the beat. The rhythm went through his body so that he shuddered with the pleasure of it. With the hunger of it. His need was so intense he burned throughout every cell in his body. Teeth teased her skin over her throbbing pulse point. He inhaled her scent. It matters that you know I tried to court you in the way of your people. He closed his eyes, aching with need. I think you did an admirable job. She rubbed her body against his, much like a cat, skin to skin. His mouth moved over her neck, left a trail of fire, of flames. His teeth scraped gently back and forth, his arms tightened possessively. His body was alive against hers, hard and thick with life and energy and hunger. Matching the hunger sizzling in his veins. His mouth moved, once, twice. Mesmerizing her. Antonietta's entire body clenched in reaction. Heat spread, built like a wildfire. A firestorm of need and far more emotion than she wanted to admit. There was white-hot pain, instantly giving way to erotic pleasure flooding her body, heart, mind, and soul. He lifted her as if she weighed no more than a feather, as if she were his entire world. She felt like she floated across the room, a dream of passion such as she'd never known. He murmured to her, the caress of his tongue stealing the ache from her neck as he laid her on the bed, his body blanketing hers. His mouth drifted over her face, her eyes settled on her mouth. How could you think I would not love you? His teeth teased her chin, feathered down her throat to blaze a path of fire to the swell of her breast. Antonietta cried out, arched into him, craving more. She cradled his head to her while her body rippled in response, tightening in exquisite need. Hunger built, swamping her with its strength, until she was frantic for him to be inside her, frantic for some semblance of relief. Byron, don't wait. She tried tugging him to her, trying to drag him over her, her hips urging him into her. Byron was patient, taking his time, his hands leisurely exploring her body, memorizing every detail, imprinting her body on his mind for all time. Antonietta closed her eyes, the pleasure so intense it bordered on pain, as his mouth moved over her belly, lowered to explore the triangle of curls. She felt frantic to have him, to feel him deep inside of her. The need was so strong, so intense, her entire body shook. Everywhere he touched her, kissed her, she ached and burned for more. His hands parted her thighs. She waited, holding her breath, and then the air exploded from her lungs as he tasted her, as he stroked and caressed and brought her body to full life. His name came out in a sobbing plea for mercy. Antonietta had never wanted anyone more. Byron. Only he could complete her. Her fingers found the silk sheets, bunched there, as waves of ecstasy swept over her, through her. She transferred her hold to his hair because she wouldn't burn alone. Byron lifted his head, slid over the top of her, his hips settling lovingly into the cradle of hers, a coming home. She was wet and hot and slick, so tight he gasped with joy as he entered her. One slow inch at a time. His entire body shuddered with pleasure. He caught her hips in his hands, surged forward to bury himself deep inside of her. A safe haven. His world was changed forever. He no longer walked the earth utterly alone. He would never be alone again. Antonietta changed his world, brought him light in his unrelenting darkness. He tilted her hips, wanting more, wanting her to take all of him. Antonetta's body rippled with life, an earthquake that went on and on until she thought she might die of ecstasy. Nothing had prepared her for the strength and intensity of her orgasms with Byron. She hadn't expected such a gift. No previous experience had even come close. She actually sobbed, her senses so heightened, her body so sensitized. His every movement sent whips of dazzling pleasure sizzling through her. Her world narrowed to one man, one being, his body moving in perfect rhythm with hers. Blood sang in her veins, her pulse pounded in her ears. Music rose in a crescendo as he threw back his head, his body driving deep into hers, long, hard surges meant to weld them together. Two halves of the same whole. Antonietta thought she screamed with the intensity of it, with the dark endless joy sweeping through her. Byron's voice blended with hers, or maybe it was only in her mind. She honestly couldn't tell. There was only the heat and fire and blessed melting together until they were exhausted, two puddles lying in ecstasy on the sheets. Chapter 9. His body shuddering with pleasure, Byron put his lips against her ear and whispered a command. His fingernail lengthened, razor-sharp, and slowly opened a wound on his chest. He pressed her mouth to skin. The first touch of her lips had him gasping, whips of lightning dancing in his bloodstream. He heard the words beating in his mind. His heart, his soul, clamoring to be said aloud. The beast lifted its head, unsheathed its claws, and roared loudly for its mate. Ti amo. If I have been remiss in telling you. Ti amo. Antonietta. He took a deep, calming breath for both of them, holding on to his control while he fought down madness. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be placed above my own. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. He could feel the ties binding them, millions of threads tying them together for all eternity. Everything inside him shifted and settled. Peace stole into his heart and mind. He gently stopped her from taking more of his lifeblood than necessary for a true exchange. He woke her from the enthrallment with a long, drugging kiss, taking the haze from her mind, pouring the intensity of his emotions into the kiss. Antonietta wrapped her arms around Byron's neck, giving him back kiss for kiss, reveling in the thickness of his body buried deep inside of her. I've never felt like this in my life. Never. For one moment there was a peculiar taste in her mouth, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar, but then it was gone, and fire sizzled hot and out of control. You sound so astonished. Byron nuzzled her throat. You obviously had little expectations. She laughed, and there was real joy in her voice. I had great expectations, and you lived up to every one of them. She wanted to hold him forever. Her hands smoothed his hair, found his back, moved to inspect his chest. Roll over. I want to check your stomach. I still can't believe you're alive. I was so certain you were dead. I reached for you over and over, but I couldn't connect. Reluctantly, Byron eased out of her, separating them. At once he felt bereft. I think I will have to make love to you again, Antonietta. Her fingertips found the wound in his chest. You should be dead. Yes. My kinsman saved my life by giving me his blood. Where is Paul? Has he been questioned? She pressed her lips to the wound. Not by me. I couldn't bear to talk to any of them. I didn't want to hear his excuses. She shivered suddenly. I didn't realize that it was cold in here. I didn't even notice. You should have told me. I rarely get cold. I will start the fire, and we can sit in front of it. He stood up in one smooth motion and tugged at her hand. I don't have any clothes on. I can't just walk around naked. The thought of him staring at her body alarmed her. For once she wished she really knew what she looked like. Of course you can. You do not need clothes, he said softly. I prefer to look at your body. It is beautiful. A woman is such a miracle of soft curves. And it gives me the opportunity to touch you when I have the need. His palm skimmed over the swell of her breasts, over the small mound of her belly, and nestled for a fiery moment in her dark curls. His fingers slid into her, teased and caressed until, wet and hot, she pushed back with her hips, riding his hand with a gasp of shocked surprise. I love this about you. You heat up for me so fast. She gasped as an orgasm rippled through her. I've always enjoyed sex, but I had no idea it could be like this. I really didn't. It's frightening how good it feels. Frightening and addicting. Good, he said with evident satisfaction. I can't just stand here naked while you stare at me. It's cold in here. Her body was tingling, throbbing with life and pleasure. Byron brought his fingers to his mouth. You taste good. Did you know that? I'll start the fire. The chairs are comfortable, and we can stretch out while we talk. I would like to hear how Don Giovanni took the news that Paul not only shot me, but you too. He waved his hand toward the large fireplace, and it leapt to life, flames crackling around the logs. Surely your grandfather was informed. You were injured. They must have brought in the doctor to treat you properly. I didn't need to be treated. The bullet was already out of my shoulder, and it was nearly completely closed. You did that, didn't you? He touched her shoulder, the lightest of touches. I would never leave you in pain. I knew it would take time to return, but I thought your family would insist on a human doctor to make certain. Antonietta was certain he hadn't moved, hadn't stooped over to start the fire, yet almost as the words left his mouth, she felt the warmth of the flames. She could smell a wonderful, aromatic fragrance. What is that? Candles. My people believe in the benefits of aromatherapy. Both of us could use healing and more energy. His fingers skimmed her bare shoulder a second time, traced the wound there lightly, lingered with a soothing touch. Your cousin is very lucky to be alive. He wanted to rip Paul's throat out for even coming close to endangering Antonietta. My cousin is an idiot. I have no idea what I'm going to do with him. Is it possible to read the mind of your family in the same way you eavesdrop in the boardroom? Perhaps next time, we should probe to see what he is going to do next. I don't eavesdrop, she denied. I listen. There's a difference. Read the minds of my family? My cousins? Why would I want to do that? I know what they think about, and it's scary just contemplating it, let alone actually hearing it. The smile faded from her face. I believe in privacy, Byron. I wouldn't want to spy on my family's private thoughts. Let me get this straight, Antonietta. Byron sat in the deep-cushioned chair and leaned comfortably against the high back. It's perfectly okay to eavesdrop on business conversations using your acute hearing, a gift most humans do not have, by the way, but it is not okay to eavesdrop on family. There was something frightening in his voice, so much so that a shiver went down her spine. She knew she would never be in danger from him, but at times, he seemed more a wild animal, untamed and prowling and capable of great violence. Antonietta took the chair facing his. The warmth of the fire reached her and took away the chill of the aftermath of fear. When you put it like that, I'll admit it doesn't sound right, but business is what keeps our family and our lands. No. Is having a much more difficult time remembering details. I've had to stop him several times from signing something that would have cost us an enormous amount of money. Fortunately, we have great lawyers, and Justine reads everything to me so we have a net, but without me listening in, we could have problems. Her sigh was loud in the quiet of the room. The rain outside fell softly on the French doors, matching her melancholy mood. I had hoped that Paul would take an interest in the company. There was something very sexy about sitting naked in front of the fireplace. She could feel his gaze, hot and intent and entirely focused on her. I would worry that perhaps he has taken an interest in the company. The gun was aimed at you. It was an accident. I know it was. Paul has admitted he made terrible mistakes. He owes money to people who he says will get rough if he can't pay them back. He bought a gun but didn't really know how to use it. I spoke with Justine. Byron nodded. Yes, the loyal and trustworthy Justine. Antonietta frowned at him. These people are my family, Byron. I know you've been wonderful about not going to the authorities and reporting Paul. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. He would go to prison, and we both know he wouldn't stand a chance there. Without conscious thought, she leaned her head back, the action jutting her generous breasts toward him. You should have seen him when we were young. I wish you could have known him. He has a brilliant mind, and he was so wonderful as a boy. His father stripped him of all self-confidence and the will to even try. Adults certainly have a way of ruining children. For the first time, Byron laughed. That is the truth. My sister took in a boy a few years ago. He is proving quite a handful. Eleanor, of course, thinks he is an angel and indulges his every whim. He couldn't resist the silent invitation, his hand cupping the weight of one breast in his hand, his thumb caressing the tempting peak. You have a sister? She was surprised. He never talked of his past or his future. And he never talked of his family. That man the other night, Jacques, said you had family in the area. Her entire body was hypersensitive. She never wanted him to stop. She needed his touch, the way he always seemed to have to touch her. It was addicting. Did you think my parents found me under a rock? I have in-laws as well. Reluctantly, Byron let her go, leaned back, stretched his legs toward the fire, and watched the way the flickering light played over her face and body. You have beautiful skin. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Personal observations made Antonietta uncomfortable. She was startled by the honesty in his voice. It was impossible to keep pleasure from rising. Grazie. It's nice to know that. He reached out and took her hand. Eleanor lost several children, and it was very hard on her. She had one son and managed to raise him into a reasonably decent man. You would like him. Vlad, Eleanor's life mate, took him firmly in hand when Eleanor would get too carried away with spoiling him. Why don't you use the term husband? You always say life mate. In my language, in my people's world, we refer to our other half as life mate. Unlike the jaguar, we mate for life and beyond. Not for momentary pleasure. We consider the art of making love and keeping our mate happy to be a lifelong commitment. There was something very wicked in his voice, almost a challenge. She had the feeling he was smiling. Antonietta decided discretion was the better part of valor. So you have a nephew too. She was all too aware of his fingers stroking her skin. His thumb slid over her inner wrist. She had no idea how sensitive a wrist could be. Her insides instantly melted. Yes, Eleanor managed to carry a son. Benjamin. Is a miracle to all of us. He is shaping up quite nicely, and we are all very proud of him. My family is of the crafts. Benj prefers to work with gemstones just as I always have. I would love to take you to the caves where you could pick a gem from the walls of the cavern. There was a note of longing in his voice. I would love to go to a cave with you. Do you still make jewelry? I have plans to begin again, now that I have found you. Looking at you sitting there with your hair spilling around you and the firelight dancing over your breasts, you inspire me. I would make a necklace of fire and ice to lay around your throat. His tone created a very real sensation of cool gems on her skin, so much so that she reached to touch her throat, expecting to find a necklace of gold, diamonds, and rubies. I would love to have something you designed. I will make you something beautiful to go with your skin and hair. It would be such a pleasure for me. Your nephew makes jewelry? Antonietta loved feeling his eyes on her. She didn't need sight to know he was watching her. She was past embarrassment. She wanted his gaze on her. She wanted him to feel ravenous hunger for her. She was feeling it for him. It was even becoming difficult to keep her mind on the conversation. She was too busy thinking of straddling him right there in the chair in front of the fireplace. My understanding is he has begun to work as an apprentice. I have not seen him in some time. But Eleanor also has young Joseph, and he is another story altogether. His birth mother was quite old when she had him, and she died within an hour of his birth. Eleanor and Vlad immediately offered to take him. Deidre, Vlad's sister, and her lifemate, Teen, were chosen at first to watch over him, but Deidre lost so many children. Teen was afraid it would prove to be too much if the baby did not survive. It is very hard on the parents when they lose so many children. Many of our children do not survive beyond the first few months. I couldn't imagine losing Marguerite, and she isn't even my child, Antonietta said. How sad for your sister and sister-in-law. So many people have children who really don't want them, and yet so many want them that can't have them. What about you? Do you want children? She shrugged. There was a time I dreamt of having children. I think most women do, Byron, but I had responsibilities, and my career was taking off. I didn't find a man who appealed to me as a lifetime partner, and, although I considered raising a child on my own, I decided it would be cheating the child. I often go on tours. I'm in demand when one of my operas is chosen, and I am always involved in my family's business. It leaves little time for a child. I see. For some reason, Antonietta immediately felt defensive. It was a silly reaction when his words held no inflection whatsoever, but she had the feeling he was misinterpreting things she said. Over the years, she had learned to live without sight, judging reactions by voices and even tension in the air, but she couldn't do that with Byron, and it made her feel vulnerable and off balance. She pulled her hand out of his, aware he could feel her pulse jumping in her wrist. Do you? That would be a miracle, when few people have a clue what my life has been like. But then I am not most people, am I? There was the merest trace of mocking amusement in his voice. No, you're not, she agreed. You are someone very special. If you are not Jaguar and you are not quite human, what are you? What exactly? And don't just put me off with some strange answer that doesn't make sense. I am Carpathian, of the mountains in that region. My people are as old as time, and we are of the earth. You have your legends of vampires and werewolves and jaguars, and we belong to that realm. He answered honestly in the way of life mates. His gaze didn't leave her face, judging her expression there in the darkness. I know you're different, Byron. It's funny, I can accept the thought of jaguars so easily, but a werewolf or vampire seems preposterous. She laughed softly at herself. Why would that be? Why would my mind so easily accept one as reality, but refuse to give the possibility of credence to the other? A Carpathian is neither werewolf nor vampire. We are a species of people near extinction and fighting for our place in the world. She turned his words over carefully in her mind, examining them for signs of a hidden meaning. Are you like either of those species? You must be a shapeshifter just as a jaguar is. I've done a tremendous amount of research on the legends and mythology of the jaguar people. Can you shift your shape? I can't. I feel it reaching for me, and I know it's somewhere inside of me, but on command, I can't really do it. I have summoned the power of the creature, but never really managed to bring the power out all the way. Yes, I can shift. She hadn't really expected him to admit it. The idea was exhilarating and frightening at the same time. She took a deep breath. Can you fly? Yes. You know I can. I didn't erase your memory of it. She was in the dark, where she had grown most comfortable, and she waited there for several heartbeats in silence to give her mind time to assimilate what he was telling her. Flying. Her heart soared at the idea of it, even when her human mind set limitations. That would be such an enormous gift. Her lashes lifted. She couldn't see him, but she looked directly at him. For a gift so wonderful, there must be a terrible price. Byron looked at her and wanted to laugh. She was sitting across from him. his lifemate, her bare skin gleaming in the firelight, his world of color dancing in front of his eyes, his emotions so raw and intense he could barely control them. What price had he paid? Centuries of a bleak existence, a world of gray and despair, the relentless whisper of evil calling to him, the endless minutes and hours and days and years of being truly alone. Her very existence had wiped it all away in a moment. I live, Antonietta. I have a way of life, and I live it. It is neither good nor bad to me to be the way I am. I simply am. I accept who I am, and I am proud of my people. We have honor and loyalty and many other traits of strength, but we also have weaknesses, just as any race. I cannot walk in the sun. It would harm me. That is why I cannot be with you to guard you through certain hours of the day. His voice was very matter-of-fact. I see beauty in the night. It is my world, my existence, and I love it. I want to share my world with you so you are never afraid in it. So you see its beauty for yourself and not just for me. Antonietta didn't know if it was what he said to her or how he said it, but she melted inside. Craved him. Wanted to wrap herself up inside of him, deep in his heart and soul. And she wanted to see his world and experience it. His voice nearly purred when he called the night beautiful. She lived in darkness, and she wanted to see it that way. Antonietta couldn't resist the temptation any longer. She simply stood and took the few steps to stand in front of him. Byron didn't disappoint her. He reached for her just as she imagined he would, his hand sliding up her thigh, caressing the inside of her leg with graceful, expert fingers. Her body responded instantly with a heated liquid welcome, an eager anticipation of the sheer magic waiting for her. His hands urged her closer, and she went, standing between his legs while his palm found her wet channel, pressing heavily in exploration. Flashes of light burst behind her eyes, a show of brilliant color, while her body pulsed with pleasure. His fingers slipped inside, and her muscles clenched around him. When I'm with you, Byron, you make me feel like I can fly with you. She had to catch his head for balance when her legs threatened to give out. Her hips pushed against his hand, wanting more, wanting him. Impatient, she simply moved forward, straddling his thighs so that he had no choice but to remove his hand and allow her what she most needed. Her hunger was rising rapidly, almost ravenous, an insatiable appetite that could only be appeased momentarily. She settled her body over his. He was thick and hard and pierced her sheath slowly, filling her, stretching her, until the tight friction was incredible and perfect and everything she wanted. Her breasts brushed his chest, her hair fell in wild abandon as she began to move with her dancing rhythm, with all the volcanic passion inside of her, waiting for him, waiting for Byron. She rode him hard and fast, slow and leisurely, giving them both exquisite pleasure. She heard sounds. The wind. The beat of her heart. Whispers somewhere far off. She felt everything. The texture of his skin, the shape of his bones, the definition of his muscles, and the endless rush of an orgasm that rocked their world in complete harmony. How could she not? He lifted her chin to kiss her mouth lightly. They are whispering together. How is it we can hear them, Byron? They're downstairs. In the conservatory, I think. Why would we be able to hear them? And why don't they all go to bed and leave me alone? Because, Kara, you are important to them and they love you. They are only showing their concern. Well, I wish, just for this one night, they would leave us alone. The second set of footsteps, this time undeniably determined, was coming up the stairs. They listened as the door was approached. This time the knock was authoritative. Antonietta. Cara mia. You must open the door for me at once, or I'll use the master key I've collected from Helena and open it. I mean it. I must see that you're all right. You don't have to talk to me, but you must allow me into your room. You're scaring. No. And the children. Tasha was very firm. She'll open the door, too. Tasha would never bluff. I haven't a stitch on and the room as well. It's obvious what we've been doing. Antonietta panicked. Byron waved a hand toward the bathroom. At once there was the sound of running water coming from Antonietta's private bath. The heady scent of their lovemaking dissipated, to be replaced by the fragrance of her favorite bath salt. Byron bent his head, took his time kissing her thoroughly. You take a nice, refreshing bath. I know you have been secretly longing for one. I will let Tasha in and keep her occupied until you feel up to facing her. Antonietta slipped from his lap. Well, please put your clothes on. I don't want her suddenly thinking you're so hot she has to have you. Grazie. You amaze me how thoughtful you are. It was a measure of how upset she was with her family that she allowed him to handle the details, that she would allow him to meet with her cousin alone while she bathed in the adjoining room. Byron waited until Antonietta had closed the door to the bath before sauntering over to the door. Another wave of his hand made the bed and clothed him in the way of his people. He pulled open the door just as Tasha thrust the key in the lock. Tasha screamed, a cry of shock and horror. Her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes widening. We all thought you were dead. Her voice came out a whisper. Thank the good Dio. Paul didn't kill you. Byron stepped back courteously to allow her entry. Celt inspected their visitor and turned to follow his mistress into the large bathroom, making it clear he was on the alert. The closed door didn't present a problem. The borzoi merely turned the knob with his strong jaws and disappeared into the steam. Antonietta is taking a bath. I think it will help to calm her and make it easier for her to talk with her family, Byron volunteered. He followed the borzoi across the room, pulling the door closed to allow Antonietta complete privacy. He was hoping it would give Tasha time to recover. She was so pale he was afraid he might have to deal with an old-fashioned swoon. I had no idea you were here, or I wouldn't have interrupted. She glanced at him from under long lashes. There was a mixture of weariness and relief in her dark eyes. Antonietta was devastated over what happened, you know, and she blamed herself for leaving you when you were so injured. Paul doesn't remember why they left either. She sighed and paced away from him, putting distance between them to help recover from the shock. Tasha always found Byron's presence unsettling, and up close, in her cousin's bedroom, she found he seemed more powerful than ever. Tasha cleared her throat nervously. I know I haven't been very welcoming to you, but it is more than obvious Antonietta cares for you, and if you don't mind, I'd like to start over. Byron regarded her with a raised eyebrow. Her words had been forced out, and there was a small underlying spurt of distaste he caught in her tone. Why the turnaround? You do not need to pretend with me in order to save Paul from prison. The incident will not be reported to the authorities. You have your cousin to thank for that. A small smile tugged unexpectedly at the corners of Tasha's mouth. You don't think much of any of us, do you? Byron didn't answer her but crossed the room to the stained glass window. Why do you dislike me so much, Tasha? She laughed softly, but there was little humor in her tone. Because you are the first real threat to ever come to us. He swung around, frowning at her, his dark eyes puzzled. I am not a threat to you. You are Antonetta's cousin. Unless you sought to harm her in some way, I would do my utmost to protect you. Why would you think me a threat? She turned her head away from him quickly, but not before he caught the sheen of tears shimmering in her eyes. That's so like you. She waved a dismissing hand. Tell me. This time his voice was low and compelling. If she didn't cooperate with a slight push, he had no problems pushing past the natural barriers in her mind to find her thoughts. As far as he was concerned, Antonetta's family deserved little consideration. Look at me, Byron. You've never looked at me. I'm beautiful. My body is absolutely perfect. There was bitterness in her voice. That's all anyone sees when they look at me. They never look past it to see me. And if they did, I'm not talented like Antonietta or brainy like Paul. I can't have children like Marita. The moment Christopher finds out I'm barren, he'll get rid of me or take a mistress to have his child. Even if he didn't, the moment my looks go, and they will eventually, he will abandon me. No. Barely tolerates me, and Paul is too busy feeling sorry for himself. Franco doesn't notice me because, why bother? I can't talk about stocks and the business to him. She picked up her cousin's perfume bottle and inhaled the fragrance. I only matter to Antonietta. She can't see the way I look, and she loves me for myself. Unconditionally. I never even had that from my parents. Of course you're a threat to me. She's actually interested in you. Really interested, not some passing whim. Tasha did turn to face him then. I can see you're a dangerous man. Anyone can see it. It's all over you, yet I know you'd never hurt her. But you'd take her away from us. Is it any wonder I fight for my own survival? Without her, I have no one. There was no self-pity in her voice, only stark truth. I think you are selling yourself short, Tasha. It is true that I have not seen you as a person other than Antonetta's cousin. I have been rather obsessed with Antonietta since the first moment I laid eyes on her. I knew immediately she was born for me, my other half. He smiled at her, a genuine smile. Please forgive me for not taking the time to know you. Antonietta is my world, and that means anyone in her world is in mine also. I have no intention of doing anything that would make her unhappy, and you are very important to her. You do have a certain charm. I can see why she might have fallen hard. Tasha made an effort to smile at him, in spite of her feelings. And you have many admirable traits you do not seem to regard as assets. You are wonderful with the children. They prefer you to their own mother. I haven't quite figured out Marita yet, Tasha admitted. I think about her a lot and wonder why she isn't happy. If I had the children and a devoted husband, I wouldn't need anything else. Not even money? His eyebrows shot up. I've always had money, it's just been a part of my life. I don't know how not to have it, but it's never made me happy, Tasha conceded. So your greatest wish is not to have more money? There was a certain soft note to his voice. A mesmerizing, pure tone. Tasha tilted her head toward him, her eyes suddenly dreamy. My greatest wish is to have a child. I want a baby to hold in my arms. Just to love. I would have made a good mother. I would have liked the chance. I have missed much by my ignorance, Tasha. You are a special woman. Tasha flashed a tentative smile. Just for that, I suppose I could call a truce between us. I would very much appreciate that. Grazie. For saying I am important to Antonietta. She looked around the room. How in the world did you manage to get in here without any of us seeing you? I think that's one of the reasons everyone is a little afraid of you. No one ever sees you come and go. He grinned at her. Like the proverbial ghost. Tasha took a deep breath. Do you really think Paul was trying to kill Antonietta? Do you think he's capable of murdering her and... No. Because of a gambling debt? Her questions came out in a little rush. Byron hesitated, weighing his words carefully. People do things they would not ordinarily do when they are very afraid. It is possible someone has threatened his life, and he is desperate. I would hope not, but you know him better than anyone. What do you think? I think I wish we were discussing Marita, not my brother. That one is so hungry for money and social position. She can't even see what she has, she's so greedy for more. It was a typical Tasha comment, one Byron would have expected of her, but he felt he knew her a little better, and she simply said things for effect, not necessarily because she thought they were so. It was either a habit or a protection. Byron couldn't decide which, and it didn't matter. Tasha sighed. Paul used to have the sweetest heart. I hardly recognize him anymore. He takes advantage of everyone. She looked down at her hands. If you had known him before, you could never have considered that he would try to harm Antonietta. Yet you are considering the possibility that Paul might choose to harm her now. Tell me this, if something happened to your grandfather, who inherits? The bulk of his fortune would go to Antonietta. For all I know, it could already be in her name, but the rest of us would receive several million each. Several million each? That much? All of you? Yes, of course. I don't know exactly what. No. Worth, but it's massive. He's quite wealthy. All of us will receive enough for a lifetime, even an excessive one. So everyone would benefit financially if Don Giovanni died? And if something were to happen to Antonietta? Is there a will? Of course. A Scarletti doesn't turn around without a will. Tasha looked uncomfortable. I don't really know who would inherit, but it is possible most of it would come to me. I see. 2 bright spots of color stained Tasha's cheeks. Her enormous eyes flashed fire at him. How dare you? What are you implying? Are you accusing me now? He raised his hand to calm her volatile nature. I was merely gathering facts. I have no idea who would want to harm your cousin, but I doubt very much if you would do such a thing for money. Jealousy maybe, but not money. Byron thought it prudent to keep his thoughts to himself. What is going on out here? Antonietta swept out of her private bath, fragrant and alluring. Brian's breath caught in his lungs. Everything about Antonietta glowed from the inside out. He took her hand, brought her fingertips to his mouth. Tasha and I are getting to know one another. We have, for your sake, decided to call a truce. Tasha went right past Byron and gathered her cousin to her. I was worried about you, Tony. I was worried about me, too, Antonietta admitted. I honestly felt if Byron was gone, I couldn't continue. She hugged Tasha back, feeling the trembling in her cousin's body. You are far too sensitive, Antonietta. I should have taken precautions, Byron said. Another Scarletti gift. The first blood exchange had bound them dangerously close. If one had nearly made her mad with grief, what repercussions would this second exchange bring? He frowned, suddenly worried. Byron is obviously alive and well, Tasha pointed out. You can't make yourself sick with grief like this again, Tony. And poor. No. Is beside himself. You must go to him, or he'll never go to bed. I will, Tasha. Until I knew Byron was safe and out of danger, I couldn't bear to look upon anyone. And I need to check on Marguerite, too. Is she happier now that she is home? Is she better tonight, Tasha? In less pain. She's very restless. Marita has been harping on her that Scarlett is do not cry, that we don't make a fuss, that she should take the time confined as she is to study and fill her mind with great things. What do you suppose is wrong with that woman? Tasha was clearly exasperated. I've spent several hours reading to Marguerite and playing games, but Marita won't even allow television. She wants Marguerite to read. Franco can't even dissuade her, and he tried. I heard them argue. If you would look at her again and see if you can speed her healing, it would be wonderful. Byron was intrigued with the way they took the Scarletti gifts for granted. It was a natural part of their lives, just as his gifts were. They were comfortable with the use of them. Byron has some ability in the area of healing. He's the one who attended my shoulder, even when he was in such danger, Antonietta said. Maybe between the two of us, we can speed her recovery. As for Marita, she seems to be obsessed with Marguerite becoming a great scholar and is forgetting to allow her to be a child. She was never like this before. That's true, Tasha agreed. She sighed. Honestly, Antonietta, everything seems to be falling apart all of a sudden. Tonight, I asked Helena to have a tray brought for. No. And he seemed reluctant to eat the food. He was muttering to himself, and I swear, he said I was trying to poison him. He denied it when I confronted him, but I swear that's what he said, and he didn't touch the food. The crazy part is, Paul did the exact same thing. I took the tray up to his room myself, and he threw it against the wall and said I was trying to poison him. She waved her arms. I don't know how you put up with them all. 2 minutes later, he was acting like I dropped the tray. Why would you take the food personally to your grandfather and cousin? Byron demanded. You have never done such a thing in your life. Tasha glared at him. I was trying to take Antonetta's place. No. Was so upset, and he hadn't eaten all day, so I insisted on a food tray for him. Where's the food? Was it taken to the kitchen? Byron nearly growled the question. Antonietta turned her head sharply toward him in inquiry. Tasha shrugged. How would I know? I certainly didn't clean either mess myself. I had Helena handle it. I doubt if they kept the food. It must have gone in the garbage can. She lifted her eyebrow. Surely you're not hungry. And if you are, please don't eat from the trash. We do have decent food elsewhere. Your truces do not last long, do they, Tasha? Not when you behave like a moron. She looked down her nose at him. I often do good deeds around the palazzo. Why wouldn't I? Antonietta decided to intervene. What of Enrico? Has there been any word on our missing chef? She casually tucked her hand into Byron's arm to hold him to her side. The moment he had heard of Don Giovanni's and Paul's strange behavior, she sensed he knew what their actions meant. Tell me. Let me go to the kitchen and do a little investigating first. You think the food had poison in it, don't you? How could either of them possibly know such a thing? Enrico is still missing. The wonderful captain was here, but of course we couldn't allow him to know what had transpired, so we entertained him briefly, allowed him to search Enrico's room again, and he left. There was regret in Tasha's voice. He's quite nice, Antonietta. And he loves the opera. I told him that for your next performance, I would try to get him good seats, and he said only if I attended with him. Did you keep him away from Paul? Paul wouldn't come out of his room except to speak with Don Giovanni. He wouldn't see Franco or me, but Justine was in and out several times. I wasn't about to allow the captain near him. Paul was so upset, I was afraid he'd turn himself in. Tasha glanced warily at Byron. You aren't really going to go to the authorities, are you? No, Tasha, I have no intentions of turning your brother in. Grazie. You are a good man to be so kind. Do not mistake my intentions for kindness. There was a distinct bite to Byron's voice, and for a moment his teeth gleamed white like that of a wolf. A fierce flame burned in the depths of his eyes, giving his pupils the illusion of a fiery red. Tasha gasped and stepped away from him, her hand going to her throat protectively. She blinked the illusion away, feeling foolish when there were only Byron's familiar dark eyes glinting at her. Watching her, without blinking, much like that of a predator. She shivered, afraid all over again. Beside Antonietta, Celt lowered his head, his eyes focusing on Byron, his hair up. The ever-present supreme hunter. Antonietta put her hand on Tasha's shoulder. What is it? And don't say nothing. Gently she touched the dog's head in a gesture meant to soothe. Celt senses something. A wild animal, perhaps. Do you smell the cat, Byron? Tasha hesitated. I'm being silly. For a moment Byron frightened me. He reminded me of a she trailed off. She could hardly say wolf. Byron bowed from the waist. I did not mean to alarm you, Tasha. I just do not want you to get the wrong impression. Paul nearly killed Antonietta. If he is the one behind the attacks, he will not get away with it. I will see to it personally. And if he proves to be innocent and someone else has targeted her, I will find them. Celt smells the shapeshifter in me. Do not worry. There is no danger near us. Byron wasn't bragging, Tasha decided. He wasn't even threatening. He meant every word and uttered each with absolute conviction. The thought set her heart pounding. There was retribution buried in his tone. I will go down to the kitchen to investigate, and then meet the two of you in Marguerite's room. Celt, forgive me, my friend. The wolf comes out in me at the thought of Antonietta in danger. Byron placed his palm in front of the dog's nose, allowing him to catch the mixed scent. The dog's alert posture changed immediately, the tension draining from the animal, although he stayed protectively close to Antonietta. She stroked the dog's head with caressing fingers. Celt is already such a part of my life. I can't imagine what I did without him, Antonietta said. He's so devoted to you, Tasha observed, but he's so big and sort of scary. We've never had a dog in the palazzo. Marguerite will love him. Is he good with children? Celt loves children. A borzoi is a great family addition. A companion and protector. Believe me, the children will come to love him, Byron assured her. He reached out to scratch Celt's ears. His hand brushed Antonetta's. Instantly, electricity sizzled and arced between them. The sexual tension in the room was shattering. Antonietta rubbed her body along his, a contented cat, stretching leisurely. Byron bent his head to hers. Heat raced over Antonetta's skin, spread through her body instantly. She wrapped her arms around Byron's neck, her mouth melding to his. The world was gone in an instant. There was only heat and fire and the feel of his hard, masculine frame pressed so tightly to hers. Tasha's gaze narrowed in disgust, bored into their backs. She made a soft hissing noise of distaste. Byron swung Antonietta around, moving her toward the stained glass window even as he seemed to be devouring her, feeding on her mouth with voracious hunger. Tasha blinked, and the couple was difficult to see. The moonlight hit the glass in some way that spread a hazy veil around Antonietta and Byron. Tasha curled her hand into a fist, her fingernails driving into her palm. She felt his eyes on her. Dark, brooding, filled with speculation. Engulfed in Byron's arms, Antonietta couldn't be seen, but his head went up alertly as if sensing danger. The hair on the back of her neck actually stood up in response to the intensity of his gaze. Tasha shivered and hurried to the door. Are you coming, Tony? It's so late. No. Should already be in bed. Of course I'm coming. There was a multitude of shared secrets in Antonetta's voice. She kissed Byron again. I won't be long. Keep Celt with you. It came out of command. Byron buried enough of a compulsion in his voice that Antonietta didn't hesitate, even though she frowned. Antonietta was clearly used to going her own way and making her own decisions, and very few people attempted to tell her what to do. "Tony," Tasha said sharply. Antonietta touched fingertips with Byron, the merest brush, signaling camaraderie. She knew very well that Tasha, in spite of her truce, was displaying her disapproval. "She's temperamental. She is mental." Antonietta burst out laughing. Tasha glared at Byron, suspecting the two of whispering together, or worse, of being amused by her jealousy. She reached out to grab her cousin's wrist with every intention of yanking her out of the room. Somehow the dog was there, inserting its body almost casually. The dark eyes looked quite innocent. "I feel like kicking you," Tasha said, closing the door to Antonetta's bedroom with a louder-than-necessary thud. She hoped she shut it on Byron's nose. "Why would you want to kick me?" Antonietta asked as she followed Tasha into the wide hall. "Not you, the idiot dog, and that man you are climbing all over. What kind of a display is that, Tony? You have a certain position to uphold. You shouldn't be making a fool of yourself over a man." The whip of contempt in Tasha's voice made Antonietta wince. "I was in my own private quarters, so I don't see how I could have been making too much of a fool of myself. You're acting like a lovesick teenager. It's embarrassing. And that dog is annoying. He's too big and gets in the way all the time. Why would you want a dog underfoot? I don't know what Byron was thinking giving him to you. If Marita finds out he's dangerous, there will be hell to pay." "Why would you think he's dangerous?" Antonietta allowed her exasperation to show. "You may not like Byron, Tasha, and that's okay with me, but don't you make trouble for Celt just out of spite." "I'm never spiteful." Tasha's feet beat out a rhythm of annoyance. 5 minutes with a man, and you're turning on your own family. I hope you realize you're totally infatuated. It's sickening to watch you make an utter fool of yourself, but by all means, don't listen to my advice." "I haven't heard any advice," Antonietta said, "just sour grapes." Unexpectedly, Tasha laughed. "That's so true. I'm so jealous I could tear out that man's eyes. I want to be involved in a love affair. In a drama. In something. Someone tries to murder you, Paul even shoots you. You spend an entire day in mourning. It was so perfect, the palazzo silent and all of us caught up in your grief. And then I come up to find a man in your bedroom and you positively glowing. It's enough to make me throw myself from the battlements in absolute envy." "Well," she hedged, "the lower balcony." "He's so wonderful," Antonietta said. She found it easy to walk with Celt beside her, his body posture guiding her far better than even Justine had managed. "I'm sure you think so. He still frightens me, Tony, and I don't know why. Paul said he saved your life at the risk of his own, yet I'm still afraid of him. There's something about him that isn't right. Everything about him is right for me." Antonietta went down the long, sweeping staircase with total confidence. Sometimes she felt Celt shared his eyes with her. She saw nothing, yet she knew exactly where to step as if he were guiding her through imaging in her mind. Tasha placed a hand on Antonetta's arm to stop her before she turned toward Don Giovanni's rooms. Why was Paul in the passageway? And why would he have a gun? Did he tell you? He owes money to some dangerous people. He said he purchased the gun for protection. And he was in the passageway to steal the Scarletti treasures and pawn them to pay his debts. Tasha shook her head sadly. I thought he quit gambling. He promised us. He didn't tell me he needed money. Did he go to you? Or Don Giovanni? Why would he make a decision to steal from the family? She sank down abruptly on the bottom stairs. I'm sorry, Tony. I didn't know. I thought he would come to me if you were in trouble. I'm so ashamed. Antonietta heard her weeping softly. She laid a comforting hand on her cousin's shoulder. You aren't responsible for Paul, Tasha. He's a grown man, and he makes his own decisions. He'll have to face up to this. He nearly killed both Byron and me. Hopefully, he'll think about that and get help before it's too late. Tasha lifted her head, swiping at the tears, careful of her makeup. You have to tell. No. The truth. Antonietta sighed. I suppose so, but I'm not looking forward to it. Where are you? She needed comfort. A battle with her grandfather over Paul's fate was more than she wanted to deal with. She had a mad desire to dash back up the stairs and lock herself in her bedroom, keeping Byron a prisoner there. I am raiding your kitchen, looking for clues. I think my detective skills need work. Antonietta wrapped his laughter around her like an invisible shield. I like the idea of being your prisoner, by the way. Especially if the door were locked and your family stayed away for a very long while. There are traces of the same substance I found in you, your grandfather, and Paul in the remains of the food in the rubbish. Antonetta's smile faded. If she believed Byron, someone in her own home was trying to kill all three of them. There's no mistake? You're certain? Cara mia. I would never alarm you without cause. He sent her waves of warmth and reassurance. Go to your grandfather. He is distressed and needs to sleep. You can talk to him about Paul later. I'm going in too. No. Tasha, would you like to come with me? I think I'll just sit here a while and feel very sorry for myself, and then we can meet in Marguerite's room. I promised her I'd sleep in her room tonight. You hate that, Tasha. You've always hated not being in your own bed at night. Marguerite is old enough to sleep in her room alone. I know she is. She just looks so fragile. The house has so many noises, and with the break-in and all the commotion of you being shot, she's afraid. It won't hurt me to stay in her room one night. Unless Marita catches you, Antonietta warned. Tasha made a rude noise. The day I can't handle Marita is the day I deny being a Scarletti. Give me a few minutes with grandfather, and I'll meet you. Antonietta stood beside her cousin while the silence of the palazzo pressed in on them. While you're thinking about things, please do decide you're going to make an effort with Byron. He's going to stay. Tasha sucked in her breath sharply. Surely you wouldn't contemplate marriage? Permanency? He's a toy. A plaything. You know he could never be more to you. There's too much involved. You mean money. Not just the money. She waved her hands to encompass the palazzo. All of it. All of us. Antonietta didn't answer. She sensed Byron's stillness. The waiting. I so appreciate your understanding, cousin. She wouldn't give either of them the satisfaction. She went in to comfort her grandfather. It was easy enough when she knew Byron was waiting to share the rest of the long night with her.